Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
And here I am back again, everybody. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. You'll show up right over there. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. For an old man, I'm crushing it up here in this stream, everybody. Doing long streams, trying to stream every day. Again, remember, I'm a bit older, everybody. It ain't easy, I tell you. It ain't easy just getting out of the bed. I consider getting out of the bed a win, everybody, at my age. I can get up and get around and move around, do some stuff. You know what I mean? Getting it going on. I played a bit yesterday. We had a great time with the team, running around, getting into all sorts of trouble. We did the tokens and all that stuff in the Burkent State. We also did a bunch of 3-stars to try to help everybody out as well. We practiced a bunch of times working together as a team. That worked out really well because I love that moment when, you know, things are going wrong, and then all of a sudden everybody gets in the groove and then everybody's just rocking it, like when we're doing that groove one, which is really difficult because there's so many mechanics going on at the same time, and some of those mechanics are like instantaneous mechanics. And then all of a sudden you saw in that last run, everybody rose up, everybody made it all the way to the end. Those are my favorite times, everybody, my absolute favorite times. Hanging out with the team. And I know that moment is coming. I know it's on the way because I can see everybody trying to work together. And that's my favorite thing, everybody, is those moments where we all rise and we kill world bosses and we do all sorts of amazing things together. Those are my favorite moments in gaming every single time. Hold on. MetaQuest is trying to promote on my Discord over there. Get rid of it. There we go. So tonight is some Satisfactory. We're going to do some mega building. Let me get some hydration going. Wow, just suddenly realized how thirsty I was. So let's get that going on. Now, I saw some peeps here while I was trying to get my little chat thing working. I saw Wisp, Paul, and Dragon Wolf. First peeps I see in the chat tonight. 1,000 kids caps for everybody in the chat for having my back. Also, I see all those ones in the chat. I see that as well. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. We got Wisp in there bringing that Kismet love train. I appreciate the diligence coming in. Let's see. Jay and I were running 3 stars earlier, and OFC. Jay. I don't know what OFC stands for. I'm drawing a blank. Doing things, pulling tanks aggro. The tank said in party chat, my bad. I put myself in purgatory for that one. Yes, there you go. Yeah, well, Jay is not easy to hold the aggro against. Jay is amazing. Return G coming in, showing some love as well. Wisp with the ones, Unforgiven, I Am Death, and Paul all bringing those ones in. More kiss caps for everybody for having my back there in the chat as well. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. Also, by the way, I was doing the key event. I've been doing it for a while since it started, and I really like it. It's actually, you go in, use your Mystic Keys to find the little red ball things, which give you a little loot, and then it opens up a portal. Now, each and every one of them opens a portal, and so when you go to the portal, and instead of you just grabbing loot from it, you actually go in the portal now, which I like way better. I think they should keep that in the game. It's very awesome. And you go in there and you run around and pick up a whole bunch of loot. Now, the trick to it is you need to see the little animotes. You run toward them, and if you touch them, it speeds you up. So you can run and get more loot in the same amount of time. And then it's like 3 minutes long. So you go in, you get as much loot as you can the first minute. Then you start to look around for the bigger chest. Then I usually get the bigger chest. And then right about then, the lever comes up. And then I run over there, I flip that lever, and then sometimes it's on the ground, we have to dig them up. Sometimes it's like all the loot is surrounded by a bunch of mobs, and all you gotta do is run toward it, and then the second they start to attack you, you go to the left, and you just go around, grab the loot. Sometimes you have to dig, sometimes you just gotta hit the pickup key, or if you're on console, whatever your button is on console. But I've been doing a ton of that, and that's really fun. I really love running around and trying to see how much loot I can pick up in the allotted amount of time. First thing I do, though, when I run out of there is I pick up that little bomb, so I'll have that bomb when I find the big chest that I need to blow up the wall that's next to. So make sure to pick up that bomb right at the very beginning, because it's sitting right there every time when you start. You just got to run up, grab it, and then run off and grab as much loot as you can. Very, very fun. So I did a bunch of that also off stream. I had to rest up a bit, and then was playing that a bit. So I have really bad insomnia, everybody. So I sleep for a little bit, and I get up, and I sleep for a little bit, and I get up. It's really terrible. Sometimes I just don't sleep at all. I'll just go like 20 hours without sleeping, everybody. It's really, or 30, 40, 50 hours without sleeping. It's really rough. But I got up, and I was doing a bit of that, and so I realized by doing all of those keys, I had gotten all of my Abyss tokens back again. And I was like, oh, God, now I got 14,000 Abyss tokens again. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to run by Birkin Estate and see if anybody's in there. Now, I just happened to get there right when it was opening. So it had been like 5 minutes since it opened. I ran in there. There was already a group in there. They must have been in there in the PvP time. I went in there and I said, hey, looking for group. And then I had the last slot. And we were burning tokens like crazy again. These guys were awesome, man. They pulled every single thing in the room together, and then they burnt the whole thing down. I burnt 14,000 tokens in less than 30 minutes, everybody. 14,000 tokens. It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. And I kept getting, even though I'd cleared my inventory, I kept getting overburdened because I was getting so much loot. And of course, I got my weapon mastery way up again. So now I know how to burn them tokens, everybody. Man, 14,000 tokens in less than 30 minutes because I had started my food that goes along with it, right? And so that food lasted 30 minutes, and I got all those tokens burned within 25 minutes. It was like, bam, done. I was like, that's incredible. I was like, well, I'm out of tokens, everybody. Thanks for the group. And then I was out of there so somebody else could get in there and get it going on. So I had a good time doing that. Also did some upgrades in my gear because a bunch of stuff dropped. So I added a whole bunch of stuff in there, either for blessing or I got a few of them to upgrade my traits. I had switched out my belt finally. That belt that I had just used temporarily, I finally got my new belt on. And I still need another trait for it, but I just said, screw it, I'm just going to add it in. So yeah, really getting my gear going on over there. And I love the slow progression, everybody. They're like, okay, I got this one done. I got this one done, just a little by little. But they did change my, my helmet thing where I have to get it from the world boss, which sucks, everybody, because it used to be the other guy, and I know it was that guy because I wrote it down specifically from what the tooltip was or what the thing was in the auction hall from that particular boss, and then they changed it now to the world boss, which really sucks. So I might actually have to spend some lucid on one piece of gear. That sucks. But again, I have 10,000 lucid, everybody. So I could go not only buy my gear, but I could buy all the traits and merge all the traits in there if I wanted to. But I find it way more fun to just earn it the old-fashioned way, to play to earn it than to just pay to win, right? I'm not a big fan of pay to win. I think it really cheapens all the games that you play, everybody. If you play a game and all of a sudden you just don't want to play that game and you've been paying for a bunch of stuff, that's why, because there's no challenge. There's no challenge in it. I like things with a challenge, including this fun game called Satisfactory, which we're going to play here and just see. Oh, of course, Jay doing Jay things, pulling the tank. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Wes, for reminding me what that means. I appreciate it. Oh, and 1,000 caps, too, for reminding me what that is. Now, don't forget, everybody, that deal for the cloak is still on. I'm not playing a wizard today. I guess you could call it a factory wizard, I guess. But I'm not playing a wizard today, so you can go ahead and get that thing for 15% off. Don't forget to go try it out, everybody. Again, go look over there. Do me a favor, everybody. Follow that link there in the chat, freethesheep.com/Kismet. Pop on over there and help support the stream, and then get yourself an awesome cloak or a jacket or even some slippers, everybody. So again, stay comfy, everybody, because that is really nice. And it was funny because my daughter started walking off with it. I was showing it to her. She's like, "Hey, can I have this?" And I'm like, "Hey, no, I gotta use that on stream." I'll probably end up giving it to her or maybe the wife. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm a nice guy. I usually end up giving that stuff away. All of my goodies that I get. And most of the time, I give it away to all of you guys. You're the ones, like, sometimes I'm really lucky, like Mountain Dew will sponsor the stream. I'll just send you guys Mountain Dew that they send me. Bethesda Gear will send me something. I just give it away to you guys. I love doing that. It's like a selfless thing that makes you feel good about you, everybody. You know what I mean? Put a 1 in the chat if you know what I mean. When you do something kind for other people and you ask nothing in return, it makes you feel good about you. And you should feel good about you, everybody. You should do things that make you feel good about you and the person that you are. And that's what I do a lot of here on the stream. Because, you know what? I've been surrounded by horrible people before. I've been around people that only think of themselves, that have no empathy for how they treat other people, that don't care about other people. And there's just a few people in your life that you will find that have that empathy, that care enough to listen when you're struggling or when you're having a rough time. Those people who actually listen to you as opposed to just jump to conclusions, who don't actually listen to what you're saying. That's the problem with some people, everybody, is they just don't listen. They don't listen. They don't comprehend. They don't understand what you're trying to say. And those are called narcissists, everybody. They only think of themselves. They always are blaming someone else as well. They go and they take everything that you say and they turn it around on you. And then they make you feel bad. Even though they did something horrible to you, they turn it around and make you feel bad about saying, "Hey, you're doing something horrible to me." Those kind of people you got to watch out for in life, everybody. They are narcissists. They are unempathetic. They're always going to be unempathetic, by the way. No matter how much you try to explain it to them, they just are not going to get it. They're not going to get the fact that they're mean. They're being mean and they're being unempathetic to how you feel, how they're making you feel. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, everybody. You can't change people who don't want to change, who don't understand, who don't have a comprehension of that particular problem, who can't empathize with you and your issues. So the most important thing is get people around you who can empathize, the people who do care about you, the people who are decent human beings. And there's a lot of them out there, everybody. There's a lot of decent human beings in the world. There absolutely are. You just got to find them and hang around with those peeps. Those are the peeps, the ones who truly care about you, the ones who say, "How are you doing? right? Not they calling you up because they want something. They're not using you because they want you to spend money on them, or using you to get something out of you. And the only time they ever talk to you or do anything with you is because you're doing something for them that benefits them. And if it doesn't benefit them, then they're not around. Watch out for those people. Those people are all over the place. They are fair weather friends or fair weather whatever, boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, wife, whatever it is, children, whatever it is. Those people only want to use you and want you to do stuff for them. And then when you say, hey, do something for me, they'll be like, well, sorry, too busy. I have too many other things to do. I'm too busy, right? Come on, put a 1 in the chat if you've had people do that on you, everybody, where you've helped them, like you've helped them move, or you've done a bunch of nice things for them. And then when it's time for them to reciprocate to you, they can't be found, right? Can't be found, right? Yeah, Unforgiven knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, there you go. I'm sure the rest of you do as well. If, again, you got those people in your life, everybody, be careful because they're only using you. And here's how you know whether they care. Oh, Wiss knows what I'm talking about. Here's how you know they care about you, everybody, is that they're there when you need them. They don't just want stuff from you, and they ask you how you're doing. They ask you how you're doing. They care about how you're doing, and they don't just care about themselves. And that's a tough thing. And they see you when you're working hard. They see you when you're struggling. They see you for you, and they're there for you when you're struggling each and every time. Those are the people that you should really care about. The people who are there when you're struggling and say, I'm here for you. Tell me what's wrong, right? Those are the people who are rare. Just think about all the people in your life right now that you could call and say, look, I'm having a hard time. And who would listen, and who wouldn't tell you, oh, do all these things, who would just listen to you and say, oh, I understand you're feeling bad. Those are the tough people to find in life. I tell you, they are very, very few. So cherish those people, everybody. The people who you can call and say, hey, I'm struggling. Again, it's a rough thing in life, everybody. It really is. So getting off of that, getting back to gaming, let's go ahead and play some Satisfactory. We're going to go ahead and get back on the server. Now, we've got some things to do. I got a to-do list in game, I believe. I know we were doing more extractions, some more factories, so we're going to kind of speed up a bit, do a whole bunch of factories that we're going to use for our basic, just putting it in the Dimensional Depot. And then we're going to probably work on our power systems today. We're going to try to upgrade our fuel to the next level fuel, rocket fuel, which we unlock rocket fuel and a whole bunch of other cool stuff at the end of the stream last time. So I say we get into it. Let's go. All right, let's get it going. Continue. Oh, pure lifestyle. Where the heck am I? Just in the middle of some bushes somewhere. That's funny. All right. Map. Where's my map? What the heck? That's weird. Hold on. No, that's not it. I resumed game. I didn't go on the server. That was really weird. I just totally freaked myself out. I went, well, there we go. Dio was that special person for you? I miss her so much. Me too, Wiz. I was hoping she was going to be, come back from that. But she did say she was trying, and that's the good thing, everybody. As someone who has been sick, who's just been on the edge of death for so long, just like every night when I go to sleep, everybody, I may not wake up. I'm not kidding. I'm not looking for sympathy or pity. That's my everyday. And to lose someone who's so wonderful. Oops. Wrong game loaded. Satisfactory. Isn't today Tuesday? Oh, you mean I loaded the wrong game in game? Oh, I see. You just totally got me, Register G. See, it's not all there. It's not all functioning on 100 things right there. Yes, no, I reloaded the wrong game. I didn't load in the server. I loaded the local game. You got me there. See how my brain is so broken? It's May the 6th. Where's your sheep's cloak? Yeah, my sheep cloak sitting right over here on the side. I'm not being a wizard today, though. I guess I'm a factory wizard, I guess. But I'm probably going to wear it when I'm playing some Throne and Liberty on Thursday. So if you want to see it, there you go. Kez, what illness do you have that would make it so you would not wake up one day? Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I have really bad sleep apnea, meaning that what happens is I stop breathing when I'm sleeping. And I've tried the CPAP machine. I have a thing called a mandible device that what it does holds my jaw forward so I don't die when I'm sleeping. So that's what I have. I've seen 11 different doctors. I've gone through so much stuff, everybody. I spent tens of thousands of dollars on doctors. I mean, every bit of my retirement, my wife's retirement, every penny I've spent on these doctors trying to solve that problem. And basically, the end result was, too bad, too sad, bro. Go lay down and die. That was basically the end result of a year's worth of going to all these doctors. I went to tests where they go do allergy tests and they put a needle in your back 100 times. I don't know if you've ever had that done. I've had it done twice. Where they actually poke you in the back with a bunch of needles and try to see what you're allergic to and see if you die from it. It's pretty messed up. So yes, I've had that for a very long time, 10 years, actually going on 11 years now. And I also have a constant dizziness, a vertigo. If you've ever run on a treadmill, that's the best way I can explain it. If you've ever run on a treadmill for 10, 15, 20 minutes or whatever, and you get off the treadmill and everything feels like it's still moving, and then everything feels like off, like you're dizzy and whatnot, that's how I feel every minute of every day for almost 11 years now. That's how I feel all day, right now, right this moment. That's how I feel. So I just get up every day, do as much as I can. You could say, oh, woe is me. I'm just going to give up on life. And I could have took disability and I could have done all of that. But I felt that was a death sentence, everybody. I felt like that was just me giving up on life and just say, oh, well, I'll just lay in the bed and this is how I'm going to exist for the rest of my life. No. No, Kismet, don't do that. Kismet, don't give up. So basically, I get up every day and I work to push that line back. And I pushed it way back now, everybody. You can see that from when I started, it was like 30 minutes, maybe like 2 hours if I was really pushing myself. And I would become so dizzy. I've literally fallen out of my chair, this chair, a chair like this. I've literally fallen out of my chair before because I've become so dizzy. I don't know if I'm falling or not falling, if I'm upright, if I'm not upright. And it's become way better because my doctors didn't catch the fact that my throat was closing up and that I was literally suffocating to death. I'm not kidding. And so I've learned to manage my dizziness. I've learned to manage it. I went to physical therapy and learned all of that stuff. And then they found out that my throat had been closing up for all these years and I had it stretched. And oh my God, it was like, oh, the clouds parted, the sun came down. It was like a miracle. That's what was a major factor. Now, of course, I still have middle channel ear imbalance, which causes that dizziness. Basically, my ear's messed up. I'm partially deaf in one of my ears. I hear everything very muddled. If there's multiple sounds going on at the same time, it really muddles it. That's why NPCs really irritate me. When I have multiple NPCs, I can't understand any of them because they're overlapping and there's multiple sounds going on at the same time. Like if there's a radio on and someone's talking, I can't understand anything that's going on. And I could get a hearing aid, or I could keep the lights on this month. Or I could pay for my kids to go to school and get their school materials and so on and so forth. Kismet can't afford no hearing aid and all of that stuff. So I just do what I do. How do you game through that sensation? Very, very difficultly. And again, I turn off motion blur. I turn off depth of field. I turn all that stuff off that really causes me to have that vertigo. But if I stand on the side here, whatnot. Now, it actually has like a different name, but vertigo is something people can understand. When you get up on a ladder, it makes you dizzy, it makes you spin. It's not really vertigo. It's like blah, 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 middle channel ear balance, whatever big, long medical name they call it. But when I get up here, I can feel it right there. It makes me a little bit dizzy. Now, right now, I'm like a 1-2 dizzy, right? But sometimes, like when I'm working out or if I have a lot of anxiety and stress, which I do every day because I'm just trying to survive, you know how it is. And then sometimes people treat me horribly, even though I'm a nice guy. That's what happens sometimes in life. People think it's okay because you're nice to treat you badly. I don't know why that is. I don't know why people treat nice people badly. I guess that's to try to like knock them down so they keep doing nice things for them. I don't know. I don't understand why thing. But I think it's probably lack of empathy, lack of caring. Usually, I find. But again, that's what causes that that dizziness, is that middle channel ear imbalance, and the fact that I had that problem. But I had my throat stretched. So again, if you are dizzy, if you're having a problem sleeping, like me, I have really bad insomnia as well. I know, it's just like all of the worst things that could be going on at the same time and that cause each other to be even worse, like cause me a lot of anxiety, which of course causes me to be dizzy, which makes it worse with insomnia. And again, it's all like contributing factors to each other. Again, I've gone round and round and round with doctors endlessly for just way too much time. And I find doctors are like human auto mechanics. You know, when you go get your car fixed and you can tell somebody's really skeezy and slimy and doesn't care about you and just trying to screw you over, just wants you to pay the money. Some doctors are like that, everybody. They absolutely are. They're just skeezy doctors that are just trying to, or slimy doctors, depending on you know, whatever term you want to call them, that don't care about you. They don't care if you live or die. They just want you to come in there so you can get them money and they can go buy their third Mercedes or whatever it is. So you got to find good doctors, everybody, that care somewhat. Most doctors don't care because they're you know, nowadays doctors are just running people through like, you know, a sheep mill, everybody. There's, you know, 50, 100 people a day that they see, and you know, they see you for all of 5 minutes. You think they care whether you live or die? Probably not. Probably not. And of course, they'll just write you some prescription for whatever the symptoms are, but they never cure your problem, right? If doctors were honest, they'd say, hey, you're overweight. You need to go lose that weight. That's what's causing you a lot of medical problems. That's what they would say. But they don't make any money doing that, do they? No, they don't. Unless they prescribe you pills for it. But again, some of that stuff is tough because you go into these doctors and they just don't care. Because they've, you know, because they've seen 100 people before you. And you're just one more person among hundreds, again, along the way. They don't really care. So yeah, that's how I game through it, is that I just am relentless. So I didn't take disability. I didn't take any of that. I just said, screw it. I'm just going to do what I have to do, get up every day and find a way. And so I did. And here I am. I'm streaming and doing my thing. And then I do kind things for other people. I do giveaways. I raise funds for charity. I do things like that to make me feel good about me. And about just keeping going on, everybody. Because when you're really sick, sometimes you're thinking them bad thoughts. You're thinking them bad thoughts where you don't want to go on anymore. I'm talking some scary stuff, everybody. And I can tell you, I've thought about it many times. Do I want to go on? Do I want to live my life suffering every day? Is there a path in which I can go where I'm not going to be suffering every single day? Making me emotional, everybody. Woo! And I can tell you, I suffer every day. Every day. It's a constant suffering. Because if you, imagine if you got like a sleep, right? So say you slept for 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, and you only felt like you got 30 minutes of sleep every day for 10 years. Imagine how you would feel. That's how I feel. If you can empathize with that. See, I'm still alive because of willpower. Because I've chosen to be alive, everybody. And of course, all of your guys' love and attention here on the stream, you know, keep me going. And it's rough. It's rough every day. So I just try to be an inspiration. You know what I mean? Get up every day. Do as much as you can. You know? Do as much as you can. And not only inspire other people, inspire yourself. When you do something cool or amazing, like you do something awesome in a game, or you raise like $16,000 for St. Jude's Children's Hospital, like me on my tiny little stream, then be proud of those kind of things. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah, so I try to get up. It's kind of like playing a game in the hardest mode with a bunch of disabilities or disadvantages. and then trying to win that game. Imagine that, playing it, because I play in life in the hardest mode. Just like I do in games, everybody. It's rough. So there you go. Yes, so again, like I said, Stare Live, I have, wow, I've said this story like 1,000 times on stream. I have a really bad sleep apnea. I have insomnia. I have anxiety attacks, panic attacks, because I feel like I'm falling all the time. So it really, if I fall, everybody, I'm going to be 55. If I fall, I'm going to be seriously injured. So that's all I'm doing all the time whenever I'm walking or moving or even sitting. I'm always worried about that falling. And then, of course, I have family and, wife and kids. And I have to worry about, are we going to have enough to pay the electric bill this month and whatnot? Because I don't make a dime doing this, but I put every penny back into it in the form of giveaways and all that other stuff. And so I have that problem, and I have a constant dizziness. It's called a middle channel ear imbalance. You have 3 channels in your ear, and it basically, I've gone deaf, partially deaf in one ear, and it has caused me to become dizzy. I thought it was from some medicine I was taking. I don't know, maybe that medicine I did activated it or just pushed it to make it worse. But for the past 11 years, I've been dizzy every day. Kind of like when you're running on, like I said earlier, like when you're running on the treadmill for 15, 20 minutes or even an hour, however long you run it, and then when you get off, and then you feel like you keep moving. That's the only advantage of me being dizzy, by the way, all the time, is that I've learned to manage that feeling. And so when I'm running on the treadmill, because I'm losing weight, I'm 53 pounds down, everybody, I'm crushing it. I'm running on the treadmill, I can just get right off. Because I already feel like that. So I'm already used to feeling like that movement. So I get right off the treadmill with no problem and just go along. That's the only advantage. While everybody else, they got to stop. They got to hold on the treadmill. They got to step down or they'll fall. I'm just used to doing that all the time. So there you go. There you go. Oh, with schizophrenia. Oh, man, that's a rough one, Stare Alive. So you kind of feel when you're up. Well, see, when you, Meniere's disease. Yes, they said that potentially that could be a thing, too. They said they could deafen me in that ear, and that may cause my dizziness to go away. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's trading one thing for another thing. Now I'm going to be deaf completely in that ear. I'm like, no, I'll just live with it. I'll just live with it instead of being completely deaf in one ear. Because at least I can partially hear out of that ear. It's muddy, but I could probably get a hearing aid and it would be better. But I got to get my kids through school first and keep the lights on and do all of that stuff first. So I don't want to spend our money on that. I would rather, it's just like when people say, Kismet, you should go, get your teeth fixed and, get braces and straighten your teeth out and whatnot. I'm 55 years old, everybody, coming up in June. You think I should get my teeth fixed or you think I should get my kids' teeth fixed? Because I can only do one or the other. So my kids who are like 20 and 17, their teeth is going to last them 20, 30, 40 years. So I'd rather fix their teeth than to fix mine. Because that's the way I think, everybody. That's the way I think. I think better used and better benefit on my kids and them than it would be on me. I don't care. I'm old. I'm old. If you can't like me because I am who I am, then that's on you. That's not on me. So there you go. So yeah, I think that's what they had told me before, that it could potentially be that. Here's the thing about doctors, everybody. Sometimes they don't know. Actually, a lot of times they don't know. They have no idea. Let me go look that up and see if that's what they were talking about. See, I don't know this stuff, everybody. I can tell you everything you want to know about gravity design for endless hours. But there you go. There's a disorder of the inner ear that causes severe discord, ringing in the ears, yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's the thing they're talking about. Yes, a vertigo, a ringing and buzzing. I do hear that. Hearing loss, which does go up and down. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Let me bring it over here. For those who might have the same symptoms as me. A constant vertigo, a sinning or whirling sensation. Yes, ringing, buzzing in the ears. I hear that all the time. It'll go, me. It'll do that kind of thing. Right? Become more permanent. And then my hearing does go up and down. Again, especially when it's mixed into different stuff. Feeling a pressure or stiffness in the ear. Yeah, sometimes. I do get nausea. I haven't vomited yet from it. But there we go. Sweating. I never even thought of that as part of that. Yes, difficulty maintaining balance. And this is what stresses me out all the time, everybody, is that I do have difficulty doing that. Yeah, see? Oh, wow, that's explaining it right there. Drop attacks in severe cases. Vertigo causes a loss of balance and falls. You know how many times I've fallen? Hundreds of times. Hundreds of times over the last 10 years. I like go walk with my kids at the park. Boom, down I go. I got a trick now, everybody. If you start to feel like you're falling, sit down. Sit down immediately so you don't fall down and hurt yourself. I've fallen hundreds of times. Easy hundreds of times. So yes, that pretty much explains it right there. Hey, go AI. You know what? I'm going to copy that and I'm going to put that in Notepad over here. So yes, I think that's what, I actually had a lady tell me that her mom had that same thing. And that's when they offered to, and I think they've told me this before. See, the problem is when you have all these things, you're not all here anymore, everybody. Your brain's not functioning because you're just not sleeping like a normal person would sleep. So it's hard for me to remember things. It's hard for me to, I know it's in there. Like when I'm trying to say something to my kids and they'll laugh at me because I can't like remember the thing. You know what I mean? Like remember someone's name, or I'll say their name wrong, or something like that. They don't realize that's part of my medical conditions, and that when you make fun of people like that, you're making fun of disabled people. But they're young, everybody. They don't understand the nuances of all of that stuff yet. Yeah, so people, when you have this kind of problem, when you have this thing all the time, is they're always correcting you. And they don't realize how offensive that is. When you are trying to struggle to say something and then they're like correcting what you're trying to say, you just want to give someone, like they're having a seizure, everybody. It's like you want to give them time to work through it, because it's kind of like having a bad hard drive. A hard drive in which it doesn't respond as quickly, it doesn't recall as fast. That's basically what it is. It's damaged in there from lack of sleep. Yes, that's exactly right, House. Thank you again for reminding me that. I was trying to, I forgot what they call that, because, again, like I was saying, so there we go. Yes, so that's basically, that explains it exactly. That's a great way of explaining it. You know what, I'll put that link in the chat, too. Hold on, let me go back and find that. You guys want to know more about it? I'll put it in the chat. If you guys are having those kind of symptoms, and whatnot, hold on. I'll just put the link in there. There you go. You guys can go check it out. If that's you, everybody, then you want to definitely go and see the help of a professional as well. And basically it explains that it's basically like a swelling inside your inner ear. And, you know, it could be from 1,000 different things, everybody. I spent probably 90% of my time in my childhood in the water. I also listened to headphones and music way too loud. It could be one of 1,000 factors, or just getting old. It could be any of those factors, or it could have been the medicine I was taking I was having constant sinus infections all the time, right? So ear, nose, and throat doctor all the time, right? So I started taking this medicine. It started making me dizzy. I stopped taking the medicine. I never stopped being dizzy after that. Ever. Crazy, everybody, crazy. That's my thoughts, too. It's all down here from here. I don't think so, Jeff. I don't think so. I think you can fight back for it. Don't listen to doctors. You know what you should do? Listen to you. You are the factor. You are the X factor in everything that you do. I say, go out there, take better care of yourself, like I've done, everybody. Again, if I can inspire just one person, I have lost 53 pounds, and not easily, everybody. I didn't take no magic mystery pills. I didn't get on no magic machine that made it happen. I stopped drinking so much soda. I reduced the soda, 44 ounce to a large, to a medium, to a small, and then stopped drinking soda. And then I got back on soda again. It's like, oh, God, I got to get off of this because I gained 10 pounds back again. Okay, let me get off of that again. And then now I just drink water, orange juice, things of that nature. The orange juice that doesn't have 10 pounds of sugar in it, by the way, the Simply Orange I really like. And I just drink a little bit of it, not a whole bunch of it, because I have had my gallbladder taken out too. So if I take my gallbladder out and I eat a lot of acid food, it upsets my stomach. I get acid reflux. So I stopped eating food that makes my stomach upset. I know, crazy, right? As well. And so what I did is I said, there's maybe nothing you can do, doctors, but there's something I can do, not give up and not die. Oh, look at the train going by right there. Oh, I should make the Kismet train go by at the bottom like that. I really like that. I actually really like that right there where it just went by. That's totally an accident, but that was cool. I totally distracted as well. So yes, I say it's not downhill. I say you fight for your health, everybody. You don't let doctors dictate what it is, because doctors, again, are like human mechanics. Some of them are sucky. They're terrible at their job. They don't care about you, but there are some that do. There are some great doctors out there, great nurses, great specialists, and you got to seek them out. You got to go as many as you got to go to find them. Like I have a really great primary doctor and a neurologist who helped me with my sleeping, who said, here's what you do, Kismet. You go and you sleep when you can. That's what you do. Don't worry about it. Sleep as much as you can when you can, and that will help you keep going. Because if you don't sleep, everybody, you will die. It's like drinking too much water. You'll die. If you don't go to the bathroom and you hold it for too long, you'll die. If you eat too much food at any given time, you keep eating a lot of food and you keep getting it, it makes it harder for your body to do stuff. That's why people are overweight die sooner than people who are not overweight. And of course, me, being the foolish person that I was, threw caution to the wind, ate way too much food, gained 100 pounds until I was 230 pounds. I'm 5'9". 230 pounds is way too heavy. But again, through dropping soda, starting to eat better, I started doing what I call substitution, right? Where you, like I used to have a bowl of M&Ms. I mean, a big bowl, a big cup. It was called an Epic cup because it said Epic on the side. Not like the gaming store, but just Epic because it was an Epic size cup. And then I would have M&Ms in it. And you know how it is when you're eating chips or candy or whatever. You start eating those M&Ms while you're working at the computer, and then you look down and you ate a just family size full of M&Ms. That's why you don't leave them on your desk. And so I stopped doing that. I started switching those for strawberries and grapes and things like that. I lost another 10 pounds. Then I thought, okay, now I'm feeling inspired. I lost about 20 pounds. I'm down just a little bit. Even if you lose 3 pounds, everybody, you should be inspired to go and walk a little bit more. And that's what I started doing. Started walking 7 minutes there and 7 minutes back. Just a little bit of activity, everybody. You don't have to go be a pro bodybuilder. Go out there and drink your protein drink and your macros and your micros and all of that crap and watch all your calories. Don't do any of that crap in the beginning if you don't understand it. Now, if you're all into it, go do your thing. But if you're not into all of that and it's not like your jam, just start small. Very small. Walk just a little bit. 7 minutes there, 7 minutes back. You walk for 15 minutes. Bam. Walk as fast as you feel comfortable. You don't have to run. You don't have to jog. You don't have to do any of that. You're just walking a little bit. You got a treadmill? Walk on the treadmill for 5 minutes. That's it. Just a little bit. And then next time, 6 minutes. And then maybe increase the speed a little bit. Just a little, maybe 1.1, 0.2, whatever it is. And that's how I've gotten to where I am now. A little bit across a long period of time. Because you know how I got overweight? A little bit over a long period of time. Because I didn't instantly gain 100 pounds, everybody. I gained 1 pound a year for 30 years. Times 2, times 3, because sometimes some years you're gaining 5 pounds, some years you're gaining 10 pounds, because you're busy keeping your family going, keeping grinding every day. You're working every single day just to keep the lights on, and so your kids can go to school and have a great education and go on and do their thing. And that's what you're doing in life. You're just grinding. Everybody's doing it. You're not the only one out there grinding, everybody. I'm not the only one. I can tell you a lot of people out there grinding every single day. And those are the people I most admire, who get up every day and say, you know what? I'm going to make the most out of today. That's what I'm going to do. And I do that every day. Because, I don't know, I'm like on borrowed time, everybody. I'm on, the fact that I'm still alive 10 years later when they basically wrote me off at age 45 is astounding to me. And that's pure force of will, because I'm relentless. I never give up. I will keep at something until the end of time, just like streaming, everybody. I never gave up on this stream. I never did. Because, it's like every month. Because you can just go up there, everybody. Look how many subs I have. I have 111. Take that number, times it by 2.5, and that's how much the stream makes every month. That's it. $200. And I take that $200 and I put it right back into giveaways and things of that nature here in the stream and projects and stuff like that. And that's what I do every single month. And of course, we got electric bills and all the other bills that you have to deal with every day. My wife works 6 days a week to keep things going. So that's what I do every day. Again, you got to just get up and some days you just don't want to. You just don't want to do it. And, sometimes I take those days off. I just say, you know what? I'm not feeling well. I don't feel inspired today. It's a rough day. That's what I call a rough day. But those are part of your journey. Failure is part of the journey. Not doing something is part of the journey. Just say, okay, well, today's this day. I'm taking this day off. Or today I'm going to go have some pizza. Right? Fine. You have pizza that day. Just don't do it every day. Just say, okay, tomorrow, getting back into the gym. Tomorrow, I'm going to rest up today and then try to do more tomorrow. Right? That's what you do. That's what you do every day. A little small thing. You should put that in the MAM, right? A bad hard drive? You're right. I should put that in the MAM. What's graphic design? Oh, you better watch out, bro. You better watch out, Stare Alive. That's like a five-day stream right there. I'm literally using Photoshop, and I decided to want to take graphic design serious, as well as studying for my professional certificate. I've been doing graphic design for 30 years. I've worked for the top companies in the world. I've done every type of graphic design. Not bragging, just telling you, hey, that's what I've done in my life. I use Photoshop 0.9. Before it was 1.0. I pioneered Photoshop, Illustrator, all of those programs, pioneered gaming and computers when they first came out. I worked in pre-press and printing. If you don't know what that is, that's the highest level of graphic design, where not only do you know graphic design, but you also know printing, you know paper, you know inks, you know everything about the entire process from the top down and from the end to the beginning and the beginning to the end. You got to know all of it to do that. You have to be really top shelf, the best of the best to really do a good job at that. And I've done hundreds of thousands of projects. Hundreds of thousands. Some of them I did, and some of them that were just sent in, and I go, oh, well, that's not right. Let me fix that. Okay, let me run this out to film. Then they take the film, they put it on the press, they print the paper, or you'll do a design, and it'll go up on a website eventually, because I did it way back in the 90s, everybody. 90s, and then 2000s, and so on. I did that for many years. So, yes. I do have some stuff on the basics of graphic design on my YouTube channel. If you want to check that out, I'll go ahead and throw that on there. You just search Kismet Graphic Design. I teach you some of the basics and whatnot. How to use colors, primaries, secondaries, secondary colors, about white space, all that kind of stuff. I've done a few of those just to show some love here on the stream, to kind of pass that knowledge on. So check it out, Stare Alive, and let me know what you think about those videos. Make sure to hit the like button when you're over there, because it does help the stream tremendously, all right? And again, everybody, I'm just here to inspire you, to bring a little love and positivity into your day. There's enough of that other stuff going around. You don't need any more of that. So again, just be inspired to get up every day and say, today is the day we're going to do something, bro. We're going to get it. We're going to get it going on. And life is a big balance too. I was really well off when I was in my 20s, right? I grew up, my parents were poor. They didn't have a lot of money and whatnot, and they struggled to do everything. They had to work really hard to keep the family going, like I'm doing now with my family. I got into something that was amazing. I was really far ahead because I discovered something that I loved to do when I was young, graphic design. I saw a printing press, and then I saw a little room where it was air conditioning, because there was no air conditioning in the printing press. And I was like, what do those people do? And they're like, oh, they're doing the design stuff that goes to the press. And I'm like, oh, I want to do that. I want to be in that air conditioning room where they're doing the graphic design. And they used to do traditional graphic design, where they did it on a light table, where they would cut little masks and they would put the photo in, and then they'd take the text, which was done separately. That's called stripping or paste up. Where you paste up all of the stuff basically on a piece of film, and then once you've got it all put together, you would then contact it onto another piece, which would be your final master, which would then go to the press, burn onto a plate. Then from the plate would push down like a big rubber stamp, onto the paper. That's how papers are printed. And then if it's in color, it's 4 different stamps, CMYK, and that makes a color paper or a color magazine or a color card, or, you know, the cards you buy to, like, for happy birthday, all that stuff. That's how all that stuff is done. So there you go. Oh man, I go on for graphic design for endless hours. You better watch out. Kismet spawned in this server on the hardest setting with the debuffs and still killing it. Exactly. I'm playing in the survival mode, just like in Fallout, but in real life. Yes, I'm definitely. It's a daily survival mode. I just try to get up and do as much as I can every day, everybody. And then again, if I get another day, I just try to get one more day every day, as many days as I get, because I keep waking up. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to wake up anymore, but again, a little depression will kick in on you. And I just like, okay, you know what? I'd be fine if I went to sleep and that would be it, right? Some of those days are rough days. You're having a rough day on those days. But if I wake up, I say, you know what? Apparently I'm supposed to stay here. Let's go up and do something today. Let's play some Satisfactory. And I did that today. But I got up today and said, okay, let's get up. Let's go ahead, get ready. Let's play some Satisfactory. Of course, we've got off on a tangent, which is not surprising in my stream, right? We'll get off on a tangent for a while, but don't worry, we'll get back to the gameplay. We'll get back to mega building and all that stuff. But my favorite thing to do here as a streamer is to talk to the chat, is to inspire people, to go out there and do it. Because you answer to nobody, everybody. You answer to no one. You can go do whatever you want in life. You can absolutely can. Look at me. I'm 55 years old. I'm a Twitch partner, everybody. You know how many Twitch partners are? Like 40, 50,000 out of millions of people. Just a very select few. You know how many YouTube partners? Way more. But I'm also a YouTube partner as well. Now, I started at age 45, everybody. I'm not no young kid. I'm not no good-looking guy with blue hair or red hair or yellow hair, whatever hair is the trend now. Or a beautiful woman who's in here, you know, with also with the purple hair or whatever it is. I'm just an average guy. I am who I am. I don't play a character. I don't pretend to be anything else. I don't BS. I don't lie. I don't cheat. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm not here to sell you stuff. Though if I see something cool, I will tell you about it. And if you go buy it, awesome. If not, cool. If you use an affiliate link, great. If you don't, also great. Because I'm that guy. I'm that guy who doesn't care about all that crap anymore. All I care about is inspiring people every single day. That's what my stream is all about. And sometimes I inspire you to play amazing games. And if I help you find your next favorite game, then I'm doing it right. That's it. That's how I look at it every day. How often do you stream? I try to stream every day. It ain't easy when you're older. And also I've been streaming longer. What I'm really trying to do is stream longer. Trying to stream, you know, 8, 10, 12 hours, trying to build up that, it's kind of like long distance running, everybody. You're trying to build up that resistance. You're trying to build up that ability to do that. Because again, going from like 30 minutes to like a couple hours where I become too dizzy and I have to lay down. And I've laid down many times on stream. Sometimes, recently, even more so because I've been pushing myself so much that sometimes I'll go lay down and say, okay, I'm going to lay down in between on a break. And I'll wake up like an hour later. I've done it twice now. But that's not bad if you think about it, because I've streamed for thousands of times and only done it twice. But really pushing myself. Again, just, you've got to, if the line's here, and you're like, well, that's it. That's all I can do. Well, it's not all you can do. You can push that line a little back and a little bit. I'm living proof, everybody. I was stuck in the bed for a year. I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't do anything. I would crawl to the bathroom. Not kidding. I'd be so dizzy that every minute the room was spinning. Every minute of every day. Oh, here comes some love for you guys, making it rain. There's some Kids Cats for you guys. Oh, and you also got the retweets done too. Let me go ahead and give those out because Jock is going to do that here in a second. He sure is. Thank you, Jockers, for that reminder. I appreciate it. But yeah, so that's the thing. So go up there. If you love graphic design like I loved it, oh, you got to live it. You got to live it every day. You can learn a lot from other people. Don't steal their work, but learn a lot from other people. And it's really about, the hardest thing is coming up with the idea. That's the thing. Making it is actually the easiest part. I can make logos and stuff. It's like breathing to me now because I've been doing it so long. And in the beginning, it was tough because you had to come up with all these ideas. You had to come up with different things. So you have to look, and what I'd like to do is absorb what the theme of whatever it is. So I'd have them go and decide, say, hey, you go look around and see what kind of thing that you like. Bring that to me, and then I'll look at it and see what you like. And then I'll try to think of an idea that's uniquely yours. Not steal their stuff. Do not steal other people's work, everybody. Do not steal and copy their stuff. So you want to go in and say, okay, what can I do that's along this line that's uniquely great for this particular client? And you know how I know that worked? Because I literally had thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs that I've done. Everybody, a lot, hundreds of thousands I've actually worked on. So there you go. Just want to hit the button. I know, right? There you go. Where am I from? My mother and father, Chunker says. This is true. So is everybody. Everybody's from the same place if you think about it. Yeah, I just thought of that. I'm from California. Born and raised in Southern California by Disneyland, if you're familiar with that. It's cool because I used to walk out and watch the fireworks, so you can see the fireworks from your house if you live anywhere within, that radius of the thing. So I used to watch that as a kid. Watch all those fireworks as well. Oh, look out. We're getting some sub love right here. Profit just gave you a gifted sub as well. Now you get the Epic Kismet emotes. You get the animated emotes. You don't have to watch any ads here on the channel as well. As you get 3 times the chance to win and 3 times the Kiz Caps just by lurking in the channel. So be in the channel all month long, and you never know because I give away literally thousands of dollars worth of stuff because I have a lot of epic sponsors like Bethesda, Bethesda Gear, Elgato, Blue, and of course one of my favorite, Fraser, who is the maker of the Kismet candy bar. If you don't believe me, go down there in the panels and click on it. Check it out. It's awesome. It's amazing. They didn't name it after me, by the way, everybody. I don't have that kind of ego. They had come out with it many, many years before me. They're like the true Willy Wonka of candy, everybody. They are so good. Watch out if you buy a box of that, because a box of that's going to be gone like that. And they've actually sent me, by the way, thousands of candy bars. This is how cool they are. They sent me thousands of candy bars to give out at TwitchCon. I've done it like 3 times, so that's 3,000 candy bars that I've given out at TwitchCon. I just giving them out just to random people. Just say, hey, here you go, Kismet candy bar. Here you go, have some fun and whatnot. I love doing that as well. I just love to see people's face light up when you do something kind for them out of nowhere. Just some random stranger comes up and just says, here, have a free candy bar. Here, have a free this, that, or other thing. Or free, another one is BJ's Restaurant and Brew House. They gave me like 1,000 desserts to give out. Because I convince people this is a great thing. Because it's advertising for them as well, everybody. So that's a double benefit. Because, somebody will come in there and they might buy dinner and then get ice cream. Or maybe they'll just come in and get ice cream. We'll see. But they have my favorite dessert called the Pazuki, which is like they make a cookie and then it's warm. It's a warm cookie, and then they put cold ice cream on the top. So you take a little cold ice cream and super gooey warm cookie, and then, oh God, it is the greatest thing on earth, I tell you. It is the absolutely greatest thing on earth, everybody, I tell you. I absolutely love those Pazukis. So you got it if you've never had one, everybody. BJ's Restaurant and Brew House. Go over there and get one. They are amazing as well. So I have a bunch of awesome sponsors like that, everybody. Like the current sponsor, who is Free the Sheep, who sent me a really cool weighted cloak for my anxiety, because they had seen the stream and they said, Kismet, we know that you suffer from anxiety. We have something for anxiety if you want to check it out. I said, sure, go ahead and send it to me, and if I like it, I'll show it off on stream. And so I did. So, and I really love it, everybody. It's great. And funny thing is the second time I fell asleep for way too long was just the other day when I was wearing that cloak, and I thought, you know what, I'll lay down with the cloak. It's like wearing a hug, everybody. It's because it's just slightly weighted. It's only about 4 pounds, and it weighs you down just enough to make you feel comfortable and secure. And so I laid down with it on a break, and I was out, everybody. I was like out, and I slept right through my alarm that I had set. Then I got up, and I was like, whoa, man, time just went by like crazy. I was tired, though, so it actually worked out well. Remember, I'm an old man, everybody. I just trying to get up every day and try to stay alive. I was trying to think if I should make a video on my diagnosis because I was told doing so, and I feel doing so. Someone else, something in me wants to make a video about it. If you got that drive inside there, Stay Alive, I say go do it. I say go do it, and maybe it might help someone else. See, someone else who's suffering with the same thing. And again, everybody, if you're suffering with trouble wanting to go on and all that stuff, remember, there's a lot of people out there. If you don't have a support system, you know, wife and family and extended family and all that stuff that I can lean on and whatnot when I'm really suffering. But if you don't have anybody, there's a lot of places you can reach out. Remember, there's so many people just like you suffering through the same things. Everybody, I've met so many people who have the same problem as me, who are dizzy all the time, who have an issue with that. Even my doctor's assistant, her mom has the same problem. And she had her ear, she had it done where she got deafened, and then the dizziness went away. But I just don't want to be. I don't want to be completely deaf in that ear. I've learned to live with the dizziness now, and that the fact that I had my throat fixed made the dizziness way less. But when I'm working out and stuff like that, it comes back like massively. And it'll be a thing I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. It's kind of like when you lose a hand or an arm, or you have some sort of disability, right? Maybe you lost the ability to walk. Maybe you lost the ability to use, your arms or whatnot from whatever conditions you have. It's like that. It'll never go away. It'll always be something, some sort of challenge that you'll have to live with. And so now I just live with it. I have no other choice, right? You don't really have another choice. You don't have an ability to just wave your magic wand. If I did, I would do it for everybody. I'd just wave my magic wand and everybody'd be all better. But that's not real life, everybody. Real life, you gotta just do the grind, you know. As a therapist yourself, I'd say get a therapist as well for support. Absolutely, Prophet. Absolutely. If you find it, therapists are also like, doctors, everybody. There's good therapists that might sync with you, and then there's some therapists that don't care about you. And then there's some therapists that are just, will lock in with you, that are totally the type of person that you need to help you. So again, don't turn away. There's nothing wrong with going to a therapist, by the way, everybody. It's like a stigma that is totally incorrect about going to a therapist. Remember, it's not about what everybody else thinks. It's about you and what you need and how the help that you need. And if other people are bringing you down or treating you horrible and you need someone to lean on, there's nothing wrong with going to a therapist, everybody. Don't take it as a stigma. Don't take it as a bad thing. Don't take it as a weakness, because, as a man, you got to be stoic and whatnot. Nah, go see a therapist if you need a therapist, everybody. Absolutely. Go see a therapist, and there's free services as well that you can find if you don't have the means to pay for a therapist. So seek out those free services as well, and also use the hotlines if you need to. If you're feeling really down and you're thinking of hurting yourself, or you don't want to be around anymore, absolutely reach out, everybody. Remember, you're not the only one. You're not alone, because I can tell you, I've been there. I've been there. Like, do I really want to live the rest of my life dizzy every single day? I've asked myself that pretty much every day for 11 years now, going on 11 years. And today I said yes. Today I want to play some Satisfactory and hang out with all of you and inspire all of you. So thanks again, everybody. And I kind of feel like this is like stream therapy, everybody, that we're all talking to each other. And we're talking about issues, and we can say, yeah, I understand. I know how that feels as well. So there you go. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they should call you, Prophet. You need some more clients? Or are you all booked up? Yeah, so you could be like the streamers therapist. Help all these streamers with bad issues, like me. The one thing that I've noticed a lot about streamers, everybody, when I go to TwitchCon and whatnot, a lot of streamers are really shy. You do know that off stream, I barely talk. I barely say anything, which is funny because I'm the exact opposite on stream. I'm usually commentating and talking the whole time and just trying to entertain everybody, just kind of, bring a little joy into their day. Through my commentary and whatever I'm doing here on stream. But I'm actually the exact opposite. Like, if you meet me at TwitchCon, I'll be really quiet, really, kind of introverted and whatnot. I'm the type of person that when I'm at a party, I got to kind of warm up to it, as opposed to just being the extrovert running around or whatnot. I used to be way more introverted when I was young. And then I kind of grew out of that, and then I kind of got more confident in myself, and that kind of thing as you get older. And again, I find that a lot of streamers are introverted, everybody. This is their kind of outlet, their kind of way of talking to people through the chat. So know that about people. And I really think it's great. I think it's great that that introverts have an outlet like that, that they have a way of connecting with people and talking with people, because they find it really difficult to do in real life. So I appreciate that part of streaming as well. If you didn't know that, now you know. So there you go. All right, mega building. Big shout out to my buddies. Speaking of awesome sponsors, everybody, G Portal, who are by the way. They did not send me this shirt. I had this shirt made because I'm a graphic designer. So I went and got it made from Teespring. I had my own shirt made. They don't even have shirts. I got the only shirt. So go check them out, everybody. Again, I appreciate them sponsoring the channel. So I want to give them a shout out because they are awesome, everybody. There's like companies that just, okay, yeah, whatever. They just, pay the bill, whatever. And then there's like people who go out of their way to be kind and go out of their way to help you, and that's the way G Portal is, everybody. They are incredibly awesome. They've gone out of their way for me so many times where I'm like, hey, I'm trying to set up a server. Oh, no problem, Kismet. We'll get that set up for you, bro. They're just super kind in that way, and that's really, really tough to find, everybody. And I'd say here's what you do. You vote with this. So when game companies are making games that are $90 and $80, you vote with this. You don't buy them. You don't buy them. You don't buy those systems when they're cranking the prices way up. You know what you do? You go buy games like Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered, which is still $50. And that's a deal, everybody. That game is awesome. Because I can tell you, because I've been gaming for 50 years, everybody, I can tell you within 5 to 10 minutes of playing a game whether it's a great game or not. I can tell you. Black Myth Wukong, 5 minutes of playing. I already knew. Valheim, already knew. I can go on and on and on. I got a giant list I could tell you. And I called it every time. I called those Game of the Years every single time if I played them. I can tell you, because I know great gameplay, because I've played tens of thousands. I don't know. It might be hundreds of thousands if you think about it over 50 years. That's a lot of hours, everybody. That's a lot of hours. Now, of course, I was also out there being a graphic designer. I've also been a senior tech at Apple. That's a very hard thing to do, by the way, everybody. So that's like becoming a Twitch partner or becoming a YouTube partner. Probably 50 times harder than that to become a senior tech over there. And sadly, I got sick, and that's why I had to leave. Otherwise, I'd still be doing that, by the way, because that was one of my favorite jobs of all time. Absolutely loved it. I love working with all the awesome people there. I don't really care about corporate people, everybody. Corporate people are just there to, make money. But there's a lot of really inspiring people who are there, who are the actual makers of things. Not the people who are, the financial people, but the people who are makers of stuff. The people who make great games like this. The people who made Satisfactory, such an incredibly great game. I mean, every update has been amazing in this game. I mean, that's really hard to do. I mean, it was a 10 out of 10 in early access, everybody. I call it a 12 out of 10. That's how good it is. That's what a great genre-defining game it is. I mean, like, in that level of, like, Factorio, everybody. Again, obviously this game is inspired by Factorio. Incredibly great game as well. Like a game like Fallout New Vegas, like a game like Fallout 3. I love Fallout 4 myself because it has building and I'm the Wasteland Tycoon in there and so on. Remember, there's a lot of people who work really hard to make these games amazing. And don't let the corporate a-holes make it where you are discouraging the people who are really doing the work, right? The everyday Joe who's out there and they want to make a great game. They want to make something amazing. So keep that in mind out there, everybody. A corporation is not just the top people. It's made up of all the other people below as well. So, and sometimes I kind of feel like they're above. You know what I mean? The average Joe is like a kind, decent human being, and then the corporate a-holes up there who just want to monetize everything and suck the life out of games, and they just make games to make money. They don't make great games. They just want to make money doing it, right? They're not in it to make great games, and that's what sucks. And sometimes, and I love the shadow drop that they did too, everybody. That's my favorite thing. That's such a win, everybody. It's such a win. It's such a win to just come out of nowhere and say, bam, Oblivion Remastered. Now, I've never played the game, everybody, but I can tell you within 5-10 minutes that that game is awesome. It is really good. I enjoyed every minute of it. In fact, this is how you know. I played for 12 hours one day, and then I played for 13 hours the next day. I mean, I can't say anything more great about it than that as well. And I tell it to you straight, everybody. If it's a sucky game, I would say, I don't like this game. I'm out. Or you just never see me play it. I turn down 99% of most of that stuff that people send me. They'll send me, hey, Kismet, you want to try our game on stream? No, it's not my type of game. I don't think my community like it, or I don't like it. I turn all of that stuff down. And the same thing with stuff like Free the Sheep there, right? 99% of that stuff, I don't want to do like, what do they call it? Sports drinks or any of that kind of stuff. I'm not into that. I know I'm not going to use it, and so, I'm not going to promote it here on the stream. But something that's cool, that helps you with your anxiety, and that's something that's directly related to me, and I know how I would feel using it, and you got my live impressions, because I used it for the first time on stream, and tell you how I honestly feel about it. Those are the things that I like to do. Though I like to be sincere. I like to be straightforward and honest and not try to sell you stuff, just trying to bring something that may bring you joy, that you might get. And again, you can use the affiliate link or not. I don't care. If it makes you feel good and you say, Kismet, you know what? This thing is awesome. I feel better. I feel less anxiety. I feel good when I'm sitting here gaming and I've got that on, and it's just making me feel like, okay, I'm good. I'm good, right? I had to deal with all the stress and the horror of work and terrible people. And now I can just sit and have my own little moment where I'm gaming, I'm doing whatever I'm doing, or if you're gaming on the keyboard, depending on, see, I'm always doing controller, but the funny thing is, the only time I use my controller is either when I'm playing Xbox or PlayStation games on stream, or when of course I had to get a blue one because Fallout, or when I'm doing fishing in Throne and Liberty. Because I can set it to my TV, and then I can sit in bed because I get dizzy, and then do the fishing thing. Which usually I fall asleep doing it, by the way. If you ever see me in game and I'm just standing around, that's me falling asleep. Because I'm old. There you go. Your support assistant for 7 days on G Portal? Oh, look at you go, Unforgiven. Thank you for helping peeps out. I appreciate you. Okay, we're actually going to play some games here. I appreciate you hanging out. In fact, you guys were so patient all that time. Watch this. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 caps. That's a lot of caps, everybody. There's a massive amount of caps that you can use for future giveaways. All of you, everybody in the stream, for being kind enough to let me inspire people here in the stream while I was just standing in game. So I greatly appreciate all of you who just support the stream just by lurking in the channel, just chilling out, and all of that. Oh, look at you go, Prophet! 400,000 caps, holy mackerel! And again, I got a lot of giveaways coming up, everybody. I'm really trying to work on a bunch of stuff that's coming up. We'll get into all of that. Okay, let's go ahead and pick up where we left off. Let's see, can we get our teleporter working? And if you didn't know, yeah, they got a teleporter in this game. All right, I think I need to put 2 of them in there. I always forget what it is. It's Control, Alt, right-click, Control, drag. Control, and then drag. That's what it is. I only need 2. 2 right there. Sort those all back down. It's cool every time. See, most people just make a portal and you just portal back and forth. Satisfactory goes all out, everybody. I appreciate it. I appreciate the quality of what they do. Because you know somebody was working on that and they're like, oh man, that's really cool. All right. No fuel. More fuel does it need? Two more. There we go. All right, there we go. So apparently you need a lot of fuel. Oh, I just walk in. Forgot. Just walk in. That's all you do. Shoom! There we go. Now the portal will stay up until those get burnt up, and those will get burnt up in time. So eventually what I need to do is create a process that'll just keep those portals open all the time. All right, welcome to the mega build, everybody. Now, normally I build everything like a box. And you know, like if you look at all the stuff up there, which we'll go back up there eventually, you can see I just build it as a square because that's the most efficient way of doing it, because you're getting the maximum square footage like you would in real life to do that. So that's an efficient way to play. Now this is less efficient, but it's still efficient because I'm showing you how to modularly build. And so what's happening here is I'm extracting the resources, 300 right now, some limestone, and I have some unique features here that tells me it's an overflow because this one over here is filled. And then what it's doing is it's then feeding it up into the limestone storage. Inside here we have 14 boxes. Why 14? Because I took one out so I could feed it from down below. So there's 14 there, and then 14 more here. So there's 28 boxes of raw limestone. And then that gets converted into concrete in the concrete production, and then the concrete production, of course, then stores that in 2 more of them. And then, because they have the dimensional depot, I take it and I put it into 5 dimensional depot uploaders. Now, why do I do that? Because I need concrete more than anything in the entire game. So the second I use up all that concrete out of the dimensional depot, I want it to go back in there as quick as possible. That's the whole purpose of this particular factory, is that it just feeds it into the dimensional depot. So I can use it anywhere I want. Now, obviously, I will also build an area where I'll use concrete for other production, but this is just purely for dimensional depots. So that's what we're going and doing. Over here, this whole entire factory here is also built lower, so this guy can fly by. And so I built it in such a way where he doesn't run into any of my stuff. Very cool. So accommodating the manta ray there, as I like to call him. And then over here we have iron storage. We have our iron smelting. As you see, this one's more horizontal than vertical because I made adjustments because that guy flies by. Then we're making iron ingots here, and of course we're storing it. Then we're turning it into iron plates. And we'll go all the way down here. There we go. And then those iron plates, you can see we have a lot of iron plate production. We have 6 there going. And then, of course, we have 2 things of iron plate storage, which is more than enough. That's 24 boxes of iron plates. And then same thing up here. It comes up, and then it goes ahead and feeds in at 5 times. So the second thing I need the most is plates, so I can make foundations and all sorts of stuff and run that. And then what we need, not as much, but we are going to maximize that production. So in case we do want to take the excess, the overflow, and run it back to our base to be used in another process, I've also done over here, as you can see, it stacks really high. We went all out last time, everybody. We had extracted 300 from each of these and 300 from those 2 way in the back there. There they are back there, and they're being linked, merged together to create 600, 600, 600, 600, 1,200 all together, right? Because you combine 2 300s together, it's 600. So this is 1,200 raw iron, and then you can see we have our iron ore storage, we have our smelting, more smelting, more smelting, 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 smelting. We have iron storage, and then this is making a ton of iron rods. Look how many factories for iron rods. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh man, there's a lot of them. We're making a lot of iron rods, and of course we're passing them from one to the next to the next. So up here in the iron rod storage, we have 24 boxes of iron rods. And you're like, well, Kismet, what's the point of having so many rods? Well, the point is to maximize your production in this case, because we are at the end of the game, so we're maximizing all of our production. Also, we're getting massively radiated from our thing. We got to deal with that over there as well. We might want to go deal with that here in just a bit. But as you can see, the rods are automatically going in the depot. The depot can only hold 1,000 of the rods, but I have tens of thousands backlogged, right? Because if you think about it, in each of these storages over here, it has 200 each. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can figure this out. 8, 2, this is 6. Hey, sorry, what's 6 times 8? 48. Hey, sorry, what's 48 times 200? Hey, sorry, Hey Siri. Like talking to my kids sometimes, I gotta repeat myself. Hey Siri. What's 48 times 200? 9,600. Hey Siri, what's 9,000? Hey Siri. Man, she is really not listening to me today. Hey Siri. What's 9,600 times 24? 230,430 iron rods. And you're like, well, Kismet, how does that work out? Well, see, first you have so many per box, right? So you figure out the rows and then the height of the row. You figure out how many stacks you have, and then how much is in each stack. And then, okay, you got it in each stack. Now, how many boxes do you have? 24. And that's what makes it over 200,000 iron rods just sitting there. And you're like, well, Kismet, how did it make all those rods since last time? Well, because it's running on a server. It's on my G-Portal server. All it costs a few bucks a month, everybody. And you could have the most ultimate power, the power of time. The power of being able just to let it run. Use their power, everybody, instead of using your home power, or you got to pay that power bill. Just go in and use their servers and let it run. And that's what I've been letting it do over here. And you can see also that the other benefit of this is that it's actually going upwards. And so what it's doing is it's going up to my train level, which is why I have it up so high, so my train runs perfectly flat. And then also I have just all this massive space underneath where I can build downward if I want to. And I can bring stuff up. I can make cool spirals, or what I call the perfect spiral, because people make spirals, everybody. But Kismet makes perfect spirals. So there you go. That's what I like to do. I like to do perfect production, perfect spirals, perfect everything. Make things just that one step higher, right? So you can see it's up here at this particular level, and then I can just run a bunch of foundations over here, run a train over here, and I can transfer a lot of this onto that train and then take it anywhere in the world I want it to go, and use it in other productions or put it in a central storage, which we are going to build a central backup in storage as well. That's going to be really fun to build. But we're here to do the basics today, so we're going to be working on the basics, and then we're going to probably do some power upgrades later. We also need to take care of some business over here. Over here. Whee! And we're just going to float our way down here. We got to take care of some of this radiation. Now, one of the problems with this is that this thing will close eventually, so it uses up the fuel. I think it should only use the fuel when you actually teleport, but it doesn't. It just runs out of fuel. So I can't just automatically teleport back unless I have the process of it just constantly feeding in there, which I haven't set up yet. In fact, all of my basic stuff I've taken out a long time ago, by the way. And again, I can finish the entire game without even needing any more resources. We could have already finished it by now. And I've already finished it in a previous playthrough as well. And again, I've played through 40, 50 times in early access, and then this is actually my second playthrough in release. And we're playing it to the nth degree, everybody. We're playing it at a mega level where we're building fancy things now. That's what we're going to do. Check out my cool spiral over here. I love it every time. It's so cool. You have a train coming down, it's getting water, and then you have another train that's taking that water and then going back up again. The way it goes. And it's just a perfect spiral, meaning that it's running at its maximum speed. We can get on it. Just ride the train. Up we go. I love the trains in this game, everybody. They are so good. Probably one of the best implementations of trains in any game I've seen. And I love train games too. There used to be a really cool train game on the old Mac Plus, where what you did is you went and you got some coal from this station, and then you could take it and you could sell it, or you could take the coal and combine it with some iron, and then make some other thing from it and then sell that. And it was like a whole train network that you would go and collect resources and then sell those resources and build up your whole train empire. I forget what the name of that game is. It's probably called Train Empire or something like that. But I love that game. I love train games. They're just really, really fun, especially if they're like gathering resources and you're combining resources and stuff of that nature. But yes, this is the perfect spiral. There's actually another one right over there that's also doing the same thing. That's bringing the water up to the upper level. And we're going to be making some really long water trains. Remember, water is very heavy, everybody, so make sure you do have multiple engines. That'll help it go a bit faster. And this is not good for my vertigo, everybody, but it'll eventually straighten out. There we go. And you can see we're coming through the tracks. So cool, everybody, so cool. And you can see I've created a whole system where they go under or over. That's my uranium train there. I'll stay in my thing so I don't get radiated too much. And then it's going to drop off that water, which goes to my nuclear power over there. But we got to go over here and we got to work this nuclear power. I've brought the nuclear power this way so I can work on plutonium. Except for there's a big problem with that is the fact that it's now all over this way. And so where I'm building over there is getting radiated. So I'm going to try to turn some of this nuclear waste around and aim it back the other way in case it's in overflow over here. Now, one of the things that you can do on these belts, everybody, is you can actually put the splitter directly onto the belt itself. And you can also hit E to change the splitter, so it's a smart splitter like this. And so we can say, okay, coming out of the center, it's going to be like this, is going to be anything, right? Or in this case, it's going to be that. But on the left side, we're going to say overflow. So when it doesn't have enough to feed it in the machine, it's going to overflow it this way. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a bunch of foundations here. We're going to get our zoop on. And we're going to take all this overflow. And we are going to run it back this way. Now I'm going to get radiated. And I have a bunch of radiated thingies. I love the straight function they added. But I can't wait to play 1.1. This is not 1.1. I'm not playing on experimental. I'm actually playing a full mega build of Satisfactory. All right, so what we want to do is run this back this way. Right, we want to get all this radiation stuff away from where we're working. So we're going to just go ahead and run these back. Now you can see I'm using the max level belts because I can. We made a lot of resources to make this happen. Again, we're going to get radiated the whole time. We're going to get even more radiated the closer we get to these boxes back here. Because what we're going to do is run out of space. That's definitely going to happen. Now, if it's just a little bit of it on a belt, everybody, it's not as bad. But when you concentrate this stuff, and we gotta get plutonium going so we can convert this and then burn all this up. We'll get that going at some point. But for right now, we want to go ahead and just double this back. Because last time we checked and it was going to run out, and then we let it run for a week. Because we play on Tuesdays. And again, I'm not in any hurry to get my Satisfactory thing done. Some people play a game and they play it for like, a couple days and they just try to rush through it. This game is so good that I don't want to do that. I want to take my time. I want to enjoy the journey. Very much like when I play like 7 Days to Die and other games like that. I don't just play it to nauseum where I get burned out on it. I really like to cherish it. It's like eating a $100 steak. If you've never done that, chew slowly. I have way back in the day when I had that kind of money. Chew very slowly and enjoy every single bite. Absolutely. The steak itself wasn't $100, but I'm talking about the whole experience was $100. The whole dinner was $100. I'm sure there are $100 steaks out there. See all these boxes? They're full of this nuclear waste. That's what happens when you let your atomic power run on a server. You end up with a lot of extra stuff. Now, I really want to burn all this up and use up all this waste material. It's going to really take a lot to do that. But I kind of feel like fluids are the way to go first, especially getting to rocket fuel. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd probably do all of the fuels first. But I kind of left rocket fuel for us to do just for fun on this playthrough. We're going to probably go crazy on that. And we're just running a belt backwards. Could have made a train, I guess. Could have made a train, but I kind of like it running on the belt so I can see its current status of the waste material. So basically what I'm going to do is move all this waste material way away from my base. Because it's affecting my ability to just sit over there and build down there where I want to put a bunch of my basic resources. But if I build anything out here, it's also going to cause that problem too. But again, we're just running the belt back. We could have cut into the belt back here, but I wanted to go to the machine and then come back. Because I know it's going to backlog at some point. And again, we're going to create processes, upgraded processes for all of this. Mega builds. And really, the main thing you need to do in this game, everybody, is have enough power for stuff. You really need a lot of power. Make sure you also have a lot of radiation filters if you're doing this, too. And see, as I'm doing these foundations, you can see it's putting the plates and the concrete back into the dimensional depot for me faster than I'm using it up. And that's why we built those first. That'd be one of the first things I would put in the dimensional depot, because you need it a lot, especially when you're building a lot of foundations like this. I'm trying to get away from the radiation here. There we go. Okay, so now we're maximum away from the radiation. I feel like we definitely need like a radiation train. And we'll get into that later on. Right now, we're going to run this out. Now, I need to also look where I'm at on the map. Because we're going to run... Yes, perfect. Okay. Because we're going to run a train across here. So we can get to this oil. And we're going to run a train across where the uranium is. So we can use that later for nuclear power. And plutonium power. And there's... all the nodes are in a sequence. Yeah, right here. Right, these three there. There's another one up here. Yes. So we'll just run it that way, and then we'll also run it up. Oh, I think it was a square. Yeah, here, and then here, and then here. I just remembered that. So we'll make like a little square getting all that uranium. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to build a bunch of storage to put this in. Actually, we can build it from this side. So we want to go into our blueprints. And we'll go storage, and then we just want our 10 storages. Just the basics here. Turn it around this way. And we're going to build a massive amount of storage out here. A whole lot. Again, as I'm using this up, it's automatically putting this all back in the Dimensional Depot. Dimensional Depot is one of the most amazing things they added to the game, other than the hologram mode. The hologram mode is awesome. All right, now we need to connect these together, like so. Those are all connected. That's good. Woo, watch out. There's my vertical kicking in, everybody. I felt like I was going to fall off. That one's not too straight. Well, we'll live with it. We'll live with it. A little crooked. Such is life. That one's really perfect. All right. This one. And that one. And that one. And this one. We have to connect the top ones. Top ones are already good. We just need to transfer through. Some of these I haven't connected to the top. All right, let's go ahead and run this in here. Like this, and then we'll see if it ends up coming out the other side. Again, the more you concentrate this. Now, of course, I'm going to replace all of this with something else later. Mega build. But what we want to see is if it comes out on the other end here. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. That's why I have this here, so I can see if it makes it all the way through. Yeah, there we go. If it makes it to there, you know it's gone through every box. This is 10 boxes stacked, right? So you have 5 boxes and 5 boxes stacked together. And so now all of the stuff from over there is now transferring to these here. So what we're going to do is double back so we don't get in the way of our train later. Back the other way. And we're just going to concentrate this way out here, kind of out of the way. Again, this is going to start to build up very, very quickly. So we need to get cooking over here. And we'll just, again, turn it this way. Again, this is just a temporary solution to a pollution issue. We're just getting it away from that other side. Say one more. Oh, missing materials. Oh, we gotta wait for it to fill back up again. Okay, so cool. It just fills it up in the dimensional depot. All right, we'll take this out. Connect those together. They're already connected. This one. Gotta look for the signs. Careful when you take that out, because you're going to start getting ready. Oh, I kicked the box out. Oh, that sucks. It's trying to take the belt out. That's really bad. Now I have a bunch of this stuff in there, and I can't throw the toxic waste away. Just throw it in this box. That's a bummer, bro. Oh well. We'll improvise. Yeah, it's only temporary. Just do this. And get that off of us. Okay, so now there's a whole bunch more boxes here where that boxes can drain into here. And this is further away from our working area. I'll take it a little while to have it move all that stuff. But it's going to go ahead and offload a bunch of that so we can keep our nuclear power going. But that's a lot of nuclear waste that needs to be processed into plutonium and then used up in the nuclear reactors to give us power. We really want to scale all of that up as well. But we'll get to it. Right now, we want to go back this way. And that'll help alleviate some of that radiation that's going on way over here. As you can see, it's going down already. Going down, and then as I get closer to the storage, it should go back up. Yeah. Again, it goes all the way across there, all the way across all of those, across all of these, and then now goes way back over there. And again, I could have built a whole bunch more. And if I need to make more of them across there, I can do that as well, but I'm just trying to offload some of them, so again, we keep that nuclear power going while we're working on other stuff. And try to reduce the radiation over here, at least somewhat. Whee! Oh no, we're gonna die. There's a little trick, everybody. See how I didn't die? Reason why I didn't die, and we can look up, what is it, oh man, I forgot what those things are called. The reason why I didn't die is if you're at full health when you fall, you won't die. If you're even a little bit damaged, though, and you fall, then you will die. So a little backup thing here. Barrels is what those are called. Look, I got it even before I picked it up. Barrel. Barrel. No, oh, I already have some on me. Eat 'em. Now, I have a bunch of medical stuff I can make as well, but I don't know. I'm just old school, I guess. Use them barrel nuts. And hide them. Hide the barrel nuts. All right, there we go. Got that done. Now, we got that running. We've got some concrete over there that we don't really need right now. We're going to work a bit more on our basics. Right over here. And we're going to need to do some tree reallocation. Demolition action going on in there. I like to remove all the stuff out the way when I go to build something. That's just me. Ran out of power there for a second. One way of doing it. Also take out rocks too if you want to. Take it all out. All right, so again, you see we have a to-do list over there. It says basic resource extraction, spiral for oil extraction. We got to go work on our oil extraction again. Extract all oil and then make rocket fuel, and then central water extractions, train lines, all sorts of fun stuff to do. We're going to get to it. Now, the first thing we're going to probably want to do is tap into the primary power that is coming from our primary base. So we're going to go ahead and pull a pole out here underneath here. Now, we want to use our primary power and not use power from this because this has a central switch that will just turn this off. Though I could tie all this together and just have one switch turned off. I do like to have individual switches for each factory, so I say, I don't really need my certain factory on. I can just turn that factory off through those priority switches. So we're going to go ahead and probably be building this above the node here. So we're going to go ahead and work on our larger power platform. And we're going to work with our copper. I'm going to go a bit faster today because you guys got the general gist of this. We're going to get it going. Very cool, right? Yeah, very cool. We have a lot of fun up in here as well. Got some of these rocks that we're going to be building here. Oh, I know right where to put it, right in the middle. Get it all at the same time. There we go. Is this a rock I can destroy? I think it feels like a wall rock there. Some of that stuff. Oh, we got 10 minutes too. Some of that stuff you can't extract. All right, so we're going to speed up. Let's get on it. If you have any questions, everybody, just let me know. Along the way, we're just going to use some temp power down here so we can float around. I'm going to get this hide that. There we go. We need a alignment to the world grid. Hold down control to give us a world grid alignment box. And then we're going to go ahead and take our miner here. Level 3 miner, and try to align it somewhat to the world grid. Doesn't have to be exact, but I try to line it up in such a way that both of these will be more aligned to the world grid. Not exactly. I align them to themselves. So I call it the extractor grid. And so I like to go like this, hold down control, have it snap underneath there. Because this is a single move that you can use to align all of your extractors. It's awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out by 4. See if it's centered. Nope, not centered. Got messed up. Try it again. Hold down control. There we go. Click. All right, center. You always want to check that center. 1, 3, 4. That's it. You only need the one thing, everybody. In one move, I just showed you how to align your foundations to your extractor. I know it's cool. I know it's awesome. Everybody else does it that terrible cheesy way where the thing is like hanging off the end of the foundations and stuff. I hate that. I like my extractors to be perfect extraction as well. All right, now of course I've elevated this a little bit so that it doesn't bring the thing through there. And then we're gonna have this sit right there. And then we are only using this temporarily. Actually, that last one we can keep. And then we're gonna bring this forward by 1. So we can align this. There we go. Take this out and that out. We'll do this. Now I got to pre-built this because I have a blueprint I'm going to put down, and you want to pre-build it so it fits in that blueprint, because it won't let me put it in after, but it will let me put it in before and then put the blueprint around it. I know it's kind of a wild thing, but we just override it saying, oh, I can't do it. Well, it totally can do it, as you'll see. Okay, so we are doing Mega Extractor right here. So what we're going to do is line this up to these foundations, turn this around, and then hit H to nudge it in position so it's aligned to the extractor itself. And then I'm just going to left click, blueprint, done. Now this is going to be my primary extractor over here, so I'm going to go ahead and tie the primary power into the power switch there. I can also go ahead and give this a name over here. What name are we on? Let's see, raw iron plates. Oh, we didn't do one for our rods. Oh, we never finished doing one for the rods. Okay, well, we'll just call this 4 then. So we'll call this Factory 04. And this is going to be copper items. Let's call it that for now. Okay, so now what it's doing is it's connecting the primary power into the priority switch. I can turn that off from any priority switch, no matter where it is. Even if it doesn't have power, by the way, you just put it down and you can access it and turn those powers on and off. You can basically control all the different power switches. And up here at the top, we can go ahead and connect this into there, just like that. All right, now that'll start up. And when it's in overflow, everybody, you'll start to see it over here because I have a smart switch here, which eventually will make that run up. But what it will do is it'll just keep going until it's filled up. And when it's filled up, you'll see the whole left side will be filled. It's a little visual indicator that'll let us know what it is, what its state it's in right now. A little invention of mine. Let us know how that's doing. All right, we're going to go ahead and take some of this out. Take some of this out on the side here so we can work with this next one. We're going to do the same exact thing. All right. Hold down control. Rotate. Make sure it's in the center. Click. Go down. Oh, it went the wrong way. See how it went the wrong way? All you do is you bring it back up again and you just hold down control. You spin it around the other way. Make sure it's in the center and that it's straight. There we go. Click it again. Oh, I did it again. It's really annoying when it does that, everybody. You have to like do it over and over and over until it finally will do it like this. Sometimes you just click again and then it will do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, because it's 4 meters and the actual foundation itself is 4 meters long. It's 1 meter thick, but it's 4 meters long. And that's why we go out by 4, because it's adding 4 meters. And then we'll take this out. We'll bring this up by 1. We got a rock to take out there. There we go. And then our extractor. Again, this is going to be very much the same thing over and over. We're just going to be doing extraction and doing our blueprints. You guys are getting the general gist of it. take out all the ones I don't need. And then extractor. Oop, not that one. Extractor. Rotate it the right way. Hit H to... Oh, okay. Did not work. Hit H and then nudge it over. Line it up. And now we're going to bring the power from this one over here, underneath all of this, to this one right here. Because we only need one priority switch, so I'm just going to take this priority switch out. And we'll take this out. Again, it allows me to change it up and make it into modular. Then we have two things to do in here to connect this into the output here. And then we want to connect the power up here at the top. Very nice. That should start that up. We should start seeing that come out the front. Take this out. Go ahead and finish this off a bit. Maybe a little overlapping deal there. Along that line. Okay, very nice. Now these actually aren't 300. I believe these ones are currently not upgraded yet. So let's go ahead and upgrade that copper to 300%. Pull this out so we can do it. There we go. Now it's 300. Over here, we'll upgrade this. Alright, so those are two 300 nodes, and we combine them together and make it 600. But we're actually going to utilize it for multiple things, because we want to make a little bit of each thing and then just put that in the dimensional depot. But we'll combine them together into a single one. So we need to decide where we want to build a factory. Do we want to build a factory right here vertically, or do we want to build it over here and vertically? This is kind of by like a gonna fall off and die spot there. So right here might be the best spot, so we might want to go from here and merge it this way. Let's see how it looks. This is a merger. Merger there. Okay, so we want to go out there, and we want to end up... Oh, I'm going to take this off. Out here, and then merge it into there. And then we'll have this go out, merge into there. And now we're merging both sides together. And then we need a splitter, just a regular splitter. Here. And that's going to input from that side and output on the front. Now, the reason why I'm being very specific in the way that I'm doing it... Oh. Okay. Sending close. I think it was midnight and the server restarted. So what I wanted to do there was basically make it combine from both of them, then work its way up into that splitter, and then the splitter then merges up and then goes up into my factories in the same exact position as if I had just taken it directly out of the extractor. All right, so I guess we're going to go ahead and take a break because my server's restarting. I was trying to get that done before the break, but I ran out of time. That's okay. We'll come back to it here in just a bit. We're going to go ahead and take a bit of a break. I'm going to go ahead and get you guys some words on stream that you can de-scramble while I take a little bit of a break. Now, remember, you can only do it at twitch.tv/Kismet. Sadly, it doesn't work across all the platforms. I'm multi-streaming too. But again, you can just pop over there, help out in the chat, earn some Kiz Caps for everybody. And away we go. All right, back in a bit. I'm back, everybody. Let's get it going up in here. We're going to go ahead and... the game sound in the background. Let's go ahead and get this going. I see some people in the chat getting it going on. Blasted was trying to get it going. TM, Anion, all trying to do some of them puzzles there. Go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kiz caps there. We'll go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory. We're going to go ahead and get back into the server now that it's reset. And get this a going sound. There we go. Get this going on. See if we can get some stuff built out here. All right. Big pillar support. Okay, so we're going to put a pillar, apparently in the wrong spot. We're going to get a pillar here, big pillar. We're going to put it right here on the top like we've been doing, and then we're going to flip it this way, and that's going to allow us to put a foundation on the top of it. And then we're going to go ahead and work with some of our storage first. I think it's 4 forward and 2 to the side, something like that. Like this. Let's take a look. Oh man, I forget what it is. Oh, I think I wrote it on the blueprints. All right, so we're going to go in here and we're going to use our mega storage. There we go. And this is the Mark III version. Blueprints. Yes. Use to store your raw or refined resources by stacking on top of your extractor or factory. Okay. But what's the offset? I should really write the offset on there. I think it was 2. 1, 2, 3 this way, and 2 that way. Okay, so 3 forward, 2 to the side. Let's go mark that on the blueprint. Oh, my how? Okay, let's clear this one out. And we'll load up our storage one. I'll write that right here. Offset equals 3 front and 2 side. 2 left side. Left side. All right, just so we can save that over the one that we have so that we don't have to keep looking that up each time. I keep forgetting to write that in there. But today's the day. We're going to write it in there to help us go a little bit faster. Now, again, we're building little mini factories at the nodes. These are modular factories that we can stack or do whatever we want to do with. So we're going to go over here and stack ourselves a copper factory. So I was right. So because you count this as number 1, then you have 1, 2, and then this is what I'm going to use to align it. On there, and then of course it's 2 on this left side. Basically ends up being 3 forward, so actually we need to go right here to align that. There we go. And this one out, and then we'll take our storage and we'll go ahead and get our blueprint going here. We'll make sure the arrow is pointing toward us. We'll hit H to line it up, nudge it into position, and then if we click, boom, it just pops up right up on top of there. Ooh, freaky. Freaky. And there we go. So now we got our storage up there. We'll work on our supports later. But what we wanted to do is basically come up from the back here. Out of that splitter. And... oh, where's our input? Okay, big problem. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Huh. Must be right where the thing is. That's weird. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this one has an extra one in the front. Ah, it's actually 2. It's 2 by 2. All right. I go rename it again. I put an extra one on the front there, kind of like a landing. That's actually not part of the blueprint. So that threw me off. So it's 2 by 2. I thought it was originally 2 by 2, but then I saw it was there and it threw myself off. All right, here we go. It's actually 2 front, 2 left side. Save. Because the other side is, remember, it's 6, so it's actually offset more on the other side because you can't center it when it's 3 and 3. So you go in by 3, and then it's either one way or another. So it's either going to be too far left or too far right. If it was 5, then you can go in and center it if you wanted to. But we're using the larger blueprinter, which is actually bigger. So let's do this again. Now the cool thing is we can just take out the whole blueprint by going into blueprint mode. Now the sucky thing is it leaves this halo here, which I absolutely hate. I despise that thing. But I just don't want it to be there because it makes it harder to build, not easier. And I don't know if this is a server thing or what causes that to be weird like that. But I hope they fix it in 1.1. Okay, all of that taken care of. Let's go ahead and get our storage in again and see if we can get it to line up this time. And we should have done our other ones here. 1, 2. You know a trick to getting rid of that, everybody. You let me know in the chat because it's obnoxious. It's obnoxious and it's constantly in my way. What's the deal? Oh, Fred! Get out of there, Fred! Did I tell you, Fred always getting in my business. Go on. Get out of there. All right. You're going to make me do it, aren't you? Yeah! Get on out of there, Fred. Always in my business, Fred. He's always in my business. Give him a little tap on the butt there. Get him out of my way. All right. Boom. Nice. All right, there we go. Getting it going on. Oh, put a 1 in the chat if you guys can see and hear me as well, just in case something's gone horribly wrong. Okay, we did this right. We should be able to line this up right off the back of here. There we go. Now we got it. And then this is here. Did I put these blueprints up on Friday? Oh, I forgot. Forgot to put these up there. Thanks for that 1 in the chat there. Unforgiven. Appreciate it. All right. So now we got our storage, and this is going to be storing copper ore. So we go in here, we say copper. It's much easier just to search for it, by the way, than to look through all those icons. All right. And we're just going to actually call it out. Copper ore storage. Nice. You see I've got the signs built in now, so I don't have to move them around. Now the next thing we need to do is go ahead and make a second one, and that's really easy to do because we can just go ahead and bring this up. And then, of course, make more foundations up here. Take these out. All right, now this is the same as that, so we're just going to copy it and paste it up here. Copy it here, paste it up there. And then what we can do is we can pass these storages between each other. like this. And like that. And if we did this correctly, when we go in here, eventually it'll end up over here. But we got a couple of these to add first. So that one there. And then down here at the bottom. Again, you can't add it because of the blueprint restriction at the bottom there. But if we do it right, it should show up right up here at the top here in a second. Maybe not. All right, something is not functioning in here. Okay. Oh, I didn't. I got disconnected. That's right. I got disconnected when I was adding that one. There we go. The server was restarting and got disconnected. All right, so now we go to the end and see if it shows up at the end. Ah, there we go. There's all that copper ore. Now it's going to start to backlog that 24 boxes deep. Again, that's 600 that's running out. We'll get our little glowy friend over here. Okay, so there we go. So 600 going. Again, we'll put the supports and stuff in. Now we need to decide what it is that we're going to make. What are we going to manufacture? Now, of course, one of the first things you do is wire. And in this case, this is going to be a bit more complex factory because this is going to make multiple copper items at the same time. And then we're eventually going to have those go into their own dimensional depot. So the first thing we'll do is figure out how much total we have, which is 600, right? And then we need to figure out what the actual production is. But let's first go in and add another wall here. Actually, I should just have it come out. And we'll just do it by this. This, a little easier to do because it's not all up in that thing. And then that there to align that. And we know we're going to need layer after layer, or stack after stack of production. So we'll do a couple of them for now. Again, I do them a little bit at a time. So the first thing we're going to need is our constructors. Now we have two constructors here. This one's specifically for rods, but we could use that one and just change it for doing wire. And so now I'm going to be making them very specific for that thing, so we can just double check that we have all of our machines set up in the blueprint. And then as we put the blueprint down, it'll already be set up. We don't have to go through and redo that work over and over again. Definitely worth your time if you're going to do a whole bunch of them, which I am going to do here. Or if you just do more than one. All right, we're going to clear that, and we're going to bring up our... we just bring up our rods one. That's the latest one that we've done. And we'll go in here and switch this from rods to wire. Over here. I can also just copy it down here. I usually copy it a bunch of times because sometimes it doesn't copy and sometimes it doesn't paste. Let's go ahead and paste it. Just double check that it is wire, wire, and then wire and wire. Okay, so there's 8 right there because it's, 4 right there. And then paste this. Again, you can just also open it up and look and make sure it's going to paste. And so that's a total of 7, actually, because we took one out to accommodate all the stuff. So now this one is going to be, instead of rods, it's going to be wire. Some instructors set to produce wire from copper ore. There we go. I'll try to get these blueprints up to my patrons as well. I totally forgot because I'm an old man. I forget things. I do have it written down, though. I get all wrapped up into 500 other things that I'm doing. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Always working on something. Factory is starting to take shape over here. And again, we're going to be going much faster on this particular one. Okay, so we have 600. Now I'm going to pull out the spreadsheet over here. And basically just do some simple math. So we have 600. And then we'll put down one level of our extraction. Wire mega extractor. Turn around so the arrow's this way. Make sure it's lined up off the foundations. Looks good. Okay. So now we have this lined up, and we're ready to go. We just need to go ahead and feed the raw resources in. Right over here. Make sure this is going the right way. Feed that resource in, and then it will automatically distribute it to all of this, and then merge it all together, and then run it over here where we could run it up to the next one if we're chaining them in a sequence. What we want to do is look at the input of wire. And again, this is wire. The input is 15 and the output is 30. See, I can't remember all of these, everybody. I try to. But you do what you got to do. 15. All right, there we go. So we're going to do 15. We're going to output 30. So say we wanted to make 100 of these, right? So if we wanted to make 100 of these, we would take 100 in game here. I'll just do it in game. I'm also doing it in the spreadsheet over there. Take 100 and divide it by 30. So that means we would need around 3.3 of these, right? So 3 of them to make that amount. Now we have 7, so we can just take 7 in here and just go 7 times 30. So we just do the reverse, 7 times 30. So it's going to make 210 of them per minute, which is probably more than enough just to go in the dimensional depot. So now we also need to say, okay, well, 7 of these is actually going to take 15 each. So the extraction is going to be 105, right? So again, it's 15 per machine, 7 of them, 105, and that leaves us how much? 500 left over, roughly, if we round down. So we have 500 more for other processes. Now, say we wanted to do 2 of these, say 14 of these extractors, then we would need 210, which works out pretty well. Now, we can also check some other things like cable itself. Of course, we're going to take some of the wire and convert it into cable. So we'll put that as part of the process as well. So we might want to do double cable. So one cable is just for cable, and that just runs in the Dimension Depot. And then the next one is for, just for wire, and that runs in the Dimensional Depot. Then some of that is used for cable, and that runs in the Dimensional Depot. And the other thing that you use a lot of, especially when you're doing like pipes and things, is copper sheets. So how much cable do we need? We need 60 per minute, so 2 of those equals 1 of these, which makes 30 cable. You're going to end up with massive sums of cable, everybody. I really end up with a lot of cable in the long run, so I typically make a lot less cable than I make wire. Wire usually use a whole bunch. Cable, you use some. But really, ultimately, it's all about putting it in the dimensional depot. So I probably only need 1 thing of cable, or 1 thing of wire and 1 thing of cable, and that would be more than enough, and it would backlog, and we'd have thousands of it anyway in the long run. Now, the other thing that, again, we're going to need copper sheets, and that's going to need 20 copper ignits as well. So one of the problems that we just did is we put the production in before we put the smelting in. So what we really want to do is do all of our smelting first, and then do all of the extraction and production. That happens all the time that you don't put in the thing ahead of time. Now, in this case, this is just wire to cable, so that's pretty easy. But here, the wire needs the copper ignits and not the raw ore. So we actually need to do the smelting first. Now, because all three of them, in theory, if you think about it, because it's got to go copper ignits to wire to cable, or copper ignits to wire, or copper ignits to copper sheets, all of it needs to be converted into ignits first. There is no raw ore being used by any of these three processes that we're trying to set up. So really, the thing you want to think about first is not necessarily the production, but the smelting. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. Again, that's one of the cool things about blueprints is that you can just take the whole thing out. If you notice, I didn't bother connecting it because I knew I was going to take it out. I'm just talking about, you know, some of the issues you might run into. And then we'll go ahead and bring this over just a bit. There we go, so we know the edges. And so instead, we want to go ahead and get our smelting. Now, we can also go in and do the same thing with smelting. We really need to bring our blueprinter over here where we're working. Let's put it up here. Over this way. Surface is too uneven. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Bring it up a bit. Then we'll go ahead and try to snappy snap our... Oh, I gotta have the other foundations. To make the snapping go easier, take this one out. And then we can go ahead, pop that in there. Keep doing that. I don't have a blueprint for it. I'm trying to put the blueprinter down. You can also hit H, by the way. Even if it says it's uneven, you can override it by basically just hitting H to go into hologram mode. And then I'm just going to override and put it there. I'm just trying to get it above those trees and bushes. There's a few of them in there. Get out of my blueprinter. I can't stand the bushes in the way. In this case, trees. All right. And we'll go ahead, bring up our smelters. And then we're going to rename it right away so we don't forget. This is going to be copper ignits. Mega smelting, MK6 belts. Copper ignet. There we go. Back that up. There we go. Use the smelt. Copper ignits. Ignits. Let's do that. Okay. And then again, we'll give it another name because we're going to modify it and don't want to accidentally save it over the one I've already got, which I've actually done before. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and select recipe. And we're going to say copper ignits. And we're going to copy. And we're going to paste. Oh, we need some power over here as well. We need some power. Tap off the primary power. We need some power so I can float around in here and do what I need to do. Back to... Alright. Back to work. Alright, let's start with this one. Copy, copy, copy. And then we're just going to paste all of those in there. I like to have it open when I'm pasting. This way you can just see what it is. Okay. Oh, I should have noted how many are in here. That's 3. So that would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's right. These are exactly 10. Perfect. Okay. 10 copper ignet thingies, and I should again put that on the blueprints. Yeah, over here. I mark it in there. 10 melters. Right there. All right. Now, again, when you keep the name up here the same, it'll tell you do you want to override it, but you can change all the text down below to be more descriptive. So we're going to go ahead and run over here and put our actual smelters down. Again, blueprints are really helpful for this kind of stuff. Their arrow pointed toward us. See if we can get that. Oh, nudge exceeds. Not quite enough. Over. Like that. And left click. All right, nice. All right, we can see it's smelting, and then we're going to say over here, smelting. Nice, nice. And now we want to go ahead and transfer the stuff from down below to up above and have it start to do some smelting. So let's go ahead and just work with our smelting first. Get that going. Go ahead and get this lined up so it comes up. Goes into there, and then it's going to need some power, so we're going to go ahead and take the power from down here on our smelter itself. Because this way it'll chain off that priority switch, and then run that wire straight through up higher. Smelting, and we'll go right to there. Oh, and away it goes. You know you did it right when it just fires up like that. All right, nice. Okay, smelting away. We'll see some getting on the thing here. Now that's 10 of them, and it's doing 30 per minute. So what we really want to do is you always start with the extraction, and then when you think about it, okay, I just need to convert it all into ignits. Then that's what you want to do first. So 6 divided by 30 is going to be 20 of these. So that's 2 buildings, and we'll be perfectly 100% efficient in converting all of these to those ignits. So let's go ahead, do the same thing again. Again, I told you I'm going to go a little faster today. I think you're getting the general gist of all of this mega building. And a lot of this is, once you have it down, is just doing it over and over again. We also have the ability to take this and transfer the smelting from one to the next to the next. I'll show you here in a second if I can get this to line up for me. There we go. And nudge that one into position to align it up. All right, and then we'll have the output of this one. You can see it's going around and then ending up in the back. Oh, we didn't modify this one. That's right. This one is the one that's going in the back. I see. Yes, we didn't change it like our other one where we made it where it can chain it. That's okay. We'll just do this. Run the raw ore. Yeah, that one's up high, so kind of hard to run the raw ore. Let's go ahead and do this. Modify this a little bit. Run this down. Oh, a little too low. There we go. Run that out there. Need to definitely take out the lifter because the lifter is just not going to work. So we took out all of the connections there. And then run that into there. That'll still run this, but it also will run any excess ore up to the next level. And then we'll bypass that right into... Oops, this is going to go the other way. Input. That'll just run it into the next level. Very nice. Huh. Feel like we should fix it like our other one. So it's passing through. Yeah, I don't like it. All right, taking it up. We had fixed our other ones so that a lot of the production was passing through. So let's just fix it on the blueprint so all the other ones that we do will have that new updated design. Take all this out. Take all this other stuff out for now. All right, let's go in here and revise this one too. So the first thing we did was we added a floor hole right here so it can come up and merge together. And this one came up and went this way. And so this one can go here and then end up above the other one. So that we have that aligned. There we go. And this goes like that. I have to turn these around the other way. I'm going to take this out of there. This. Turn these around that way. Alright, let's take all this stuff. Now, I put the ones on top. They're just there for easy alignment. And then these ones on the bottom are just going to get turned around the other way. So it's facing this way instead of going out that way. So the final output is going this way. So we can then chain that final output to the one up above. I revised this last time on a whole bunch of these, and now we're going to do it to our smelters as well. There we go. Very nice. And then reconnect all of these. Again, using maximum speed belts here. And these we can just press Control and release. Take all those out. Can't put that in yet because that won't let us do that on blueprints. Okay, so now all of it's going to go this way instead of the other way. Now this, we got to remember how we did. How did we do that loop back on this other stuff? I know I went in here and created a loop back. Yeah, no, this is the old smelting. We did it on the rods over here. Yeah. These are coming along though. They are looking awesome. I don't think we fixed it on the smelting. Oh, we did. We had already fixed it on the smelting. Huh. Oh, so all we need is the other smelter. We did fix it on the smelting. Interesting. Because you can see that the smelting is transferring in both spots to the next thing. I just need to find the right blueprint. Let's do it. I have the older blueprint, apparently. All right, right, let's just clear this out then. And make sure it's clear. Yep. Okay, we got to find this other blueprint here. Let's go ahead and actually take that one out. Copper ignite. And remove that blueprint so we don't get that confused. And then mega smelting. Iron mega smelting. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, hold on. Let's load it. Let's go take a look. So we it alphabetized it further down than at the very beginning. So we have to go in and take a look. Yep, this is the new smelting system. This allows me to chain it upwards into the next thing. Over and over and over again. Okay, yeah, so we just use this one. And we're going to go ahead and change this one to copper. Let's say copper. Cop. And we did put 10 smelters in there. Preset to smelt copper ignites. Modular stop for chaining inputs and outputs vertically. Yeah, there we go. Look at me go. I did that last time and totally forgot that I had done it. Remember, that was a week ago, everybody. That was like 10 years in old man terms. Okay. Oh, and we forgot to change it to actual copper ignites. Hold on. We got to do that. Load it. Now, it usually puts the newest one in the upper left corner. And I just kind of leave it non-category until I have it all good. Okay, so copper ignites. Now we're talking. Copy, copy, copy. Let's get in here. Make sure it physically changes. Oh. Paste. There we go. Yes. Okay. Alright, that's something wonky there. Let's just double check all of these. Copper. Oh. I knew something was weird there. Okay. Sometimes while you're floating, it'll flip to the next one. Okay, all copper ignites. Set up in the new style. And we'll save. This will make it so much easier to chain these upward and do the two that we need to do. And again, we'll go ahead and line this up. Get that arrow toward us. And we'll do the first one down here. Alright, stop doing that floating away stuff. There we go. Does this thing where it just starts making me float away. Really awkward. It's like the C key gets stuck. Awkward. Okay, let's run our power up first. Now we don't need it on the storage levels, but we do need it on the production levels. Oh, we forgot to change the sign too. You know what? Let's just go change the sign. Let's do it proper. This way we don't have to do it over and over again and fix it each time. Copper ignites. There we go. Over here. Copper ignites smelting. Very nice. All right, less work for us later. So if you're going to build multiple of them, you definitely want to do that. And I'm also going to use this same stuff again later when I'm also using them for other productions that I'm doing. But I'm just setting up the Dimensional Depot stuff. Now, the great thing about this particular production that I'm setting up is it's going to automatically turn itself off. It's going to use up all the base resources and then fill itself up and then turn itself off automatically along the way. All right. And again, we'll grab our power. run this in our little center spot here. Oh, nice. Okie dokie. Now, we're going to go ahead and work on our inputs, which is right here. Go that way. Into there. And we don't need this one because there's no stuff coming from below. Take that out. Again, I take out stuff I don't really need. And then this is going to go up out of here. And then it's going to go... Oh, we can get it to go in there. There we go. Right up into there. There it goes. Look, it's working already. Nice. And then it's ready to chain to the next one. That's pretty much it. That's all we needed to do was just to line up all those inputs and outputs, run some power, GG, and we're on to the next one. That was it. I got that whole production, 10 of those working just like that, simply by using my blueprints. Again, sometimes you might take it in and out. You're working on stuff. You're fine-tuning it. Whenever I see an issue with a blueprint, I go and fix it right away. So then it's fixed in every single one after that particular one. And now we should see copper smelting ingot. There we go. And now we got the ability to go ahead and chain this one from below into the one up above, like so. Then also we can chain the raw resources from below into up above, like that. So, that was kind of awkward. Try that again. What the heck is going on there? Alright, we'll see if it actually works. Something weird going on there. Then we come up here, second row. And that, run this, and see if some stuff goes by. Oh, it already did, right there. And it's going to start filling that up. We want to also bring it from down below and merge it onto that line. And make sure that we connected. Okay. We connected down here. This is going this way. That's not working. Oh, there it goes. All right, well, it just wasn't redrawing. Okay, so that's going through there and then going up in there. And all these ignits are being passed from this one and being passed up into here. Very nice. And then this comes back around from over here, goes around, and ends up back on this side. Yeah, like a redrawing issue. Yeah, big time. Okay, and we got to bring our power up. So let's go ahead and connect our power via the back power, because that's how we chain it right here, this one. And then we'll chain it up to the same one up above, and then all of these will start up. There we go. And now we have smelted all of our raw resources. And of course, we want to do the same thing we did before, where we store all these raw resources. Again, I like to store each part of the process. 4 there. 2, 3, 4. Come on, grab the foundation. Build it out like this. There we go. And then build it out like that to help us align it. Then we're going to go ahead and put in our storage. Make a storage. There we go. Turn this around. Hit H. Nudge it into this way. Depending on which way you're looking at it is how the nudging works, by the way. If it does something weird like that, you want to turn and face it toward you and look toward it. To make that alignment way easier. All right, same thing up here. Move it over though, just so we have enough nudging ability to nudge it into position. There we go. Now this should be real easy because we're going to transfer it up into this storage. And then It's just going to chain from there. So right here, oops, wrong way, inward. There we go. And then this one over here is just going to connect across this way. Actually, bring that up, make it a little nicer. Again, this is going to be underneath here, so you're not going to really see this logistics level, but we'll make it a beautiful 90 anyway. And so now the ignits are going in there. Then all we have to do is now pass this through on our storage. So we take this and do that. And then our storage will end up here and then be chaining to the one up above. So we just take this one out of here and put that into there. And then again, this requires no power here to transfer it up here, so you don't need to really run any power lines. Right there, and if we see it right here, we know it's going all the way through, and now backlogging 24 boxes deep, which is awesome. So it's really in the power that you have an unlimited amount, and so you can massively backlog each part of the process, which I love to do. And again, this is going to be copper here, and then again we're going to label these all really nice, covering the storage, and then we can just copy this one and paste it up there. Save us a little time. All right, that's looking good. We can take out all this alignment stuff. Turn the wall filter on just in case. I want to accidentally hit something way off in the background. And there we go. All right, so now we have our different levels. We have our extraction. We have our copper ore storage. The copper ore is then getting converted into copper ignits here through the smelting. And then all of that is going to end up here in our storage. And now we're ready to do the other parts of the process, which is to take those copper ignits and then turn them into things. Turn them into stuff. We need to decide how many things that we want to make of each thing. So again, we'll go ahead and just bring out our one here and a little bit of this again. And it's 4. Run those across. Again, that's all for aligning the blueprint, so that we have the same type of foundation. Now, some people go without foundations. I find foundations incredibly useful for aligning when you're doing vertical stacking like this. Very, very useful. Hey, Blind Coder, what's up? Very, very useful for that. Okay, now we already made our wire extractors, so we're just going to go ahead and put those down. Make sure that we have Nice. There we go. We have this nudged over enough to where we can nudge it the rest of the way. Okay. So there we go. So we wanted to make, maybe we should make half of this wire, because then we could use the other half for copper sheets. Oh boy. Now again, eventually I can also siphon these off and use those for parts of the process when we run all this to the central storage via trains, which we'll do later on. But right now we're just trying to work on our overall extraction. That's iron rod production. Okay, that is not the one I was trying to do. Did I not do one that was I didn't change the thing in the front. I did change it to iron to copper sheets or copper wire, but I didn't change the front of it. All right, let's clear that out. Let's change our signs before we make a whole bunch of these. Wire. There we go. There we go. Again, we're going to be very diligent in all of our signage and blueprints and all of that. Just so it's a pre-made thing. And again, if you're one of my patrons, I post all of these from time to time on Patreon just so that you guys can use those. And you just plop this down, do exactly what I'm doing. Of course, you can always watch the stream to see how I did it as well. And then I try to type a little bit of, you know, offsets and how I did it and all of those things. That's too far. And if we're going to do it, let's do it right. Make it less work on us. There we go. There's number one. Come on. It does not want to snap. There we go. All right, finally. Size is a little funky. Got to give it a minute. All right, there we go. Let's go down here. Below our storage to our copper ingot smelting. And we're going to chain this again off of here. Through our copper ingot storage there. And then we're going to just tap that power right there. Very nice. Okay, these are all yellow, meaning they are working. We just need to get the copper ingots up here. In fact, I have a whole bunch of copper ingots on me. And copper ore. Speaking of, I can just go down here to the storage. Again, if I have a bunch on me, it actually has a place to go. See, I just put it right in there. Same thing with the raw ore. If I go down here, while it's not full, by the way, because it will absolutely fill up all of this, I can also just put the ore in there. So again, you always have a place to put that stuff. That's one of my favorite reasons why you build out all of this storage and everything, because everything then has a place where it can go. I can also take the raw items there and put those in the dimensional depot as well. Or just put the overflow in the dimensional depot and keep all the rest. And I could just have 2 dimensional depots or 1 single dimensional depot. The problem with the dimensional depot is the storage is inside the dimensional depot. And it's not just coming in from the outside, so you can't really use an overflow. Because if it does say overflow, it'll overflow all of that stuff. But if you're trying to also put in the next item into the dimensional depot, it doesn't work because it's full of that previous item. So that's one of the things that is tough to do there. Okay, so wire production. Let's go ahead and get those ingots passing through into the wire production. Right there. And in theory, that should start up our wire production. Right over here. All right, and there it goes. Yep. And eventually it should get going, and we have a bunch of wire. Nice. Again, we don't need the one here. Oh, not blueprints. F? No. R. R, switch the mode. All right. Taking that one out because we don't need that one because we're not passing it from one below. We're passing it from this one to the one above. And then the same thing here. Passing through. Passing through. And then coming up to the floor. Floor through here. Don't need the power. Transfer the power. Oh, not from that one. Oh, that's the one in the front is the one I upgraded. So the front is the one we should be transferring power from. That's okay. We'll just do what we got to do. There we go. Nice. Now this one should be doing the same. Yep, there goes all the ingots there. We've got wire being produced. It's all good. Okay. And you can see a pattern forming here. Again, repetition makes things more efficient. Because now you have it down. Again, like I said earlier, I'm going to speed up. We got this down now. And I put our storage in to store the next stage, which is, in case, our wire. Look toward it here. We'll go over here to see if it's lined up. And I always add 2 storages. And H. Again, we're mega building, everybody, so we're adding a massive sums of backlogs. Typically, I wouldn't do as much backlog in a beginning of the game. But here, we're going to go ahead and transfer between the combined output over here to that over there with a cool kind of curvy stuff. There we go. That's going to go into the storage. There. And we're going to bring that storage up from this one. All right. Really labeling everything to the nth degree. This way also from the outside you can totally tell what's going on really easily. Let me take all of these out now. Accidentally took out a beam. Put that back in. That's the same red. There we go. Okay, so up there, wire production, wire storage. Yeah, we got lots of space left. Into here, and again, if we see it in the back here, we know it's actually working. Yeah. It's working good. And then, of course, this can transfer to the next area, which I'm going to do. But I'm actually going to go up here and do something a little different, where we're going to go ahead and take this out, and we're going to split it here. Like this, and so it's going to go into this splitter. And I actually want it to curve back and go back into the input of the next thing. But I also wanted to come out and just make myself, again, a little dimensional depot. Just kind of slip it up here at the top. And then use this output to go ahead and put some of that in the dimensional depot. So now that'll just constantly, look, it's refilling it too. Oh, I must be out of wire too, because I had it already set up on other stuff as well. So perfect timing to get my dimensional depot going for wiring. And you can see it'll fill it up, and then what it will do is once that's filled, it'll then fill 24 boxes of it. It'll then backlog and build and backlog all the way down into the ignits, and then back all the way down into the ore, and then it will literally have hundreds of thousands of backlog across all of that. So anytime I need it, if I use some up, boom, it'll just make more, and then turn itself off automatically, which I think is pretty awesome. Very, very awesome for sure. Not the thermometer. It's been freezing the second night in a row, and my tomatoes are probably dying. No, not the tomatoes. Otherwise, I good. Oh, good. That's good to know. That you're doing good, not that your tomatoes are dying. Actually, taught my daughters about growing stuff. And so what we did is we got a bunch of planters, and I made raised planters out of them, right? So they weren't too big. They're, little small little things. And we made them all out of wood and stuff, the proper type of wood that you should. And we put, sand, dirt in there, and then soil. And we planted a bunch of tomatoes and carrots and all sorts of things we planted out there. And then it was at their level so they could see it and then go out and check it and see if it's growing. We did that so long ago when they were little. And then the tomatoes growed, and they got to pick the tomatoes out and do all of that, which I think was really fun, let them understand where that food comes from. I'm not a big gardener myself, though I understand the benefits of gardening is the fact that you don't have to pay a huge amount. Same thing with having chickens, everybody. If you had your own chickens, they would make your own eggs, and thus you would have to pay $8 for some eggs right now. Yeah, not good. Not good. So yeah, but I don't have no chickens and I don't have no garden. But if I had the ability to, I probably would, just for the money savings alone. But then again, you also got to pay for fertilizer, and you got to pay for all of that other stuff and watering them and all of that. See, when they're doing it on a grand scale, everybody, on a much larger scale, of course, the costs, because of the quantity, it goes down because they're using a lot of that stuff, which means the price per unit is way lower than you could do yourself. Now, the thing I think they should do is they should come up with robots that can do all that for you. That go out there and tend the soil and make your food and collect the water and purify the water and do all of that, and that's all you would need. And then it builds you a house, and bam, you got the three main essentials. If you have food, water, and shelter, that's it. Now, of course, power, if, you want to do stuff. But then again, when it's not doing the food, water, or shelter, your robot could be on a little pedal thing making you water just like in making you power just like in Fallout. Maybe it could be making you power, which runs your purifier. There you go, even better. So you can have your water that goes to like watering your plants, and then water that's going to purifying so you can drink it, and so on. All right, so there we go. So we're filling up our wire storage. We're ready for our next thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then again, we're just using these as kind of like scaffolding to line it up. There we go. And now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and do the next level production, which is cable production. Now, we might want to push the cable production back because we want to bring the copper ingots from down here and basically pass them through to the next thing. And it just so happens that our copper ingots are actually coming out right here. So we could do those a little out of order, but we also have our wire storage right here, which would make it really easy to pass the wire onto the thing. So I have to make that choice. I'll probably just go with the cable because cable's easier because it's right by the wire storage, and I can take the wire into the cable, make the cable storage, and then the next thing I would make is copper ingots, and then the next thing would be the storage for the copper ingots as well. That's probably how we're going to do it. Let's see how it works out. All right, and this is wire production. And we said the next thing we want to do is cable production. So we'll go to cable. Again, we got to run the wire into there. We'll copy that. And then we'll just go to each of these and paste them in. Now, I like to maximize each node and maximize the total production of each node, meaning that it's using all of the resources it's extracting every time it turns on. So it's basically peak efficiency of whatever it's doing, because you're burning that power, so you might as well maximize your production along the way. And again, the more of this we do, by the way, the more power it's going to draw. But again, all of this automatically turns off when it's full. So again, right now my iron plates is using no power. My limestone extraction using 0. My iron rods using 0 because they're not on. They're not running all the time. They only run when I need them. So when I use some up, it'll make more, run it into the dimensional depot. When that's full, it'll backlog all the way, turn itself off. So it's like an automatic on-off switch. that I love doing. I love doing that in my factory and not just having everything running all the time because that's less efficient, especially on the amount of time it takes to build all of those power systems. It does cost you, again, your most valuable resource. Okay, so this is, let's double check it again. This is our cable production. I don't remember double checking them all, but I think I did anyway. Kind of passively there. Make sure they all are cable. Yep. All right, we'll change this in the front. Cable. Cable production. Nice. Okay. Now let's not accidentally save over this one, so we'll just call it cable. And then 7 shroud to produce cable from copper wire. I like putting the word copper in there so you know where it comes from, but you can really just say produces cable from wire. And I get those two things switched all the time in my head. All right, cable mega constructor. Ready to rock. Let's get up here and stack it. And the cool thing is it's running while we're working, by the way. So it's making a bunch of that stuff. So by the time I get all this other stuff in there, it should be good. Okay, so again, how much cable do we want to make? So we made 2 of these in wire. And we figured that out that it's 714. So 7 times 2, which would be 14. So we're going 14 times 15. Okay. Should be number of machines. And this would be input. And then, let's calculate it back this way. I'm doing a spreadsheet off to the side here. That times, so the input times the number of machines, which is 14, which is 210. And then we can say the total, I'll show you this here in just a second, everybody. Right over here. So I'm just doing it down here at the bottom temporarily to figure out the numbers. Right here. So we have the number of machines is 14, and then the input is 15 each, which equals 210. So we're going to take 210 minus toward the 600 that we just used. That leaves us 390. So then we want to go in and figure the same thing out on the next one. Again, you want to make sure it's working at its maximum possible efficiency. Which means that we'll probably put the 390, all of the 390 into copper sheets. Because I usually use copper sheets a lot when I'm running pipes and things of that nature. I do a lot of piping and things like that, especially when you're doing water extractors. Okay, so we're doing cable. That's what we're doing. And we're doing our cable mega constructors. Right there. Going to go down a couple. By the way, you notice that the blue one is the storage and the red one is production. Gold one is copper extract or smelting. I'm different color coded, so I can just look at it and say, okay, that's such and such thing, right? So in this case, these are storages which don't have any power. But if we go into this one, we can see we have some power we can tap into. Right there, and then chain that all the way up. To that one. There we go. Okay, now we want to go ahead and utilize this. Like I said, I'm going to take this and turn this back around the other way so that we can go ahead and chain that wire into the next step of the process. So some of that wire is going to be offset. And we'll want to go in and run it in there. There it goes. Making cable. Nice, nice. We don't need this. Okay, and how much wire are we outputting? 14 times 30. 14 machines outputting at 30, so 14 times 30 is outputting 420. The 420 is the number that we need for how many machines we need for converting the wire into cable. Now it goes at 60 each, so the input is 60. And again, I'm just doing a spreadsheet for it. You can also look these up. There's like calculators online. You can look up Satisfactory calculators. That'll do this as well. So we need to reverse engineer. So we have, it's using 60 on the input. We have 420. So we take 420 and we would divide it by 60. That's the total number of machines we need is 7. Kind of interesting how that math works out perfectly, doesn't it? And that's exactly the amount I have in here, by the way. I have exactly 7. I have 4 on this side and then 6, 7. So it works out perfect where that is making the maximum amount of cable that it can make. And keeping that process going. And then you can probably guess what's coming up next. If that's all the cable that we need to produce, which is going to be more than enough, everybody, for right now anyway, then we're going to go ahead and put it into storage. I'm going to try to. Oh, I forgot to put the cross beam. Again, a lot of this, once you have it down, is just all set up, ready for you to do what you got to do with it. Alrighty. Good storage. And again, we'll go in here. This one I just have as generic, so I can just change it real quick. I don't mind changing a few of these, but if it's going to be a lot of them you want to change, you definitely want to make a specific blueprint. Alright, cable storage. Again, we'll have it go. Alright. Into the box. One storage. And there we go. Okay, so it's going to backlog that 24 boxes deep. Nice, nice. Okay, got that going. Now, by the way, the server automatically saves as well. So I don't have to save all the time. And if my client crashes, it doesn't affect the actual server. All right, so there we go. Man, we've been busy. All this out so we can see our handiwork here. Pretty cool. Again, you can see the ones that are storages because they're side-by-side labels as opposed to vertical layer labels. Another great way of looking at it. So we just built this tonight, everybody. Just copper ore storage into smelting, then into storage, then wire production, wire into storage again, wire then into cable production, and then that is going to go ahead and convert that. And we only need one cable production because it's going to be way more than enough cable. Run that in there, and then we'll want to go ahead and output here into the dimensional depot. So we'll get our dimensional depot here, and we'll just do it real easy. Right there. And, alright, cable going in there. So now we took care of our cable in the dimensional depot. That's what I suggest you do, everybody. Just make it super easy on you. Make the factories work for you and put that stuff in the dimensional depot automatically so you don't have to think about it anymore. And so now we've taken care of limestone. We've taken care of our concrete, plates, rods, and now our wire and cable in there. And then all we have now is copper sheets. We'll get to that. We'll have to bring all the Ignis up for it to use it. Let's go ahead and take another little break here. Gotta fix my headphones and stuff. And then we'll come back. We'll go ahead and put some words on the stream up for you. And let this run. Take a little break. And then I'll come back in just a bit. There we go. how we doing? Ro's getting it done. What's up, Ro? Let's see if I can help you guys out over here. What? Lean. Ha! I got one. Hey, it's a miracle. Hey, Docker's got one in there as well. All right, I'll give you guys 3,000 caps for getting 3 of them. There you go. Just because I feel like it. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me, everybody. Thanks for coming in and hanging out there. Had to rest a little extra there, everybody. Always under a lot of stress and pressure. Not only the pressure of life, but also the kind I put on myself to just try to keep pushing myself forward. Sometimes it takes its toll. And I have to lay down and rest. I appreciate you guys being patient and understanding. We're going to get back to it. All right, cable storage. All right, so now we got our cable going. We've got that going in the Dimensional Depot again. We got our wire going in the Dimensional Depot. We got all that production back online again. And, of course, looking cool in our stackable factories, our vertical factories. Again, using that verticality, that modular building, those blueprints. Very, very cool. All right, we'll go ahead and take this out. And now we just have one more part of the process that we need to do, and we need to figure out what we have left over. And I do like to make a lot of copper wire because you do use a lot of this for sure. So basically what I've used is about, say 210 out of 600. So again, we're going to go ahead and take this. Again, I'm using the spreadsheet. At least it was 390. So we want to go in and do a little bit of calculation. We'll go down here at the blueprinter. We turn the sound on. All right. We want to go in here. And this is called cable. Yes, okay. And we'll go right over here. And then, now what we're going to do is we're going to think about the actual ignits that we're using and not necessarily the cable or the wire because that's what I'm calculating right now. So basically when it brings, it's bringing 600 in, it's using up 210 of that original thing, which leaves us with the 390, 390 ignits in the thing, because when you're smelting everybody, it's like 1 to 1, so it's 30 to 30. So it means if I'm extracting 600, I'm getting 600 ignits out of it, and then I can use those 600 ignits however I like. So in this case, it's 390. Where'd our sheets go? Hydrate. Oh, thanks for those 1s in the chat as well, everybody. Appreciate it. Joggers, Ro, and Unforgiven. You gonna play some 7 Days to Die with us, Ro, when they finally tell us about it? They haven't told us yet. Again, they're gonna probably have a dev, update and let us know, or a dev stream or whatever they're gonna do to let us know, and then I will let all of you know. I have no word on it yet, everybody. I will let you know when I know. Okay, so this is 20 per minute, so the input is 20. Over here. Again, I like just using a spreadsheet because it's really easy to just do all the maths. Because all we have to do is take the 320 and divide it by the 20, which is the input, and it'll tell us how many machines. That's 20 machines, or 19.5 machines, that we can use for making copper sheets. And again, copper sheets are used in a lot of other things. Now, if we change our mind later, everybody, we can always come back and revamp the factory, or we could just make more from another node or another combination of nodes. We're fine. We're lacking on that particular type of resource. You can also go in and put the output multiplier in there and whammo, really give it a zap. So we're going to go really heavy because wire, I find that I end up with just an absolute crazy ton of wire. 420 wire is a massive amount of wire. And right now, we're really feeding all of our wire into our cable. But eventually, our cable will backlog, and then we'll have a bunch of wire as well, backlogged as well. So we have both of them backlogged, 24 boxes deep. That'll be crazy. So we're going to take the rest of this, and we're just going to do copper sheets. Now, I'm definitely going to be using this copper sheets later on. So we want to go in, we want to copy this, and see how easy this is once you have it down, everybody. Oops, I copied the wrong one. You can just go in and modify your, I've been streaming a lot, everybody. It messes up my voice from time to time. As you can see, we can just modify ones that pre-existing, and then they'll all be ready to go, especially this one. We're going to make quite a few of these, because this is 7 of these per factory, and we'll just take 20 equals 20 divided by 7, which is, did a percentage there. 20 divided by 7 equals is about 3 of these. Okay, so we need 3 of these total. Now let's make sure that we did them all. Let's double check them. Sorry about the coughing. That's why some days also I take days off to rest my voice, everybody. I do talk a lot here on stream. And that's because I like to, you know, keep the momentum going. I try to bring all my energy and all my effort into the stream. And that's why you see me just going all in, everybody. Okay, so this is going to be our copper sheets. Funny thing is, it's actually not copper sheets, it's copper sheet. Cooper. Copper sheet. Production. Singular. All right. C sheet. Get that in there? Yeah. Say mega constructor. MK6. Like that. All right. 7 constructors to produce copper sheets from copper ingots. There we go. Make that really easy to understand. And how many do we say we need? 3 of these. Gonna be easy to do. Because stacky, stacky, stacky. And we're getting up there. See, now the purpose of these also is to transport a lot of these resources up the way so they end up at my train level so I can utilize them at my train level. So I'm always thinking not only in the production, but also in a 3-dimensional thinking and thinking many, many steps ahead. Because these towers are acting as a way of transferring it way up here where I can then, of course, run it to wherever I need it to go. Which is awesome. I could just run the lines, but why not integrate it all together as well. All right, now this is actually not going to come from the cable. It's going to come from the copper ingots themselves. Oops. From the copper ingots themselves. So we're going to work with that here in just a second. We're going to hit H to get those in there. All right, and again, we're going to need 3 of these. So we'll get our in here. We'll go up by 4. Get this in. And I like to go ahead and run the power at this point because, again, there's 2 storages in between, so the power itself is going to fall off about that part. So we'll take this, and we'll pass it through these 2 storages and run it right up in here. And that allows me to keep floating around with my little jetpack thingy and keep going up higher and higher to stack these. Oh my how? Right. Very nice. Okay, so now we have our 3 copper sheet production. Now, if I do more than a couple, everybody, I'll start to number them. So we'll put this as 0, 1. And then 0, 2. You get the idea. 0.03. All right, there we go. Makes that nice and easy. You should see over there, it's like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Whole lot of rods going on. We use a lot of rods, by the way. We're going to use a lot of that later on. Okay, so now we got to get basically a portion of the ignits to make its way up here to the copper sheet production. So we're not going to transfer from the cable. We've got to go way down. We're going to transit around the back because I have extra output that allow me to take the output here and then run it out the back as well as run it up above. So that's why I have this second output here in the back, this little green spot. So I can take some of these and run them this way, like that. So you can see, actually, we have a lot of those. Holy mackerel, they're backlogged like crazy in there. And we can go ahead and divert these upward, like so. Now, if I was going to use the output of these, then I would actually move this over so I could use the other outputs, but I'm not going to. So all I'm going to do is just keep this lined up, just to make this nice and clean back here. Oop. So I'm going to go out one this way. There we go. And then all the way up. Now remember, the top three is our production. Now this is actually not where we're inputting it here. These green ones are output, so it's output, output, output. And we want to go down just below here and aim this way. And then we're going to run it up into this production here. So we're just going to bypass from here to over there, like that, and see if the ignits just come across. There they are. Very nice. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and take a moment here to chain our power. Let's do this one. I like to chain the ones in the back because you can just keep chaining it on and on and on. Oops, unless you miss it, like that. There we go. And we can see the yellow lights are on, meaning that the power is working. Okay, so our ignits are coming in. And we're going to go ahead and run it into the factory. Get it started up. I'm going to try anyway. Into there. And away it goes. And we should see very soon it making some copper sheets. And those copper sheets ending up over here, ready to go to the next area. So we're going to take this out because, again, no copper sheets are coming from below. And that's good to go. That's ready to rock and roll. On to the next thing. And then you can see that the ignits are also passing its way up to the next one. And so we can just go to the next one now really easily and pass this one up into there. And pass this one up into there. And then we got to do our input right here. I like to leave a little bit of a gap there so I can see that it's actually running by and that it is functionally working. Again, you want to leave yourself some visual clues that everything is functioning. And this way it helps you troubleshoot a bit of that issue. So I've kind of set it back just a bit. And then that's off and running there. And we should be 3 deep. Yeah, okay, so that's good. So that's going to run in. Look at it go. It's going to run in super fast, convert a whole bunch of that. And then we're now going to transfer also the output. That's what this is doing over here. It's transferring the output of those to the one up above. And then we're going to go ahead and merge it into the line with the rest of these. And then it's going up again. Again, that's why these are so awesome, everybody. This is my design, by the way, of why this is so awesome that you can transfer it. Even if you stack them on top of each other, you can easily transfer it up and up and up into the next one. Just make sure you're not exceeding your belt speed. Now, my belt speed's 1200, everybody, so this is not going to be an issue. Even if I add all of these together, this is 3 times 7 over here. So let's just do it on a spreadsheet. So 3 times 3 times 7. It's going to be 21, and then the output of these, all of these, is 10. So that's 210, everybody. I don't even need to do the math. You just 10 times. Just take the 0 and stick it at the end of that number. So basically that's 210, and it's growing at 1200. So not really that big of an issue. Now, again, we want to go ahead and store the output of these, and we're just going to let these run for a bit while we work on storage. And we'll grab ourselves a foundation again, and 1, 2, 3, 4. It does not. Maybe it is right. Yeah, it is right. Okay. And then 2, 3, 4 again. I don't know why I'm counting it. It automatically counts it for you when you're zooping, by the way. It does ×2, ×3, ×4. This is just an old habit. Since before they had that ability to do that. All right. And again, we just use the same storage over and over again. Because it is very, very effective. Again, we got to get it to let us line this up. Sometimes you got to move around. There we go. Just turned around. Nudged over into... Oh, that is not the right spot. Nudged over that way. There we go. Oh, I offset it by 1. I see. That's correct. Let's get this one in the proper place so when we do the next one it won't throw us off like that. Right here. Again, what you're trying to do is hit the foundation so it snaps to that foundation like that. And also try to use the blueprint function. I find when you're vertically stacking it's just easier to use your foundations to line it up. Okay, and then we're just going to copy this. That right in there. There we go. Oh, right there. Okay, just didn't show up. And this is copper sheets. We'll just copy it from down below. But we'll just do like that and then copy this. And put it up there. Alright, then we take this scaffolding out. All of this. That. Foundations. Very nice. Okay. Now we got our copper sheets. So now we got to take the output of the copper sheets from over here. And the input to the storage over there. Run that up in there. And then we run around. Again, this is just a lot of repetition. This game is a lot of repetition. But it sure is fun, though. It really is. And then we're going to transfer from this storage into the other storage up above. And then when we go like this, this should end up at the end here, copper sheets. Sure does. And then we can also go ahead and take the output here and do the same thing we did before, where we just go ahead and have it automatically put the copper sheets in the dimensional depot. Awesome. Okay, now we got our copper sheets back online. And that's it. That's done. So we just did 3 different types of resources. We towered it way up here, and again, we could just bring our train level over, run a train over here. In fact, we could run a train in the center of all of these extractions. This one we'd have to run up, but I'd probably just run it up the side of this building. All 3 of these resources, that resource, that one, we could just run them straight up, all into one train station, have a big train come along, pick up all of that stuff, and take it back to our base, which is what we'll do eventually. Right now, we're just trying to get the basics going. Now, once you get your copper going, once you get your iron items going and your concrete, usually what you do is you move on to some other items, maybe sulfur, maybe quartz, but in my case, I typically work on quick wire. Quick wire is one of those ones that typically I use a ton of. And we can go ahead and zoom in and notice that nearby is actually our Caterium ore, which is actually probably the most Caterium ore node I've used in the game. because it's right on the other side of where the coal is, and usually I use that coal for coal plant, and I run the coal all the way up there to that little smidge of water up there for a coal plant. But we got Caterium nearby, and it's also a pure node, so it's going to make a crazy ton of Caterium thing. And we can also just chain the power right over there from where we've been working. So I'm going to go ahead and just take this and run this over here. Actually, we'll run it even further. We'll run it, say, way over here without... See, I'm trying to keep it from clipping as well. Well, let's say... Yeah, right there is nice. Okay, not so close it's going to be in the way, but far enough, close enough where we can go ahead and get it going. So let's go over here to our Caterium. I hurt myself. I hurt myself. All right. Just do it again. Here we go. Again, this is a lot of repetition, everybody, but it is going to pay off big time later on. All right. So we're going to go ahead and use this world grid. Hold down control to get an idea of the world grid. Just helps you out later on when you are transitioning from the extractor grid to the world grid. It's just a bit closer when it does it. But I could also just put those foundations under there in the world grid and just put it over the top and then fix it that way. But I like to align it to the extractor because I think that's more next level and also very fun to do. And it's like perfectly aligned to the extractor, which I like to have my stuff nicely aligned. All right, we'll take out all of this rocks and things that are going to be in our way. Watch out, little birdie. You gonna die. Tried to warn you. All right. Out of there you go. All right, now let's align this to the extractor grid. This land makes it easier. Hold down control. We're going to line it up right to the center. And then we're going to click. And we're going to roll it out till it turns yellow right there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Very nice. That's the width of a foundation. That foundation in there. It does not feel straight. Oh, that is very crooked. Always double check it before you get in too far. All right, hold on. We'll do that again. Very weirdly crooked. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to speed up. That's how I play games off stream usually, but I go really fast. So if you have any questions, you feel free to ask in the chat. You're like, Kismet, how'd you do that thing and the stuff and the thing? And I'll be like, oh, I did it just like this. You're welcome to go ahead and ask over there. All right, now I want to move this pole back just a bit. Always have a tendency to put that right in my own way. All right, blueprints, and then, of course, our mega extractor blueprint that we have that also tells us whether it's in overflow. And there we go. Go ahead and run this to the... Okay, or we can put a pole down. Whatever you feel like doing, mouse. Put that right in there, and then this runs back above our extractor up here. And then we'll get our extractor rocking and rolling. Remember, this is a pure node, so this one's going to just absolutely bring out a ton of stuff right here. All right, very nice. That's going to start up, run out of there, and start to run up above here. Yep, there it goes. Now, while we're at it, everybody, we might as well just go in here and say, you know what? Let's go all in on this node. 1,200 per minute maximum belt speed. That baby is cranking. All right, nice. And again, we know what this is. Oh, I think I forgot to put the other sign on that other one, didn't I? Oh, yes, I did. Hold on. Let's go back and do that while I'm thinking about it. Right over here. How do we do it on these ones? We actually wrote it out, what it was. What the name of the thing was. Yes, let's just copy this over here. Copy. Middle mouse button. Let's just label this one properly, and then we'll go back and label that other one. I got to look for the little tabs on the top so that we get these all properly done. And this is Ethereum. Right here. There we go. And then this is FC. This is 3. The other one's 4. This one is 5. And this is F5. Cerium ore. There we go. And this actually is going to be 1200. I only need one node for this one. That's a lot. All right, again, let's go ahead and take this and let's run over here. Make sure that we mark our stuff because we're being very diligent this time and marking all of our goodies here. And this is going to be copper ore right here, and this will be a copper ore. This is 5. This is 4. 4A. Let's go down and see what we named it down here. Yes, this is 4. We got to go fix our other one up too. Put his proper name on there too. All right, making sure we have all of our names correct. This one's really easy. You just copy this, paste it over here, and just change this to B. Easy. All right, so that tells us what we're doing there. Let's go over here. See what we name this over here. This is 1. That's 2. This is 3. How do we name this down here? Oh, we didn't name it. Ah, no wonder. F003A iron ore. 003 iron ore. And this is rods. Right here. What do we call this one over here? Iron ore. And plates. All right, very nice. I hit return in there just in case. Wait, we don't need raw iron ore. We know what iron. We know iron ore is raw. 002 iron plates. That's 002 iron ore plates. Try to be consistent. F003 iron ore rods. Okay, there we go. And then over here, we shall give this one the same name, which I think it's the same name. Let's go see. MD. Dimensional depot. Yeah, I don't need that. I can just do limestone, and then the end result is concrete. All right. So we got that going. That's an iron ore plates. This way, when you're looking in the priority switch, you can see what all that stuff's for. Because again, obviously I'm going to add more down the road. It's really for the stuff you're going to add later, so you're not getting confused as to what goes to what. Copper ore. And then this is going to be wire. What's the other thing? Wire, cable, sheet. Bingo. Nice. Easy. We put 2 zeros in there, right? Nope, we didn't. All right, 2 zeros. So I'm going to try to tap every node, everybody. There is a build limit in the game, but we'll see how we do. All right, so that's number 4. And now we're on number 5, just to make sure that we're doing this. Now, of course, I'm going to write all this down eventually, everybody. But we're just going to get this going. And then we're going to go right to production. Here we go. Right to production. So we're going to get our big pillar support. We're going to use the top of this. Line this up beautifully. And then foundations. Go that way. This way. And then this is where we want to line up. Take those out. Two this way. Now again, the first thing we want to do is our storage. Again, we're going to just go right to it. Now we know all of our storage is good. Again, our storage is universal, so we don't need to really do a whole lot with that. We need a wall over here. Grab one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because this is 4 levels high. Oops. There we go. A little delayed reaction there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then... And we're doing double storages on everything because we're mega building. Normally I just do 1 storage. This is more than enough. 10 boxes is more than enough, but we are mega building, so we're going next level. Alright, we'll take all this out for now. Oh, why you do me so wrong? Okay, I'll just do that. You did me so wrong. Sometimes you click on stuff in the background. I've taken out just an endless amount of stuff accidentally. Now, what I really like it to do is not do limited to that item, but everything but that item, right? So I want to take out everything but the foundation sometimes, right? So I can say, okay, everything but the foundation, take out all the other stuff, and then boom, I don't lose my foundations because I'm most likely going to build right over the top of it again. Caterium storage, put that up there. And then, these are always duplicates of each other. There we go. Very nice. And then we can start this running. If we did this correctly, this should line right up like this. Nice. And put that up in there. We want to go around the back. Ooh. Long way down there. Little funky chicken there. Put that into there. Put that into there. We need to connect the two together. And oh, backwards. Okay, now we see some Caterium ore up here. We did it right. Aha! 24 boxes deep. Go, baby. It's going deep. All right. Now we need to do some Caterium ore. Now we have 1,200 Caterium here, everybody. So there's a lot of Caterium. So we're going to take out a bit of this. Let's go ahead and run this up. So we can go ahead and go to the next thing, which is be right here. Line that up. Again, that's all scaffolding just so I can line up my blueprints. Now, back to the blueprinter. And we want to roll on down here to some quick wire reduction. And again, I'm just scaling it up to the maximum amount. Now this particular one, we're going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to show you something really awesome. You should actually do it right at the very beginning of the game because it's really helpful. And this is quick wire. Satisfactory produce quick wire from Caterium ore. Wait, no, it doesn't do Caterium ore. Well, we can still save it separate. Let's go see. Actually, I think we have to smelt it first, don't we? Yeah. We got to smelt it first into Caterium ingots. Yes, let's get that going too. But we can go ahead, and this is going to go from Deuterium Ignits. Drew a blank there for a second, even though I've done that 1,000 times. Happens all the time, everybody. Doesn't matter how long you play. From Deuterium Ignits. All right. And again, we'll save that. And we still have to go in and fix all the things anyway, but good to get that naming thing out of the way. And then quick-wire. Again, I would watch it change, but I don't trust it at all because you might just miss it. I'll just open it up anyway and paste it in there. There we go. All right, that's all good. Again, these are all stackable modular blueprints. And we are going to save. Can't wait for you guys to try this out. All my patrons, again, are going to get a copy of these. Try them out. Let me know how they go. I think they're awesome, personally. All right. And they're stylish at the same time. All right, quick wire production. So, now we have 1,200. And we're going to convert the ignits in the smelter. All right, so we take this out. Should have done the smelter first, then it would have been in order, but such is the way it goes. So we'll get this. Again, I can take out the word setup. This is going to be Deuterium Ignit. I can get more stuff in there. That back. 6, 10 smelters preset to smelt. Deuterium. This is not right. Typoed that. Yeah, expect some typos in there. All right. 10 smelters preset to smelt Deuterium Ignits, modular style, chaining inputs and outputs vertically. All right. Save that. Just so we don't accidentally save over one we already have. And then we'll go in, do Deuterium. Now, there's other ignits that you don't do in here. These are the only 3 ignits you do in the smelter itself. So we'll copy that. And so now, basically, we have a blueprint for every different type of ignit that we would do in the smelter, which is great. So we can reuse those in other chains of production that we might do later on. We'll check those one more time just to feel. Oh, always one. Oh, actually, a whole bunch. I didn't do the backside. So glad I double checked that. All right, and then this, and then this. Okay, nice. Now we got that going. This is going to be Deuterium. There we go. Deuterium. Yes. Select. And then Deuterium. Oh, I'm forgetting the E in there. Deuterium Ignit. All right. Well, we gotta fix that typo in there. Deuterium. There we go. Let's get our bad spelling fixed up here. MK6 and Deuterium Ignit. Save. Okay, now we actually have to go in and because we're going to have 2 of the same one. Where'd the other one go? Oh, there we go. Yes, okay. I had to refresh it. This one's spelt wrong. So we'll take that one out so you guys don't get confused. And then we have this one. Okay, so now, if that's spelled right up there, yes. I got it right at least a little bit of the time. Deuterium Ignit smelting. Okay, let's go. Oh, that's not it. Over here. Oh, we forgot to put our supports in and all that stuff, too. We got to do that. We'll do this over here. Get this up and running. Okay, so now we want to do some smelting. So we're going to get Deuterium Ignits here. We're going to get our first one in. And then think about how much we're going to be converting. based on the ratio. So 45 per minute here on the input. So we'll take 1200 and we'll divide it by 45, which means that we can do 26 of these. So we take 26 and we divide it by 7, or really it's 27. Let's just say 27 divided by 7, so 3.8. So we need 4 of these total over here. So this is going to be 0, 1. Up here. Oh, and we should run our power. Get our power up here so we can keep on floating. Again, this is working away while we're busy doing stuff up here. Backlogging all that stuff. I like to put the main connection in the front and then chain it from the back. Right there. Very nice. Okay. Okay, so that's got that going. Let's go ahead and get some more of these in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too far. Again, we could just use it as a generic one and go in and change it every time. But when you're doing a whole bunch of these in a sequence, this is when this becomes way easier to actually put it in the blueprint itself. Plus, you know, once you get it right, that every single one of them will be right. But if you do get it wrong, you'll also know that every single one of those is going to be wrong. And I go fix your blueprint straight away. Okay, looking good. Caterium, actually this is Caterium ore storage, by the way. Ore storage, there we go. Come on. Go down, there we go. Caterium ore storage, there we go. Caterium ore, iron. Caterium ignite smelting, 1. Here's number 2. Number 3. All right. Again, making this look easy. Again, going fast, everybody. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat on how I'm doing this so quickly and so easily. I think you guys are getting the general gist of it. 04. All right, we got a lot of ignites to get popping. So let's go ahead and start down here with the storage. We're going to go ahead and bring that storage up. And we're going to set this to the proper direction. There we go. And then we're going to bring that straight into here. Like so. And that should start right up. And away it goes. See if we get some here in the back. Not enough yet. Takes time to spin up. Keep that in mind. It's going to fill up all the rest of these first. Especially these first ones are going to fill up. Once those fill up, it'll go ahead and do it. That's called inline doing it, or manifolds, where it just goes from one to the next, as opposed to splitting it perfectly into each one. Those are load balancers, and I find that most of the time this is the fastest way to do it. Takes up less space, easier to do it. You just let it spin up for a bit, and before you know it, this one here in the back is going to be popping them out. Yep, see right there. Look, it's already on it. It's in there doing its thing that it needs to get going on. You can see our Caterium ignites coming out here. We don't need this one on the first one. We already have this running up and out. We got all these. This one's going to the next one. Very nice. And let's just get our production going. So we're going to just work on these ones running up. And then running out. Right there. We're going to need some power lines. Again, there's still a little bit of stuff that I have to do. But it does does work out pretty well. And that one goes to that one. Just easier for me to come around the back where there's not as much stuff and chain this power. You can see I've upgraded that to 10, so I can have 10 connections. There we go. All the various levels are good. Let's go back down. We can see that these are working. That's why I have that gap there too, by the way, so I can see all of those working, which is nice. All right, those are running there. We've got to get this to the next level. Right there. And this. And there. And this one as well. It's going up. Okay, looking good. Now what we should see on the top level is eventually all the stuff end up here at the top. But to do that, we have to go ahead and also... Oops, it's going the wrong way. We have to chain it, chain the final product up on this other side that I set up right here. Chain that up. Go in here and make sure that we're bringing it up from down below. Down there. And this one. Down below. And bring it up from the previous one. And then this one's number 1, so it doesn't have one to chain up from the bottom because it's not chaining up from the bottom. You can see all those Kateria magnets now being fed up to the top area there. Let's go see here. Yes, looking good, looking good. Good, it's all good. And up here at the top. Yep, got our connection. Good. Going to take a little while for that Katerium ore to make its way all the way up here to the top. Again, it's got to fill all the rest of those first. That's going to take a while. And while it's doing that, we can go ahead and add our next level. And we're really leaning in on our production here. And we're also setting up each part of the process to backlog. In case we need more. Already be pre-done, doesn't have to wait for it to extract it because it's already extract extra. And it can just start up any process at any time simply by pulling it out of the backlog of that particular material. Okay, and then over here, this is Katerium Ignite. Oops. There we go. Ignite storage. All right, very nice. We have a bunch of scaffolding here we can take out. Got all that done. Keep that top one. Just holding and letting go of control just in case I get some other foundations. There we go. And then we want the Katerium ignites to come out of here. Go into the storage. Wrong way again. Always seems to be the wrong way every time. See those coming out? Yep. We need to work our storage a little bit. It's also designed that I have enough power to float around. in here as well. If you notice, I can just float around up here because the power from down below. I'm close enough to that where I can go ahead and put it in here. I can float around in here. Do all these things nice and easy, and then we should see Deuterium Ignits show up right here on this last one. Yes, yes, yes. Backlog them suckers. Okay. Now we did a bunch of that. And now we can do some more of this. Yeah, and I like to get the first one in so I can bring the power up so it lets me do the others. Now we need to figure out how much of the Deuterium, and we'll go back down here, how much of the production of the Deuterium that we're going to need. This is clear this. And again, we're going to do quick wire here. Okay, so again, we're going in at 12 per minute. And again, it's, I believe it is, let's go down, or up here. Let's check the smelting ratio. 45 in, right? Yeah, 45 in, 15 out. Times 45, 15 out. Now, it seems like it's diminishing a lot, but it really doesn't. You end up with so much extra quick wire. Okay, and then, again, so this is 1200 in. To make the ignits. Again, these are ignits. 1200 in divided by 1200 divided by 45. 45 is way too long. 26.7, so we call it 27. And we took 27 over here, and we divided by 7, which is about 4. So really this is 4 times 7, which is 28. So we have 28 at our disposal. In case we have a lot of extra, we can also use that. Number of machines is 28. Okay, so we can go ahead and add a little extra if we do have surplus, which we will. And so the output is 15. So if we take 28 times 15, that leaves us 420 again. Pretty funny that the other wire ended up the same. So the raw amount is 420, roughly. It's actually less than 420. And if it's really close, I'll probably bring it down and get the exact numbers. But if it's not close and it's, you know, in between, then I'll just do as many things I need to do. Okay, so that's what we needed there. Now we need to go to the constructors way up here. Actually, we already connect the power. That storage. Oh, we haven't put it down yet. How about we put it down first? That's probably a much better start. We definitely didn't connect the power. Okay. That's our quick wire there. So 420, and then the input is 12. And then it's going to go out at a massive 60, which we may or may not exceed our belts. Let's find out. Input's actually 12. Okay, input's 12, output's 60. So we divide the input divided by the amount we have is 35. Whoa. Ugh. A little muscle spasm there. Ow, that hurt. That'll wake you up. So this is Ignit. This is Quickwire. Oh no, this is Caterium. Ignit. This is OR. Cat OR. Alrighty. So again, it's going to make 420 Caterium Ignits. We're going to take those 420 Caterium Ignits. We're going to divide it by the input, which is 12. It's going to give us 35 machines. And then 35 machines are going to times 60. It's going to make 2,100 of the Quickwire. Now, you can already see a problem if it's making 2,000 Quickwire in the fact that our belts don't go that speed. So that's a bit excessive of Quickwire. But if you take 2,100 and you cut it in half to make around 1,200, that's probably what we want to do. So we'll take the 2,100, divide by 2, and we want it to be, it's a percentage. Let me try to get that to go again. There we go. Divide by 2. Okay, something screwed up there. This one divided by 2. There we go. About 1,050. So what we want to do is split this up into 1,050. And each of these have 7. So we want to take 35 machines and divide it by 7. Which is going to give us 5. Okay, so 5 of these. So really 2.5 of one and 2.5 of the other is going to be a tough thing to do. So let's reverse engineer this. How many machines to do 1050? It's 1050. Okay, so 250. 1050 divided by 60. Divided by 60, 17.5. And then we take 17.5. And we divide that by 7. 2.5. Yeah, so 2.5. Okay, so just kind of reverse engineering my math. So 2.5 of those goes on one belt and 2.5. Now that's not really going to work out because I have a 7 and not 8, so I can't just take 4 and 4 and split them separate. It's going to be 3 and 4. So what I'll do is I'll just split those 3 and 4 separate from each other, and we'll end up what we end up with. Yeah, so that would be 17.5 would be half of that, but that's not how the math is going to work out. So we're going to do 14. Because 7 and 7 of the constructors plus 3. So 14 plus 3. Going to be 17. And then 14 plus 4. Be 18. Duh. We'll just do it anyway. Then we want to look at how much that's going to be on the output. So we're going to say 18 times 60 gets us some good percentages. I'm in and messing my stuff up. This times 60, 1080. And then this one's going to be 1020. Okay, so one's going to be a little bit higher at 1080. At least it's below 1200. That's what you want to do. And then the other one is going to be 1050. So again, we're going to have to re-engineer the third one so that the third one is going into its own storage. So we're basically going to end up with two sets of storages. One set of storage for one output of the Caterium, because we have to split it in half because of our belt speed, and then another set as well, and then we can run those separately out at that speed. And we probably should notate the speed on there as well as we go. Okay, so this is all quick wire. We put this in here. We're good. So this is quick wire, and we're going to say quick wire A production 01. And again, we need 3 of those. And again, we should do the math of how many of these in total. So it's 45 divided by what? Good question. 35 divided by 7. So 5 of them. So yeah, so we're going to have 3, and then the third one's going to be the middle one, and then we'll have 2 more. Okay. Quick wire mega constructor. It's very easy to lose track of what the heck you're doing in this game. Again, this is A 02. Call this one split. This is 03. All right, that's one where we're going to split it. We can maximize our storage and belt speeds. Yeah, so half of that is going to go out into a storage, and then the other half is going to run that up. So should we do storages there, or do all of the quick wire together and then just run the output? It'll work out either way. It's just trying to decide which one you want to do. What do I feel like doing? Storages first, or all of the quick wires in a row? Probably want to do the storages. Let's do storages just to kind of split them up. Again, I can put them all in a sequence, but we'll just split them up with the storages. Right here. More cosmetic than functional. Okay, and we're going to call this one a little different, A01. And then, actually, we just call it A1. Like I'm going to have a whole lot of them. A1 over here. Oh, and this should be actually A2. It's first storage, second storage. All right, quick wire storage A1, A2, which means all the A production down below here, and then part of the split one is going to end up in these boxes. So let's work on that first. Did we run our power already? We can go in and take a look. We sure did. All right, we'll grab this one. And we'll get our power up here. Another one there. Very nice. You should be able to pass through all of these. Over there. All right, look at it start right up. I love it when that happens. Here comes our quick wire. Nice. Don't need the bottom one. Take that out if you don't need it. Okay, so that's transferring the ignits up there. That's getting that going. Whoa, 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 whoa. We screwed up on that one. All right, nope, we're gonna take all that out. Nope. We messed up. See how this gap here is a lot less than down here? I put the thing down too low. Must have miscalculated. We're gonna fix that right now. This one. Fix it while you're at it. You mess one of them up, all the ones above it get messed up. Okay, I gotta redo a bunch of that. Luckily I didn't run anything yet on those. Just the wire, and the wire already went out. Okay. Let's try to get this right. Okay, so we're doing... Get over here. This is ignits, this is quick wire production 1. So we need more. Then when you try to rush too, that usually happens. When you're trying to go faster and you make one little mistake and boom, it offsets everything like that. Again, you know exactly where they go now. That's 1. This will be 2. This will be the split one. And then we decided that we're going to go storage. I had a second chance to change it to something else right there. I want it just to be the production. We're going to go storage. Okay. Come on. There you are. Hard to see where the edge of the foundation is when the big old thing's in your face. Okay. Now we got this going. All right, let's see if we got it right, right? 3 here. So this is quick wire production A1. This is 2. This is quick wire production split, which we'll fix later. 03. And this will be the quick wire storage. Bumped my pedal there. Quick wire. ICK, come on. Quick wire. Storage. A1. We did something like that. And then A2. Okay. Now we need to do all the power again. That's why I love these doors that automatically open. Really easy just to dip in, run that power, slide back out again. Very nice. And this one is definitely getting this quick wire on over here. Took out the thing over there. Yes, we did. All right. And then bring up the raw ore. Bring up the finished item. Item. And then these are storages. So we're going to end up ultimately with this. That. Yeah. A nice curve in there. Okay. Now we're getting there. Stacking. Alright, so this is already going up here. That's deuterium going there. So good there. We're transferring all this up to the top. Up here. Let's go ahead and... this is a good way to double check that that is coming through. Yeah, it sure is. It is coming through there. Very nice. Also get this to come out of here. There we go. It's going to start its own production up. Quick wire from underneath. Good. And this is coming up into storage. And this storage. Chaining up to the top storage. And we need to put this in. And if we did it right, quick wire will show up right here on this last thing. Yep, it's already there. I can see it already. So all that quick wire now stacking up here, we know that this is less than our max belt speed. This one basically is going to end up being around 1080. Then the other one 1020. Now, the thing we want to do is go down here, though, and revamp the way that these are outputting. So you can see I have the 3 on the side and then the 4 over here. What I'll need to do is go ahead and just take this off. And then what I'm going to do is just go this way. Oops, other way. Turn around that way. I just bypass how this is running. Can I do this? No, too close. How to do that well? Corners are going to be too tight. Okey-dokey. Because I want these 3 to go one way, and then these ones to go the other way. An idea? We'll just improvise. Or is it? Yeah, that's not going to work either. I guess I could stack it over one of these. Not let me roll it back. You'd think that would work. Kind of weird that that doesn't work. Let's think it through. These ones are coming out of here. Oh, reverse it. I know exactly what to do. Reverse it this way so we have more room. Coming up from below. Yep. There we go. What I did is I reversed this side over here and sent the mergers that way so I'd have more room. So when I came back around, it would line up. That makes it easier for me also to run this separate over here, which I will do. Right now I'm just going to do that. And so now this whole side is 2 of these plus basically 4 more there, or half of that. And that's now going into this storage. I like to be able just to peek in the window and watch it run, right? Isn't that cool? Very, very cool. Oh, man, I don't know why I feel so run down today. I feel like I need another break while we let this run a little bit. Oh, man, I don't know what's going on. Well, let's take a break again, everybody. I need another break. I'm going to go ahead and just walk around a little bit, see if I can get myself rallied here. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys play some words on stream. Earn some more kiss caps. See, every time we take a break, you guys benefit because I come back and give you a bunch of kiss caps. All right, back in a bit. All right, everybody, we'll power through here again. Man, I don't know what it is. I've been pushing myself a little much, but I'm feeling a lot better now. I walked around a little bit, had a little bit of something to eat. I think that's what I needed, a little boost. So we're going to go ahead and help you guys out right here. Try to get it going on. Look, Kelmall's getting it going. Let me see what I can do. Sent. Oh, you already did? We saw the same one. Teen, I'm going to do that one. Oh, wait, no. What is it? C-O-C-E-O-N. C-O-E-N. D-E-N. See? Oh, man, I can't think of anything. No, good one, Callum. D-C? Wow, I can think of 0 words that were in that one. Oh, look at that. Wood coming in with the connect. Wow, great word, bro. All right, here's a bunch of Kismets for crushing it. I don't get none because I suck. But then again, I do have medical problems that make that 500 times harder, everybody. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me as well, so that I know everything is still working. We'll go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory. As you can see, our quick wire is filling up, looking pretty good. And that's our A quick wire, and then we're going to have a B quick wire. That's going to be the split of that. So we got to have 2 more productions up here at the top. Let's make sure that we have our gaps proper this time. Yes, we do. They're all looking good. Very nice. So let's keep passing this upward. Thank you, Kellum. There's another 1,000 Kismets for having my back in the chat. I appreciate it. Now, again, remember, use those for giveaways, everybody. Use those, build those up, lurk in the stream, whether you're a viewer or a subscriber. Remember, you're always earning those Kismets just by chilling out in the channel. So chill out as much as you can, especially if you get that gifted sub. Remember, if you do have a sub, you earn it at 3 times the rate. So if somebody gifts you a sub, you just want to lurk and lurk and lurk and get yourself a massive amount of caps, because, again, we got a ton of giveaways coming up. My birthday coming up next month, by the way. It is, isn't it May? Yeah, May, June. It's going to be my 55th birthday and my 10-year anniversary here on Twitch. It's going to be epic. I might do my first stream-a-thon, everybody. We'll try it. We'll try it. Now, of course, I'll have to sleep in between because I'm an old man. But we might try a stream-a-thon, everybody, where we just keep the stream going nonstop for as long as we can. I think 10th anniversary might be the triumph of that, or I'm going to try it and croak. We'll see. Something will happen. All right, so again, we don't need the smelter since we smelted all of it down below, and we can just go ahead and go to the other 2 that we need here. And again, everybody, we're going to try to raise funds for our Vault Van-like project. Now, again, if you do donate $15 or more, you'll get your name as a Vault founder on the van itself. And like a real-life van, everybody. We're going to make a van basically like, the van life peeps who put like a bed in there, and they put a kitchen and electricity and all that stuff. So you can travel around. So it's kind of like a little mini, motorhome, but in a little van form, because I don't want to drive one of those big motorhome things, none of that anyway. And I can't drive very far. I used to only be able to drive like 30 minutes, but now I've gotten to a point where I can drive like a couple hours. So that's why I would like to use that van to drive a couple hours, and then I could just keep doing a couple hour hops until I get, like, say, down to Florida, where they have a thing going on from Fallout for Hope, a Fallout event. I would love to go to that, everybody. And I feel like that's the way to do it, is to roll around, and then, of course, I'll theme it all out like it's a vault inside there and all of that. Very excited about that project. It's a project I've been dreaming about for like 10 years, everybody. But even if I did it 10 years ago, I wouldn't be able to drive more than 30 minutes. So I thought I'd wait till I get my health up a bit more better before I went and started doing that. So that's what we're working on now. So again, if you want to be part of that, you can check out more about it as well by simply going to kismet.gg, or make it even easier, I'll just throw the links right there in the chat for you. There you go. Hey, good morning from Sweden. Hey, what's up, New Funtel? Thanks for coming. New Funatel. Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the stream. Always appreciate my peeps from all over the world, especially from beautiful countries like Sweden. Holy mackerel. Beautiful country and beautiful people in Sweden, by the way. So appreciate all of my peeps coming in and hanging out as well. All right, more quick wire. Let's get that in there right over here. We're going to need 2 of these, so we're going to line that up using our blueprints here. We're mega building Really going all in on this quick wire right now. We're going to actually separate this quick wire because we're making so much of it. And again, working our way up to our platform up here, which we're going to use for all of our trains. By the way, all this stuff over here is going to go bye-bye. This is what I call super efficient. We just use boxes and do all that. But now we're doing the more elaborate vertical stacking of our towers, and we're putting all the production in there. And this, the whole purpose of this really is, the primary purpose is to put it in the dimensional depot. The secondary purpose, if we have excess, that is going to go into our production line and end up back at a mega base. So we're using both modular, remote bases, remote factories, trains, and then a mega factory. I know, right? We use it all. Why not do it all if you're going to do a mega run? That's what I say. Let's do it all and have some fun along the way. All right, so this is storage here. We've got to pass the power from back on this side up to the next levels. So let's get our power and pass it up through these two here into these top two. And I love these doors, everybody. It makes it so easy to go in and out. I really highly recommend the doors. It's just auto open. So you can just get in and, you know, do what you need to do, and then it just closes it up when you don't need to see it. It's awesome. Very awesome. Okay, so we got to get some production, though, going up, because this is actually the final product here, and this is going to be production B. So this is number 3, and this is the split one here, and we're going to need to take this one and merge it up here eventually. We'll deal with that later. And this is going to be number 4, and this is actually production B. All right, so now we got that going, and we're going to copy this just to make it a little easier. And then we should have a total of 5 of these, which we do. Nice. Okay, so very nice. And we want to connect these to each other, so we'll get that done because that's easy to do. So that's the final product there, and then over here is the raw resources going into there. And then we'll want to bring the raw resources in here, like this. So we want to go ahead and tap some of these raw resources way at the bottom. We got it all labeled here on the front side, so we're going to get it going. Oh, look at that. Unforgiven. Do you speak Swedish? I'm very impressed. All right, Caterium Ign. Or did you use the translator, like Google Translator? Hey, either way is cool. All right, Caterium Ignit here in the back. We're going to go ahead and divert this and run this up to our top production. All right, we're going to divert that right out of there with a nice 90. So beautiful. And then we're going to bring this out. We're going to run this way up here. Again, I got to turn it away, otherwise it'll end up flipping. So we're going to run this right up into here perfectly. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then run that into the input. All right. So that should go into the input here. Again, because the blueprint does have limitations, like I can't put lifters in the ground on the thing if it's at the ground level. So I do have little things that I have to add myself, and that's okay. I don't mind. We're going to add that in later. Or should we do it now? You know what? We should probably do it now. Okay, so we got the split one here. And the split one, we're cutting this one in half and setting one of it down one belt because it's over 2,000 of them. So that's faster than the fastest belt in the game, which is 1,200. So we've cut it basically in half. So half of this is going this way and circling back and going up into the storage here. And then this other half we're going to use right over here. We're going to try to line it up. We'll give it a go. Let's see how it goes. It'd be nice if vertical alignment would be nice. They are working on a bunch of cool stuff for 1.1. It's not out and stable yet, so I'm not going to worry about it until it does, because, again, this is my actual primary build. Make sure to back up them saves, everybody, if you are doing experimental, or even when you're doing stable, back up them saves. All right, there we go. So we can go ahead and divert this one out of here, like this. And then we want to take this one and we want to combine it up here as well. Like so. And I feel like all we really need to do is get ourselves a belt here and just kind of make it nice and clean We'll run it straight out, snap it right there. See if we can get this to go. Ooh, a little too big, a little too big. All right. We're gonna need, let's just use a regular foundation here to maybe bring that out a little bit. Maybe something like that. Let's see how I like that. Bring this out a little. Oh yeah, that's nice. Extension like that. I just want to extend it enough so it's not clipping. And then we can run this down to where we have it split down here. Oh, where is it at? Right here. Then this can just go from this half into there. Again, we're just improvising with our blueprints. I like that a lot. All right, very nice. And then we can go ahead and tell it to go up there. So we need to tell it to come in from underneath first. Right here. So that's merging in with that now. Very nice. Okay. That's merging in there. That's going up here. Those are all connected. And then merging here at the top. We should see a whole bunch of them coming out of there. Very nice. And then our raw resources here for this level. Now, of course, these are going to be a lot more starving up here of resources. But I've already, while I've been working on building it, it's been creating a bunch of stuff. So there's a huge backlog. So this is a great way to just quick start everything. Is to be running the thing while you're building it. So you're running the raw ore in, you're converting the raw ore, it's building a backlog into boxes, and then that stuff that's in the boxes is ready to go when you put your production down, and then bam, it's running it in there at 1200. You can see that I'm using manifolds, and it's already filling up. Look, it already filled those two up. Already filling them up because, again, it has more than what it needs to get started. So bam, the manifolds get fired up very, very quickly using the modular system that I designed here. And so your production is already running, and now we've got our B quick wire. So one's 1080 and the other one is 1020 is what we wrote down. What was it? 1080 and 1020, yes. So again, we have two different storages. Now here's the cool thing, that I can take the two separate belts and take the 1080 and the 1020, which is basically over 2000, and run that up to a train, and then have the train pick it up, and it would pick up all 2,000 of that and run it wherever I need to go. And then I'd need to have separate storages so that I could run it. I could run it to separate factories and whatnot. And I'm basically maximizing the extraction. So the extraction is 1,200, and I'm using every bit of that extraction to maximize my quick wire production, because you need a lot of quick wire, but you really do, especially toward the end. You're going to need a bunch for a bunch of stuff. Okay, now all we need to do is storage the B stuff here. So we're going to need two storages. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, it does count for you, by the way, since they added zooping. There was a time, by the way, I played this game when it first came out. I played it every single update. I played it through 40 or 50 times. I'm lost track of it. I have no idea how many times I played it through, but you can go watch every playthrough on YouTube. You go over there and count them all, everybody. It's a lot. I wouldn't do that. It's going to take you a while to count them all. But one of the things that I love to do is make each playthrough uniquely different. Like this one is the mega playthrough. This is the one we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for release. So we can just go absolutely ham on our builds. I didn't bother to do mega builds in early access. I really wanted to let it, kind of percolate a bit. But back in the day, everybody, you would be doing one foundation at a time. I've done thousands and thousands of foundations one at a time, and I had to count them 1, 2, 3, because you're doing your measurements and stuff while you're doing it. And so that's why I still count them to this day, because I'm so used to doing that. All right, and then over here again, we're going to run this up. We're going to take the final output of the B section of the quick wire, and we're going to run it up into its own separate storage up in here. Oh, get in the door. There we go. You just cut across here. Get that to go in there. Awkward. And then transfer from this storage into the second storage. Again, I've been using double storages. This is 14 per storage, so it's 28 storages. Normally I just use 10. 10 is usually more than enough, especially you can actually finish the entire game with just 10 boxes of everything all the way up to aluminum. And that's it. You finish the game. You can just use all those resources. Boom, done. How do I know? I did that on my last playthrough. That's how I know. There we go. You've actually been to Sweden myself? Very beautiful country. Yes, very beautiful. Again, I always find Swedish people are pretty sweet, too. That's just my personal experience. Maybe I just met all the nice ones. You know, people are who they are all over the world, everybody. There's nice peeps and there's not so nice peeps. I prefer the nice ones myself. I know, just how I prefer. All right, quick wire storage. This is A1, A2, and so did we put our dimensional depot in the A1? No, we did not, because that's the one that's producing more. So we need to put our dimensional depot in here. Now, by the way, this eliminates our other storage that we have going. Oh, not that one. Let's go ahead and have that quick wire running in there. Very nice. Okay, so automatically built-in dimensional depot on that one. And then quick wire B, number 4, number 5. This is quick wire storage right here. Like this. Like that. And then we'll copy the name. I like it to be nice and big signs, everybody. I like to be able to see it from far away. I don't get up right in, like, you know, oh, it's got like 2-point text there. All right, this is B1. This is B2, because we're going to properly label all of this stuff in this playthrough. Or at least as best we can. All right, that is a tremendous amount of all of that. All right, let's go ahead and take out our scaffolding here that we no longer need. Do it all the way down. And remember, eventually I'll take this via train to our mega base and make use of it. And, oh, look at this. Okay, so hit G to lock in foundation so I don't hit anything else, hopefully. And then just holding down control and letting go after I swipe it. Like this. Control, control, control. Control, release, control, release, control, release. Control, hold down. Control, hold down. There you go. All right, look at that. We removed all that scaffolding. We can see that all of our stuff is working beautifully. Oh, I can see it transferring there. See, I like to see it transfer. That's why I have this kind of transfer level so that I know it is actually going in there. And then this is doing the wire here, and if we didn't screw it up, we should end up with a bunch of it ending up right here at the end. Yes, we do. And again, that's 24 boxes times 2, so it's really 48 boxes of quick wire. And we're going to use a bunch of quick wire, and we're on the B version here, we're actually going to use quick wire for something pretty special. I don't think I can fit it in here, but you know what? We'll give it a shot. Let's see. This definitely does not look like enough room. Nope. Nope. Okay, I thought I was going to put it on the top. Let's go. Let's go put it on the top. And what we can do is just slide ourselves a little awesome sink kind of back here in the corner. There we go. Very nice. And then, of course, we'll want to run our power from way down here. Right over here. See if we've got a spot right there. We do. Awesome. All right, we'll run that up. I just, you know, RP in that you drilled a hole through all of that and then ran the wire through there. So there you go. That's what I do. Okay, so here's the awesome sink. Now, one of the things that that I typically do with Caterium is I use Caterium as a awesome sink item. Now, I want to be very specific, though. That this is actually overflow. So later on when I'm using this, this does not get messed up, right? It's not just running all of my stuff in there. When I need to use some of it, it's only going to run it in there if whatever's after this is an overflow. So we got conveyor splitters, we've got smart splitters, we got programmable splitters, which are really cool. and then mergers, right? So we want to actually just use a smart splitter because that's easy. Right over here. Now the biggest problem with putting it on the belt is trying to line that belt up off a floor hole up above. You can see that's not even close. So let's try that again. Again, try to line that up. That's going to be really difficult to get that to work. But we're going to try. Okay, so when it goes straight, anything can go straight, and overflow is going to go right. All right, and we'll see if that actually works. I put it right where the thing is. All right, I was guessing. I was guessing where it was going to go. All right, we got to move this way over. So let's try. I do like the positioning of it, though. Let's try it right there. Okay, middle mouse button, our smart splitter. Try to eyeball it as best we can. Alright, this is not making this easy. Alright. Maybe that. That rarely ever works out, by the way. We'll see how it goes. Alright, smart splitter. Right, is overflow. And we'll know the second we go to try to run this in. Into here. Now, I don't need a box in between everybody because I'm not going to come over here and be using that box. I'll just see if it comes out. Nope. See, that's a really difficult way of doing that. Is doing it that way. So the best way to do this, by the way, I'll probably move this back just a little bit too. I'm going to go ahead and move this back just a little bit there. Just to give me a little bit more room. I'll show you the way to make this work every single time. I had to change the direction there. Oh. Oh, that is straight. Okay. What you do is you go ahead and you just take this out and you go ahead and put the splitter in properly, right? You start it on the foundation down here, and then you just work your way up, and then you just change the last one to a smart splitter. Make sure that your directions are good. Your input is on that side, and then output's there. So you just take the time to make the splitters line up properly. Like this. And like that. There we go. And then smart splitter, again, overflow. And then now these will line up and should work in theory. Nope. Okay, it's got to move over just a little bit. Right, hit H, and then you can nudge it left and right, and then you can line it up. And then I use the other one as a reference. There it is. Okay, make sure it's going the right way. Okay, going in there. And then we'll redo this. Just keep doing it until you get it right. And then out of there. Into the Awesome Sync. There we go. Now, I always am running QuickWire in the Awesome Sync because I'm literally making 2,000 QuickWire every minute. So if I'm making 2,000 QuickWire every minute, a lot of that should be going into the Dimensional Depot, into the Awesome Sync, where I could be earning coupons the whole time while I'm playing, especially in the early game. When you're starting off and you want to unlock all of your stuff, like your little car and all your little mug for drinking, and then also all of your shapes and sizes and things like that, you definitely want to let that run into the Awesome Sync for sure. And it's just so easy, and it makes so much excess that, again, even though I need, what was that, 1 million? Yeah, 1.2 million points, it'll just run endlessly. But this will always be powered up, though. It's always going to be powered up, and it's going to use up that power every single second. But because I'm only doing it from one half of it, only half of it's going to be powered up, and the other half is going to have a backlog cache of QuickWire. So only the top half, right? The B version, which is less, which is 120, that version is always running. And I could, of course, go to the priority switch and turn it off if I wanted to. But it'll always be running, and it's going to run 120 QuickWire in there per minute forever. And just keep going and going and going. And again, Remember, I'm on a server, everybody, so I have the power of time. So I can just let it run. Again, that's the cool thing about G-Portal, everybody, is that for a couple bucks, you can go over there and get yourself a server and not... See, that's less than it costs you in power, everybody, to go get your own server and let it run over there. In fact, let me hook you up, because this is one of my favorite things to do, everybody, is convince companies to give me a discount code so I can give it to you. So follow that link over there, get 10% off, everybody. Go for it. Get your own server, and then you can just let it run while you're busy at work or whatever. You know your factory's running on the server, and then when you come back, boom, you got tons of resources, because this will fill all the way up, everybody. It absolutely will. It'll just fill all the way up. The same thing with our other thing over here, our copper that we were working on. That's going to fill all up, max out, and then work its way all the way down and automatically turn off. The lower section of this that's not going into the awesome sink, that lower section is going to fill and then turn off. And then this top side is just going to run forever and just keep running it in there. Now, of course, we can also run it out the priority output where it's not going into the overflow. And so we've kind of built that in. So if we run this out and we run up to the trains, it's going to run to the train first. And then if it fills up the train, then it will backlog and then run it into the awesome sink. So we're thinking about the future. We're thinking steps and steps ahead, right? And that'll be a while before we get to that. But you can, again, just put that on the top. I think that looks awesome. I'm loving these towers, everybody. I think they're amazing. Now, I have them aligned to the actual outputs, to the actual extractor as well. Now, that concrete over there, we'll work with that one too. We're going to run all of these up eventually to the trains. Again, we're just getting our basics in, building stuff just to be run in the dimensional depot first, and then we're going to run it back to our mega base later. All right, so we got all that looking hot and sexy. We good. Going down. Whee! Okay, now those are all good to go. Okay, so in the amount of things that we want to make in here, let's go in here and look at some other things. Where's our constructors? Up here. Let's just pop in here and just kind of peek into one of these constructors for all the different recipes. So we've got we got wire, we got cable, we got quick wire, we got concrete, we got plates, rods, and copper sheets. Now the one thing we didn't do yet is screws. Now you're like, well, Kismet, you got all those iron rods. You can take those iron rods and turn them into screws. Exactly right. Do I need the screws right now? No, I have a bunch of them. But I could do that and turn them into screws. But you know what? I don't want to do that. You want to have a max node, a pure node that you want to run into screws. Screws, and they made it less bad now, but it used to be the number one thing that would trip you up. It'd be the number one thing you never had enough of, right? So I am the type of person that I find a pure node, and I run nothing but screws on that pure node. And then I will have to split it into multiple belts. Even at 1200, we'll have to definitely split that in multiple belts, and then we'll have crazy tons of screws that we can run back to our mega base and use it for different types of production. So we'll definitely do that later on. But we wanted to get the basics: iron plot, rod, copper sheet, wire, so on and so forth. And then especially concrete. Now, we've got a bunch of other stuff in here that we want to do. Remember, we're going to do every process in the game, every single one. Again, we are doing a mega build. That's including all these proteins and power shards and rebar and so on and so forth. We'll get all that going. Now, we do have some aluminum casing going over there and trigons, and we really have a bit of some of this going. But things like reanimated SAM, we don't have that going anymore. Our quartz crystal, a little bit, but not at its maximum production, which is what we're doing right now. We're maximizing each extraction production, so we're overclocking each and every node, because that's the best place to overclock, everybody. So say you had a coal node and you were extracting 120 from that coal node, right? And then you were using it for power. And if you overclocked it and you extracted 300, right, from that node, and then you used it for power, you would actually, the amount of power that it takes to overclock it would be less, way less than the amount of power that you'd be producing. So you'd be actually producing more power and actually get a bigger gain on that extraction than anywhere else in the game. Absolutely. So again, and I've done it. I've done it for sure. I've gone in and made 140 plus coal extractors or coal power plants, and it cost me 2,000 because it made 12,000 power. It cost me 2,000 overhead, which means the extractors and all the other stuff, water and whatever you got to use. And then I had 10,000 power left over. And that's because I overclocked all the nodes. So I think that's the best place to overclock, the node every single time. So don't forget to get that going on. All right, so what would be the number one thing that I would want to do next? Well, the number one thing I'd want to do right here is steel beams and steel pipes. Why do I want to do that? Because I want to replace that process so that when I'm building my boxes, the store stuff, like all the things I've been building, and I'm going to probably run out eventually if I keep building the way I'm building, would be my steel pipes and my steel beams. So they can go automatically in the dimensional depot. Now, to make steel pipes and steel beams, you're going to need your steel ingots. So we're going to go ahead and we're just conveniently right by a coal node. We're going to pop over here to this coal node and see what's up with what's up. We're going to try to find our bigger thing over this way. There we go, our bigger power. And we're going to run this. And let's run it down here. And I feel like we could just run it all the way over. Now we're running our power industrial strength instead of being in the small power. See how I dipped down? I ran out of power there. I was like, wee, down to your death. But I was just moving it till I was in position there. Okay, now we're going to go over here and we're going to do something different where before we're just using single resource extraction. Now we're going to use multiple extraction from different sources, from coal and from iron, and we're going to combine them together into steel. But the first thing we got to do is enjoy the wonders of explosions and nature all in one. Right there. Again, I just love to blow up the stuff and move it away from my nodes. Like so. Take that, nature. I'm just kidding around, everybody. I just kidding around. Fix-It doesn't care about nature, everybody, just so you know. Oh, we already got that back there. Okay, so now this is a pure node. That means that we take that pure node, we overclock it all the way up with a level 3 miner. That's going to be 1200, which is our maximum belt speed. So now we need to couple that up, because if we go in and we look, if we go ahead and just take our little foundry here, just plop it down on the ground. I call it the fun zone where you just drop it down and do that. Right here. So it's 45 and 45. So they're equal. We need equal amount of iron and equal amount of coal. So we need 1200 coal to match the extraction of the coal with iron. So let's go over here. And we're going to, again, do our industrial strength running of our power over here. Let's do it right over there. And then we'll have a little fun. If you didn't know, everybody, I discovered this in this playthrough, that you can actually go up with your thing, because it's powered. So you can actually go up, not only just down, which you think most zip lines are down, but in this game, this one, you can actually go up using the zip line, which is very cool. All right, now we're going to come up here, and we're going to go ahead, and hold down B, and we're going to search for iron ore. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I can't tell you how many times I've played through and used these specific nodes, especially at the very beginning. This is a really great place to start right here. All right, now we got some baddies who want to get up in our business, but we've got lots of ammo that we can put in the dimensional depot, and every time I pull that rifle out of ammo in there, you can see it just filling right back up again, because I have 10 boxes deep of ammo. All right, come on, come get me. Where's your friend? Your friend bailed on you. Sucks to be you, bro. Pew, pew, pew. Getting our pew pew on in here. All right. We will rock you. That's exactly what it's doing, everybody. I love it every single time. Queen, one of the greatest bands of all time. Get it going on! Okay, what kind of nodes are these? Impure. Impure. So this is going to be max 300, max 300. So that's 300 and 300. Also, you might notice that I can see all the nodes on the map. The reason why I can see the nodes is because I put up all my radar towers. You can see that they're showing me where all the nodes are. And I'm just kind of working down the side here. You can see I have an impure here, an impure here. I've got a normal node and a normal node. I've got a copper node here. And by the way, these are iron. All four of those are iron. This is copper, which is a normal, and then a impure limestone node. So this is actually a really good area to start if you are new to the game, because you usually start somewhere over here. This is that arch that you see over there. So just kind of go off that arch. You got a bunch of nodes here that you can just go ahead and tap into, get started. Now my favorite place to start is way over there. And I'll show you on the map here, right up the way, past the waterfalls here. You kind of walk up along the edge. All of these nodes over here are pure nodes. Pure nodes start at 120 on the level 1 miner, and then of course if you put the level 3 on there, it's a lot more, and then if you overclock it, it's 1200 extraction per minute. So yeah, pretty crazy. Now, we could use these nodes, or we could tap into these normal nodes back here and try to utilize those. I don't think I've very rarely ever used these ones in the back just by themselves. So I kind of feel like, let's do it. And we'll use those other ones in the front later on. Now, of course, these mobs are way easier if you do have a gun. Highly recommend. All right, looking good. We got a little mini arch here. Like it. All right, we'll just go ahead and bring ourselves some power over. Seriously doubt that's where that's going to end up, but we'll bring it over so I can float around. That power of verticality. And then we can go ahead and do some nature rearranging. Oh, I forgot. Got a little spot down there. Little rift. Yeah, there used to be a spot where you go get the copper. Oh, it's over here. Where you go get the copper, and they eventually covered it up. It used to be open in the old version. Whenever you see this kind of gray color, you just throw that on down in there like that. Hello? Oh, there's something down there. Something to go check out. But just thought I'd give you a little heads up on that one. All right, we don't want no rocks. We don't do no rocks up in here. Get these rocks out of here. They're uglying up my sight. In fact, let's just go ahead and have a little fun. Great way to cause your game to crash, by the way, if you do too many of these. But it doesn't make it any less fun. All right, here we go. Very fun. Just so you know, I have 10 boxes deep of these, too. Advantage of a server, everybody. Just let it run, bro. You can do it on your computer, too. You can just let your computer run if you want. Build it up. You know, maybe one of these days I'll just do a play it on the computer build. Some future update. And I've done it that way as well. I've played just on my local machine. Played all the way through many times. And again, there's a little bit of lag on the server. Sometimes there's more issues on the server than it is on a local game. Because they, at some point also, they weren't really developing the server as much as they were doing the solo game that you play on your local machine. And I just felt like clearing that out. Okay, now we got a normal node. Now normal nodes are going to extract, and if you overclock them, be 600. And we need 1200. So this is 600 and 600 combined. You got it. And then look how close we are to our pure node over there. So we can decide to bring the coal over here, or we could take the iron and we could bring it over there. Now, why would we want to bring it over there? Well, one, it's not very obstructed over there. Not that it's obstructed over here. It's closer to our primary base, so we could probably run it up and then just run it to a train station in the center there. And so we're just kind of clustering all of those together. So I feel like what I'm going to do, and plus also it's a bit lower, so that means that the higher I stack it, all the stuff I'm going to stack in between, when I combine all of this, it'll be right about the right level when I stack it all up. So what we're going to do is extract from over here, and we're going to end it up over there. So the first thing we're going to do is align it a bit to the world grid by holding down Control to get our angles of our extractor. And then no blueprints yet. We're going to go production, Mark III. We're going to rotate this around and get it somewhat close to the world grid. Once you have one, then you have the other. And again, I'm going to show you my super quick way and one simple move. The Kismet way, the ultimate way, the way that is correct. All the other ways are fail. Let's go. Right here. All right. You get yourself a metal beam. You hold down Control. You get it nice and straight like that. You line it up. You click, left click. You drag it out. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, which is the length of a foundation, which makes it perfect foundations, perfect alignment every single time. You're welcome in one single move. And then all you have to do is take your foundation. It snaps automatically to the beam. You're done. That's it. GG's. All done. Now we'll take all that out. Fred! That's Fred. He's always in my business. I'm trying to get things done over here. He's standing in the way. But, you know, he's curious, so, you know, I live with it. And then we go ahead and put our miner in, because I'm going to put a blueprint around this miner here. Fred, really? Right now? Right now, you got to be right here in my business? I know, you like it. You're digging the builds. But you gotta go, bro. Come on. Get on out of here. Don't make me give you another little bump in the booty. Don't make me do the bump. I don't want to. I don't like doing it. There you go. Good boy. All right. Fred's gonna go over there now. All right. Now we're gonna go ahead and put our blueprint down that we have for our extraction. So Mega Extractor right over here. And we're going to rotate this around so the arrow's facing us. We're going to left click, and there it is, perfectly aligned to the actual extractor, because I set up all the foundations first, so I could align my blueprint to that foundation, and then I had already put in the extractor, which fits perfectly in the blueprinter. You got to do the extractor first, and then take out all the foundations and just have the extractor. Then you put in the blueprint. Good to go. Now, again, if you are one of my patrons, you get all of these blueprints as part of being a patron. I know, thank you very much. I appreciate all that awesome support. Uh-oh, changed it to coloring instead of power. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and run this into our priority switch. What number would we do over there? I forgot. Let's go see what number we're at. I forget numbers. What are we at? 4, copper wire. Do we not name it? Should have named our switch. Go back and take care of business. Our Caterium, we should have named that priority switch after that Caterium that we did. Oh, I know, isn't it crazy? We're back recycling. I got some going way up there, and you can see all my nuclear waste. I'm running way out to the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I'm doing a bit of plutonium up there. We were talking about that a few times before. I think last time a little bit, and then before. How to make plutonium, how to make fixonium. And again, we'll eventually come back to that. Again, all of this stuff up here will be replaced with mega builds. We're building fancy now. We're building modular style instead of just building boxes. We're giving it a bit of style. We're also making it where it can go from one to the next and backlog. And then, of course, throw this stuff all in the dimensional depot. You can see that our copper ore is extracting there. So 04 copper ore should be down here. Yes, okay. Then 05 should be our Caterium ore, which I don't think we named down here, which is why it's not showing up. Oh, look at me forgetting to name it. F005 Caterium ore. F005 Caterium ore, which is making quick wire. Bam! All right, nice. Now we can see that when we go into the priority switch. We'll see it over here that we're on number 5. And then this is going to be steel ignites over here. And we can actually go ahead and take this down now. Clear that blueprinter. Take our blueprinter out. And then we'll go to blueprint mode. We can take that out of blueprint mode. Take this out. There we go. We got a blueprinter over this way as well, I believe we can take out. Let's get it done. Then you're sinking the plutonium rods for the flying bing? Well, there you go. That gets her done, that's for sure. We're just taking our sweet time. Having a good time along the way, though. That's the whole thing. See, look at making it fancy. Even the extractors are fancy. Very, very fancy. Oh, actually, we can take out our portal now because we're not going to be teleporting that much over here. Because this part is set it and forget it. My favorite thing, everybody. I love to just set it and forget it. Look at all those resources in there. All right, let's take all this out. Let's go ahead and go to our blueprint mode. We'll take out all of this stuff, which we very easily added via blueprinting. Probably one of the first blueprints you want to make, everybody, is just the foundations. And we got a nice one there. Kind of feel like we want to go back to the main base. Now, for those of you who haven't seen my main base, I actually finished the entire game with about 40,000 power. That's all you need, and about 10 boxes deep of resources that I can just let run on the server. And if you notice that a lot of what I'm doing, everybody, that production that I just made over there, I haven't had that production in a while, in probably 100 hours of playing the game. And you're like, well, Kismet, how can you do it without having the production? Well, I backlogged it into a box, 10 boxes deep. So I don't need to. And actually, it's way up on the top up there as well. And you're like, well, Kismet, why do you have it up so high? Well, I have it up so high so my trains run flat wherever they go. And if I need my trains to run down, I make a spiral. And I don't just make a spiral, everybody. I make a perfect spiral, which is pretty awesome. And again, if you're one of my patrons, you can go ahead and pick up those plans and you make your own awesome perfect spirals. Like this. Everybody else does the cheesy spirals. I do perfect spirals. So it doesn't slow down your trains. Your trains are going as fast as they possibly can, bringing that water up the spiral like this. I love going up the spiral, everybody. Very, very fun. No, this is not 1.1 experimental. I'm saving that like a sweet, sweet nectar that I'm going to do when it goes stable. Normally, I go play experimental, too. Normally, oh, hey, 1.1's out, let's go play it. But I'm not doing it yet. I will wait until it's time, until it goes stable. So I'm playing 1.0 vanilla right now. And we are mega building, meaning that we're doing it to the umph degree, right? And I've been waiting, because I've played the game since it originally came out. I've played through 40 or 50 times. I've finished it in early access multiple times. As well as I've finished the game in release as well. And I finished the entire game again with about 30 or 40,000 power right in between there, because it was, goes up and down when you're using your accelerators. But I finished the game, and I could finish it again right now. We're at the end of the game. We've unlocked everything, and now we're just building massive stuff. That's what we're doing. And we're going to try to tap every node. We're going to try to tap everything and do everything that we can do in-game, every process as well. But there is a build limit, so we might hit that. We'll see how it goes. And of course, we're running underneath here. I love to run my trains up and under and over and do little switchbacks. It's very, very fun. And here we are coming into our nuclear power. Now, as your official Fix-It corporate trainer, this is the most efficient way to build anything. And this is why they build square buildings in real life, everybody, is because of the square footage. If you're building round buildings, it's cutting down your square footage, which means you're not making as much money out of that building. That's why they make big square buildings, everybody, just so you know. So they can maximize their profit from the cost that it costs to build those buildings. It also takes less time, less thought, less creativity to do that as well. Now, I'm a creative guy. I'm an artist and a graphic designer for the last 30 years for some of the top companies in the world. And I love doing mega builds. But I like to earn it, everybody. I like to earn it. I don't do creative modes. Nah, that's not for me. I like to go in, earn every bit of those resources, grind it out, get the resources, then go full mega build. And so you can see that I've used just a bit of resources here, again, to get all the way to the end of the game. You can see up there that we just have 3 more things to do. And we could have finished it 50 times already. We sure could, because we already have all the resources backlogged. And those resources are sitting way, way up there, up here, that I built at the very beginning of the game. And of course, we've unlocked everything in the hub. We've done all of that fun stuff. We're even running some stuff into our power accelerator. That was fun. We did that last time. And so we're going to go up here and take a look at the stuff that we are replacing right now with all of that other mega building that we're doing. We're going to replace all of our dimensional depots that we're using to backlog that stuff for us. So we can go down or up. I like to put decision points there where I can manually choose. Because sometimes I don't go down or up. Sometimes I just run along that level there and do stuff with my trains. Now we're going to go way, way up here. And I'll give you a little bird's eye view of what my base is looking like over here. You can see we got lots of fuel power going. This is regular fuel and then into turbo fuel. We're going to try to get some time in for rocket fuel today. We're going to try to really, what we want to do is tie all of our resources together. So we want to get all the oil, bring all the oil back to our mega base and build a mega fuel depot. Because I think fuel is actually a lot easier and also more environmentally friendly than doing all the other stuff as well. But here's a little spaghetti for you. I always like a little spaghetti, you know, sprinkle a little Parmesan on there. Always some fun. But as you can see, this is my main storage area where all that stuff's coming in. Now in here, we actually are we are out of plates in here. So this whole entire section full of plates here can be taken out. We've also replaced our concrete, though I think we're still pretty much, how many boxes deep still? 5, 6 boxes deep. Man, we are deep. All right, yeah, we used up how many boxes? 5 boxes? 5 boxes. And we have 5, wow, exactly 5 boxes left. That's wild. Yeah, exactly 5 boxes left of concrete. But we're producing massive amount of concrete right now, and we're using 5-dimensional depots to make sure that at any given time, if I need concrete, I can build massive things, and it puts 1,000 concrete in there per minute. It's a lot, everybody. Actually, I think it's 1,200 per minute. It just, whoom, puts it in there because we have all of our stuff upgraded. And you can see that we removed the dimensional depot. Same thing with the concrete here. We can now remove the dimensional depot. We can remove the dimensional depot on our rods that we did replace. We'll replace all of these later on. Other things that we did over here is the quick wire. We can take those back. We can take our wire back. We can take our cable back. It's kind of like playing a country song backwards. You get your girl back, you get your truck back, you get your job back. So there you go. So as you can see, I removed those dimensional depots so I can use those elsewhere now. And again, you can see that we have all of our resources here. Now another one that we're going to replace is our production here of our steel beams and our steel pipes. And again, because we're on the server, we can let it run. So even if it's creating 5 steel pipes per minute, we can let it run for thousands of hours like we have. Basically, I could have an infinite amount. Look, 3,827 hours on the server. That's not my hours, everybody. That's just the server running 24/7, building me tons and tons of resources, which is awesome. Awesome. I love playing on the server, everybody. And again, let me hook you guys up with my buddies, my pals over there at G-Portal. They are amazing. By the way, I have I have the only G-Portal shirt because I'm a graphic designer, so I went and made it myself. I went and got it done. Went and got it done over at Teespring. So there you go. You're going to do 40 uranium fuel rods, 70 fixonium rod a minute for my power. There you go. 1 terawatt. There you go. Ignoring the amount of crap I need to power to make that happen. I know, right? Because, you know, you're making your terawatt, but then you have your overhead of how much that costs to make that extraction and then to extract your water and then all the other resources that are in there for fixonium and all of that stuff. So you always want to think of it in terms of overhead. So if you make a terawatt, Remember, there's that overhead, so you're really getting the remaining amount. So if it costs you more than, than you're making, then that's not good. But it actually, both nuclear power, coal power, and also fuel power, it doesn't matter what you do, everybody. If you're overclocking those nodes, bro, it's totally worth it. It's totally worth it every single time. And it's going to give you exponentially more power than it is using. Absolutely. I've tried it on every different types of power, including Fixonium and all that other stuff. It will exponentially giving you way beyond. So you just have let's say 1/8, and then the rest of it is pure power that you can use for other stuff. So very, very cool. Now, this stuff is what I call the spaghetti mess, right? So you just say, okay, I need a few of this or a little bit of that or a little bit of that, and then you just use up your resource, because all these resources here are actually going to be deleted. Why are they going to be deleted? Because I don't want to have to carry them or run lines and run it down to the central storage that's going to be down below. So what I'm going to do is build out the ability to build each and every one of these in a mega style, right? Maximize each and every node that I'm extracting, and then run that to a gigantic central storage, which will also be our power backup, which will also be where our power is at the mega base, because you want your power to be close to you, so you're not running way out in the middle of nowhere for power. For something like plates, okay, I'll run out there, fix it a little bit, come back. But your power, if it goes off, you want it to be right there. Okay, oh, it's right here. Oh, something going on with my power. Let me go over and figure out what it is. Now, if it's not the extraction, then it's something to do locally with your power. And it's much easier if you keep it. Because I can't tell you how many times I've done that, where I've made my power way out in the middle of nowhere, and I'm just like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. That just cuts up your most precious thing, which is your time, right? I like to use with the minimum amount of time for the maximum amount of benefit. And that's why typically I don't build fancy things. I build square boxes, I make it into a blueprint, drop it down, run the stuff in there, GG's, all good. And fix it corporate. Remember, efficiency first, right? I don't want you to get lasered from space, because if you are inefficient, there's a whole nother department that lasers inefficient people. I'm not a part of that department. I'm not going to tell on you. In fact, I'm showing you how to be efficient and also build awesomely at the same time. I'm doing both. So I don't get lasered from space. I don't want to get lasered. So there you go. And you can see up here, we're doing all of the kind of final stuff that you use in phase 5. Like making, a smidge of our nuclear pasta over here that we're also running in the Dimensional Depot. I think I have a whole box of it down there as well. But as you can see, we're using our particle accelerator and our summer sloops. Now, all of this will be replaced. All of this base down below will be replaced as well. That'll all be replaced with our mega build that we're going to build in the central area right over here later on, which is pretty fun. You can see all the red areas is where all my trains are running. They're running and grabbing different resources, bringing them back for different stuff. And of course, we have cross tracks where the tracks are coming in and all of our signals are waiting for one train to go by and another one goes this way and whatnot. We're going to be building advanced closure reliefs and all sorts of really cool train stuff. Stick around, everybody. Hit that follow button. It's going to be epic. And again, we're just taking it one thing at a time. We're not in any rush. We don't have to rush to the end because we've already finished the game before in the previous playthrough. We don't need to rush. We're just all about just taking it to the extreme on this particular playthrough. So I'm going to get some of my dimensional depots back. That's why I went up there. And then right here, by the way, these buildings here, online backup power, offline backup power. It's kind of like the battery that's in your phone and then the battery that you connect to your phone when you run out of battery on the first battery, right? And this is 30,000 power here, and this is 30,000 power here. So always on 30,000 power of backup, and then offline 30,000 power of backup that I can flip on should this run out. And by the way, this is 15 hours of power, and this is 15 hours of power. So that's 30 hours of power that I have backed up in case any time I need it. Now this is going to get exponentially bigger too, because that's probably the most backup power I've ever built, because I usually neglect my backup power, but not this time. We're going mega in, everybody. All right, down we go. Whee! All the way back down here. And we got to get back to our stuff down here. So what we're going to do, again, is work on our steel. We're going to try to get that going. And once we have our steel, we have a lot of our basics that we need to have running 24/7 and running in the Dimensional Depot. So we never have to think about those resources again for when we're building. Now this whole stage right here I'm doing, you can do from the very beginning of the game, by the way. You can actually go in and build this out like this from the beginning of the game. The only problem is later on you're going to have to come back and take it out again anyway to upgrade all the belts, or you can go into each one of these things and try to upgrade all the belts. Everybody, I strongly suggest not doing that. It'd be faster just to take it out, make a new blueprint with the upgraded belts, and then put it all back in again, for sure. Me and this particular playthrough, we waited all the way till the end, and then we're putting in our really high mega build. And as you can see, Fred's down there doing his thing. We'll come back to that node later. And you can see we've made our extractors fancy and perfectly lined up to the extractor grid. Over here, we were combining stuff, as well as we have a little feature here that lets us know this left side, because this is overflow, lets us know that that is actually backlogged. And that means that that is maxed out. Every single one of the rods over on the other side, we know just by looking at the node that the rods have filled up. They filled up in the dimensional depot, and they filled up 24 boxes deep. That's what that's telling us right now. I know, cool, right? One of my inventions. And then over here, let's go see how we're doing on our copper extraction. Copper extraction is still going, has not backlogged yet. How do we know? Again, because the sides of this is not filled. Because the overflow, when it hits the overflow here, it'll backlog down there and then start to fill this, which lets me know that that is backlogging. Okay, so that is running. We're going to let that keep on rock and rolling. But you know what we want to do? We want to kind of finish this up before we move on. We want to go ahead and get our supports here and just put our supports in. And normally I don't use supports, everybody. Normally not, because again, you build your supports, then you change it, then you take your supports out, and you do use your supports again, and then you build your supports, and then you change it, and so on and so forth. But this is done. This is set it and forget it, which is my favorite. I'm not going to bother to put one on. No, I can see it from this side. Okay, we'll put it in. All right, now this one's really cool because we can use this one as a support there, like that, which is really cool because, again, that's the extractor there. Then we want to go ahead and get our support beam, which is way over here, and just middle mouse button it. And we'll want to bring this particular one down, turn our zooping on, until it gets close to the ground here, say something like that. And then we'll just snappy snap that right there. Look at that, we've got ourselves our supports all the way around. Then we want to go in and do our carbon steel finish on the top here, so these don't really pop out in that orange. And just to make it a bit more subtle, you don't want them to see your supports. You want them to see your beautiful base. Like that. All right, totally legit. Looks good. Love it. All right, next one. Let's go ahead and go over here because we added our copper today. We did our caterium, and again, we got one more to do, which is our steel. So right here, let's see. Uh-oh, we got a problem there. We got problems. I love when I click and it moves over right when I'm clicking. My favorite. Not. Oh yeah, we got issues. All right, we got issues. Maybe something like that. Where's our pillar supports? Middle mouse button. I could put it on my bar, but I'm not going to. All right, now we're going to run this past the point in which we're probably going to use it. This one here is going to be pretty easy. Go up by one so we can put the cap at the bottom. Gotta pop a cap. Let's say that one. We could do something like this. Floating. Don't like it, but here's a great little trick, everybody. You go in and get a 2-meter foundation, and you just stick it right underneath there. Take this one out. Just like that. Nice, because it'll snap underneath there. Because this game is awesome, everybody, in the way that it snaps. Probably one of the best building games in the world. Absolutely incredible. because of the way that you can work with your snapping and the way you can work with all of your stuff. It is so incredibly good. All right, and then we'll take this out. That's going to probably be pretty awkward there, so we probably want to do the same thing we did over here. And just do this. Put that under there. And we'll just fill in the back part here. We're going to need the thing first. Allows us to snap underneath there like that. All right. Now, we also want to color all this in, so we'll do our carbon steel. That's our theme we're using right now. And you can do whatever you want. Make it pink or purple or whatever you feel like. All right, that's looking awesome. Let's bring this forward, and since we're doing that, we'll just stay with that theme of it just being up off the foundation. Looks pretty cool. That one is not... Oh, that one was the one that went wrong. The one that went wrong. That is not aligned, and I don't like it. There we go. You can tell because the foundation didn't line up. There we go. Very nice. In with our carbon steel. Looking good, looking good. And then we want to match our finishes down here with our, what do we use? Just concrete? No. That's a good question. It was asphalt. Yes, asphalt. That's going to give it a little bit of flair there. All right, like it, like it. Very cool. Let's take out a bit of this. And then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and put our ramps in. A 2 meter would be more than enough. Now we're just embellishing, making it look cool. Again, everybody, we're going to be doing another long stream. Been pushing myself big time to keep things going. Another long stream today. We're going to try our best here. I don't know, earlier I was not feeling so hot, but I'm feeling a little better now. Just trying to push myself every day to do a little bit more. Let's see. We got to find that proper corner radius here. It was 2 meter. Yes. Get our 2 meters in there. I like how the 2 meters actually auto rotate, which is nice. And then to set that off, we're going to go ahead and put it in the lighter concrete. And now this is all just making it look cool. I mean, a nice, so you want to have contrast between the darker middle and the side. And then that gives it that industrial feeling. Feels like it's about to fall over, though, because it's hanging off the cliff there. Yeah, I feel like I want to put like a giant support beam or something under there, just to make that look cool. Yeah, let's put a, how can we do this? Wall. So we could put a wall in, say here. Gonna work my magic. All right, here we go. And we'll take our big pillar support and we will try to line it up in the center. Say up a little bit so it's right there. This is like reverse engineering, where you just kind of build something like this, and then you only have it there temporarily so that you can go ahead and then build the thing that you actually want. Say something like that. We take the walls out. And then it looks like it's sitting on that beam. Okay? Again, the whole point of that is to put a wall there, turn it sideways, put the beam there, and then run the beam. So it's like sitting on that beam, so that's why it's not falling over. Though kind of sitting not in the middle. So we can go ahead and get this more in the middle. We'd have to put the wall down, do all that again. Maybe even better idea. Go like this. Cross beam. Like that. And then wall. Place pillar just about right there. Run this like this. Make it look even more industrial strength by running the double pillar underneath there. Yeah, so now, there we go. Now that looks legit. It's sitting on that double pillar, and we can say that we drilled it into the side, and that's what's holding that up. You don't really need to do that, everybody. It's not like 7 Days to Die where the whole thing will fall down. They said they'll never add that, but I'm sure there's a mod that will do it. That will make it where it'll fall down if you don't build it right. But it just looks cooler, so we're going to go with it. Again, embellishing all that fun stuff is enjoyable, but is very time-consuming. All right, we got that done. Let's move on. They're all looking amazing. Get them all stacked up there. Oh, what do we got over here? Oh, something. I didn't even see this over here. This is what I'm really waiting for in 1.1. Is waiting for the ability to take these things out. Alright. I always have my weapon out whenever I'm by one of these, because it's usually there's somebody by here. Forget to check the bushes. You know what? I don't think I've ever tried to do this. No, none of that stuff gets blown up. But it makes it easier to see the resources. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to store all these resources. We can store some of these. I was going to go in there and have my sorter sort all this out for me. Speaking of that, let's sort this so we can combine. Put a lot of this stuff away. I don't like to carry around my unique items. I like to keep them out of my inventory so I have enough inventory space. And if I just have like some random stuff like this, I'd just throw it in the Dimension Depot. You never know, we might need it at some point. Good to keep that rando stuff in there. I'll let that run a while. All right, let's see what we got here in the drop pod. Oh, we just happen to have those resources. Nice. We'll grab those hard drives that we don't really use. We are going to do all the alternate recipes as well, everybody. We're going to do everything. Everything all at once. Well, maybe not all at once, but eventually. Okay, so again, we're going this way. We got all those resources. Oh, the baddie down here who died. And then he died. All right, we're going to build our cool steel factory right over here. So first thing we're going to do, again, like I like to do, is to put down a 4-meter hold down control and get a bit, ooh, that's kind of cool. Or it's going to go this way. And then I can aim the output that way. Seems good. Okay. So what I do is I put down a foundation that's set up on the world grid. And then I try to take the extractor. Yeah, grab some power down here. Actually, I grab the big power down here. Big power. Back here a bit. Out of the way. There we go. And then I take an extractor and I somewhat line it up. Now again, you can put it on the world grid and just put the thing on top of it. I just like to line it up like this, but keep it on its own extraction grid. Because that's cool. And very few people do that. They just do the cheap and cheesy way where you just slap it on there and on you go. Hey, you do you. Me, I like it to be perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Use that bar. One single move. And it is perfection. There you go. Take that out, and I like to bring it up usually about 1 meter, like that, and then run it across so that stuff's not coming through the bottom. Just RP that you went in, you cut it out of foundations and all that stuff, everybody. That's what you do. Oh, I gotta put the thing down first. And so now we'll raise this up a little bit and see if it'll let us put it down. Oh, it's a little too high. Oh, okay, we can't get away with it. Some nodes, it's too high and you can't snap it in the node. But what you can do here is I can aim at the node like this, and then sometimes it'll snap, even though it says it's not snapping on the top, which that's perfect now. Exactly how I want it. And then we'll take out all the foundations. We're leaving this in because we're going to put a thing around it. The output is actually on the back of it, by the way. So that's why I'm kind of aiming it this way as opposed to turning it around that way. The front of it is just to let me know if everything is working properly. Okay, Mega Extractor, Blueprint. Get that lined up, click that in. GG's all around. Then we'll bring our power. Okay, or we'll do that, whatever you feel like doing. Feel free to make me do that twice. All right, there we go. Right in there. Okay, let's see what number we're on here, and let's just try to number it right now. Number 6. So, Factory 006. And this is coal plus iron. Coal plus iron, and then equals steel ingot pipe. Look at that. We're naming it way ahead of time. All right, so we got that going. GG's in there. Now, the extraction of this is going to be 1200. Going to max extract all of that. We're going to go down here. And we're going to work on some of our basics here. First thing we want to do is make sure that it is actually coming out into there. And then, see, since you can't put the extractor in the blueprinter, you always have a little bit of this kind of work to do. A little attach this, a little attach that. Which is great because then it doesn't obsolete you, the player. You're an important part of the process. All right, we got that going. Now we're just going to go right up here and go copy one of these signs from over here. Huh? By the way, you know what I never tried to do? I never tried to do this. I didn't even know you could do that. You know, you always leave something to figure out later on, everybody. I never even thought of doing it over the smaller ones. I always did it on the big ones. I thought it was only the big ones you could do it. But there you go. Learn something new every day. Okay. Back over here. We're going to paste that in there. This is going to be coal. Not compact coal, but regular coal. Okay, or don't change it. Whatever you feel like doing, bro. Oh, I gotta hit select icon. That's right. Select icon, and then we're gonna change this 005. Let's see, coal and steel ore. Or no, this is just coal ore over here. Just call that coal ore. Is this 5 or is this 6? I already forgot. It's supposed to be 6. Yes, it says 6. It is 6. Okay. Make sure we're getting it right. Number 6. Let's call this 6A because this is the coal node. And then the other one we'll call B. All right, so that's 1,200, but we're going to need some of our little boosty boosts back again. So power shards. We're also making some synthetic power shards, which is also awesome. We'll get back to that later on. Right now, we want this to go ham up in here. And I'm just going to take a little bit of this out, just so we can see that it does say 1,200. All right, nice. Okay, so we'll wait to go ahead and build the actual factories later on. We want to go ahead and keep doing our extraction. So we got that going. Now, actually, we can go ahead, take this switch out, and this out. We're going to tie this power into that power. How do we want to do that? That's a good question. Have its own power tower, maybe down here. Yeah, down here. Oh, hello there, little spideys. Yeah, we found ourselves a little cave down here. Oh, cave entrance there and over here. Oh, another one. All right. Let's go ahead and clear this cave out first. Oh, another one underneath me. A lot of you little suckers down here. Luckily, I brought a lot of ammo. Anybody else? Great way to move them away from the drops, by the way. Drop it after. Let's go this one. Let's see, I like to go in floating, because it gets spooky. Looks like these are connected together. I can tell I haven't been in here, because normally I build these in here just so I can remind me where I've been. Maybe I was in here, but it was before I got my little hover thingy. Watch out, these spiders are a sneaky. Okay, we're gonna do a little splunking. Use your smarts, everybody. Use your power of verticality here. One over there. One over there. Sometimes that stuff respawns. The ones that are really scared, the spiders are right here. Oh, they get you in the face. My wife does not play any of these type of games. If it's got spiders in it, she's like, nope. She's not into the spiders. Still goes on. Oh, oh, look out. We aggroed something. Oh, there's our little friends. They get bigger. Keep that in mind. Okay, you know what we need? Chainsaw. See, I got a bunch of them. Alright, put our chainsaw on. Not sure if I have any Just for a chainsaw. Okay, that's why also I keep that in the... I think, again, the Dimensional Depot is one of the greatest things because you can just put a bunch of stuff in there and have it when you need it. Get all this mycelia here. I like to get all this so I know that I've been through there. If that's left there, I know I haven't been there. Dead giveaway. When you're doing this, this is when the spiders sneak up on you. I was doing AoE picking all that up. So I only have to like do the one in the middle. I can just hit E and pick it up. I don't know, felt like doing it. I just hit E and pick it up like that. I like doing it with the chainsaw. Let's keep going. I know there's one of them big spiders in here. I can just sense it. A long cave. Keep her fully loaded. Yeah, some Kateria more down here. Freaky little birds. Oh, we could use our little scanner thing too. Oh, there's a Mercer sphere around here somewhere. What about a summer sloop? No summer sloops. Definitely closing in on a Mercer sphere. Get our weapon. Always at the ready. It's probably that one Mercer sphere we can't find. Oh, look at this. Oh, Samor down here. Oh, this is by the arch. Oh, yeah, this is under the arch. We're actually down here with our extractor, I thought. Oh, no, we did it on the other side this time. I've actually come down here with my extractor and done this one before. It's actually the first one I ever used the Samor on. Oh, wait, pick stuff up. There we go. Oh, I see him over there. See if we can aggro him. Make a little trap for him. Oh, he went up there. Oh, missed him with all of that. Bring it. Get wrecked. I waited to see if he was going to jump again. All right, things to go boom. I was trying to get rid of that thing that was there too. Again, remember we got a lot of things to go boom in here. We can utilize. Oh, I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna grab that first. Oh, I hear the Mercer sphere. Hear that? There was a summer sloop or something over here. Look at all this goodies. And a little coal down there. Again, I don't really need it, but I just take it out so I know I've been there. We're gonna come down here and tap this node. We could use our scanner to find that Mercer sphere, but we're gonna make these trees disappear. Blow those things up. See, our power line's actually running across the top of there. To get this hover pack, man, this is the thing right here. Got our little slug friend down here. And we heard it over this way. Let's see if we eyeball it. Sometimes, by the way, you take those nodes out, and there's a hole behind it. Another great reason to take those out. Not in that case, but sometimes. I like how there's a little jumping puzzle here, too. See that? Jump, 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 jump. Try to climb your way up out of there, and then jump across. Jump to there, so on and so forth. Try to climb your way out. Don't see it offhand. All right, let's get our scanner. I sworn I heard one. It was Sam or talking to me. Exploring some spooky caves. Don't remember where I saw that thing for the Mercer sphere. Back here somewhere. Could be walking right by it. We would never know. Alright, I say we go this way too. Didn't I take that out? Maybe not. Or respawn. A lot of this stuff will respawn too. Not always the ore nodes, but other stuff. Oh, what the heck was that? Oh, it made me jump. The light changed color. It made me jump on that one. You got me. Now, these little guys here usually don't jump. Pretty easy to wipe out. Their weapon. This one just looks like it goes out on this other side. You never really know until you know, you know? That entrance a little bit. Had no idea this entrance was even here. All right. We explored that. Could have sworn it said there was a Mercer sphere nearby. Actually, we go look at our radar and it'll tell us how many are left. 4. I haven't been down here before. Go double check it. Yeah, there's where that copper is that we blew up. You can get down in here. I've fallen down in here before. Rear tile there. Scanning. Scanning. Things to go boom. I've cleared these before. I think they just keep coming back. And I'll clear them. Wow, took a hit there. Run up on him. Oh yeah, I think we went back there too. I think we did. Alright, getting distracted from our mission. That's pretty much this game. That's pretty much this game. You get all distracted onto something else. But we are getting our basic resource extraction going. Oh, and then we got to do our oil extraction spiral. That's right. And we got a to-do list over there. You didn't know you can make that. It's pretty cool. You actually add something to your to-do list. And then above it, you have like public notes and private notes that you can type out your own to-do list. I've been using it forever. It's awesome. All right, back out over here. Keep pressing 2 like it's going to switch my 2 weapon, but it never does. What's up, lizard doggo? Okay. Did we run into any? Bad is that we can just wipe out. All right, we good. We back. All right, that was a big convoluted running around in a circle thing. Here's what we want to do, I think. I think we want to take the output of this and connect that to one of these and use that power as the input. So we will put it, say, there. It's a bit long for us to go, but let's see how long it'll let us go here. That to that, too long, okay. About over here, let us go there. Out here. Oh, I know what we do. We build another thing off to the side. And this is just to pass the power through. Let's say this way. That's just this way. So what we want to do is have the ability to flip this switch and turn those 2 nodes off on that other side. That's what we're doing. So we're going to connect it to this. Then we're going to connect this on its own circuit, not part of the main power. It's actually part of the priority switch across there. Ooh, kind of feel like we want to clean that up a little bit. Let's go ahead run this here first. And we'll go ahead and run that up there. Okay, now this is the primary power. This is coming from our primary power. And that's going in on the A side, and then through the B side, we're running it back through here. I don't think I've ever bothered to try that, and it actually does work, as you can see. Let's go ahead and switch back to here, and then we can just go whoop, whoop. And we can float. Try not to fall to your death. And then we'll just run the power up from down here, right into here, which will start that one up. And then we can go ahead and chain that across when we're ready. Okay, let's get all this other stuff done first. Let's get our thing going there. Our extractor powered up. Our power things. Do we have them? No. Man, I should have totally put this in. Oh, we do have them. I should have totally put this in the sorter. Well, I was going up there to put all that stuff in the sorter and I forgot. All right, that's going to extract 600. Get out the door here. We'll change this to 600. Right there. Let's get this one all lined out. So when it's still yellow when you're pulling it out like that, that means it's crooked. It'll only be yellow on the inside. Oh, you little. It'll only be yellow when you click it and then you start to bring it out. That's when it's yellow because it's clipping a bit into its what's known as soft clipping. But then when you go out like this, it should not do that. So get to here and then 1, 2, nope, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then foundation time. Put that in. Put another foundation on the top of it. Take all this stuff out. Just to bring it up a little bit. Make it nice. Oh, 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 there we go. Here we go dropping stuff. Let's put those back in there. We can put our thing back in there. Maybe some of this. Oh, that's already full. These guys. This stuff. Some of this. Some of that. What about this? That's already full. Alright, well then just throw that in the trash. What about this? That's full too. Alright, that in the trash. This here. Okay. Always a little bit of something you can throw in there, I find, to clear out your inventory. And that's why the Dimensional Depot is awesome. That's a little bit of this. Now, again, I usually take the ones that are the lowest and do those first. Oh, out of room for my spider stuff. Marsilia. This way it just gets emptied faster. That's trash. Again, I just throw it in there, fill it up, and then when it fills up, I usually just throw all that stuff away. I have tons and tons of that stuff. Hard drive's a good one. Deuterium ore is done. All right. I also, again, could put dimensional depots on those as well. Whoa. It's kind of a weird drop. Turbo motor. All right. Drop my turbo motors there. Not yet. This first. Miner extractor. Aligned perfectly to the foundations. Whoops. This way first. Take this out. Now we're ready for our blueprints. And we can chain the power across. Get this one fired up. Power. All good to go. All right, both of those going. This is 600. And combined, that'll be 1200. Let's go down here and grab this text. Nothing else, it makes a great transport across the thing. Oh, a little quartz there. Makes great for a little transport. All right, let's go ahead and copy our coal over here. Copies all the formatting and everything as well. This is iron ore. Let's see, iron ore. This is going to be the B node. We're going to combine all this together. And then over here, they did say in 1.1 they were going to pick up what the actual sign says and all of its stuff. They should do that with all the extractors and machines, that when you pick one up, it also picks up what it does. I think that would be amazing. So this is going to be C item of 006. And again, these are all connected together, so I can flip that one switch. All three of these extractors are going to be off, and then also the whole factory will go off if I just flip that one switch, which is awesome. All right, now the only thing we need to do over here, maybe just kind of finish these out, make them look nice. A little something here, a little something over here. There we go. And then we're going to merge these together. I'm going to grab this splitter. I'm going to hit E a couple times until it says merger. And what are we going to do? We're going to do merge in, then splitter out. Up here. Okay, so this is going to output over here and connect to this. Oh, just a little too far. Yeah, good time to use our stackable wall pole. Always faithful stackable wall pole. Alright, that works. That right up in there. Turn the straight function off. That right into there. Alright, and then this one's going to go up, snack to that one. Then we're going to raise both of those up to go into there. And then this is actually going to run out of here, combined down over that way. So we need a way of running this. So I'm kind of feeling like right here. Just run that across. I feel like we could also rearrange how we're doing this. Come on, there we go. Something like that. Grab the top of this, and you can connect these really far away like that. And then we'll run this. How do we want to run it? We want to run it to this side. Actually, we can do it like this. Make this nicer. Let's go ahead and do this. Run this down into there under the foundation, and then run it like this. And then we just hide it with the foundation. You have a wire running all the way over there. All right, now we no longer need this one down here. There we go. And now it's going to run up to there, and we can use that for transporting back and forth. We want to go ahead and run our resources maybe out a little bit. Maybe more over this way. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Alright, then out this way. Stay there. coming out of there. What's that not coming out of there? Oh, that's a smart splitter. That's why I just need a dumb splitter. I don't need a smart one. Try that again. I could go in and program it to work, but I don't need to. I just need a regular splitter. There we go. Okay, so now we're running 1200 iron over there. Now, the reason why I put it way over here is because I'm going to be building out that factory, so it gives me some room to build out the factory first, and then I'll just curve that in into the extractor over there. So we got 1200, and then over here we've got 1200. Whoa. Danger. Okay. I don't like how that power line is either. Let's just go ahead and do a little something like that. Run our primary power down here. And we'll work on our primary power runs later. As we get an idea of what we want with our nodes and what factories we're building, then we'll come back and get it going. Crimson Knight coming in and said, hey, Kismet, how you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. As you can see, we're building out some mega builds here. We're tapping our 1200 of iron, overclocking it, of course, running it over here into where our coal is. And we're going to make a crazy ton of stuff here in just a bit. That's a 1200, very nice. And again, we have our 1200 belts, so we can max this out. And now it's time to build a factory. Let's go. Let's go ahead and get our pillar supports here and put those in there. Give them a little bit of fancy colors. There we go, very fancy. Then we're going to go ahead and get our foundations. We're going to go that away, and then to this away, and then this is where we're going to go ahead on our blueprint. Okay, now we need a place to put our blueprint. I know, just a place. Get rid of all that. Normally I don't like to get rid of those plants, but they're all over the place. You got plenty of them. What do we need? We need some of this over here where we don't have to look at the bushes, hopefully. Boom. And then we need a blueprint designer, and we're going to hit H so we can place it however we want. And leave a little room in the front. Easy way to do that, everybody. If it's not going down there, it turns red, hit H to go into hologram mode, and then it will let you put it down, which is super useful. All right, now the first thing we need to figure out is, again, we're going to use our foundry. So I'm just going to throw one down here so we can fool around with it. So our foundry to make steel ignits. Now, when we're going to make each of these other processes, we'll put a couple constructors down as well. I'll put one down on this side. So when we go to make our steel beams, all we need is the steel ignit over here, and then steel pipes, same thing, steel ignit. So what we really want to do is take every bit of the resources we're extracting and turn that into steel ignits, because that's the first part of the process. That we want to go ahead and get going. Now, not sure I've done the foundry yet, though, in my thing, but we've already done the constructors, so we know we got those locked and loaded. How many foundries are we going to need? Oh, I should have left the foundry, because then I could do the math. Again, 45 per minute. So we take 1,200 divided by 45, and we're going to need 26 of these suckers. That's going to be a whole bunch. 26 foundries to basically convert all of this stuff and then make the steel and make the other stuff, the pipes. So yeah, 26 of those babies. So let's go ahead and take this out. We might have to do a little bit of nature reworking here. Get away from my blueprint. Look out, birds. Run for it. Too late. Get those trees away from my blueprints. I don't like them. Get them out of here. Alrighty. Okay, so we're going to work first on our foundries. Let's see what we got here in the designer. I don't think we did a mega foundry yet, because I have a feeling we're going to need to raise the roof. Okay. Yeah, let's start with, again, I'm all in yellow, so they're easy to tell which ones are the, usually in the mega ones that I'm working on. Plus, I labeled them mega. Let's go ahead and get our Caterium one. We'll use that as the base one. All right, let's see if we can get our foundries in here. And we also want to keep this so we know which ones are our inputs and outputs. And we'll take a bit of the roof off here just to make it a little easier. Take this out. Again, leaving our floor holes and wall holes so we know where we can chain it up above. And we're just going to get our smelters here. We definitely don't need those. All the smelters out. Out you go. Okay, no smelters. Awesome. Okay, so we got our input here and our outputs over here. That might be tough. I need to get a bit of power over here so I'm not... Oh, out the door. Not falling down over and over again. That's really annoying. There we go. Okay. Foundry. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, we'll probably just let that run through the roof. But we've got a double input. So we are going to need a crazy ton of these. Okay. I feel like I'm trying to put 4 of them in. Then rework it so get that going. You could do low side and high side. Again, just hit H so you can kind of work these into spots. So yeah, we can do high side and low side. I'm gonna go that way and then over. Because I've already got this set up where it's at the perfect distance. So, say something like that. Then over here on the other side. Put it on the ground, hit H. We're going to be bringing this back. Oh. Right again. H. Okay, or just don't do it. H. Okay. Forward. Didn't quite make it. We're definitely going to need to rework all of this. Got our input from below. That's our input this way. This only has a single output, so we probably don't need all the mergers there. Take all that out. So, maybe we'll get more of these in. Not sure I like that there. Let's take that out. and see if we can squeeze a few more. It's going to make our job a bit easier in the long run. Say something like that. Still get around. Yeah, let's try that. Alright, again, we'll rework all this merging and stuff. And keep the floor holes so you know where you're coming in and going out. You know what the offset of this is now. We can take these out. Take all those out. Alright. Feel like we need to run that around the back. Both resources, probably one high, one low. Right here, one high, one low, and then run it around the back that way. Take out all those splitters. Take out all the belts. So the second one is going to be the high one. See how I like the splitter here. Alright, I'm digging it, I'm digging it. Alright, then we can do all the other splitters. I always run into some sort of problem when you're doing this as well, which is kind of funny. Because you planned it all out and then you're like, oh, I forgot that thing that I should have done right there. It happens. Maybe one more. What are we feeling? What are we feeling here? Jump around the other way. Enough room. Oh, yeah. Okay. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 across. We get 8 of them going. Maybe, maybe. Get this to stop floating away into outer space. There we go. I wonder if it's the save thing that makes me float away like that. Could do 7 like I did in the other one. This is circling back into there. Don't like that, but I could do right over the top of that, like that. Alright, I like that. Alright. I'm just checking how I could run the raw resources. Could just run it over the top of one of those. And merge it into the first one from that side. And then that runs across on that side. And then the other one here would run into the low one. Yeah, I like that idea. So we can turn it this way. Have the one from that side run to this side. Okay. Got that just out of the way. Okay. Again, we can get rid of all this. Now we're going to try to squeeze these in on the other side. If I can turn them. I'm trying to visualize it in my head. What I want. That's the hard part. Alright, let's line those up. Push that forward a bit. Put it there as a template. Alright. I feel like we want to rework this whole front part too. Those lifters out. Splitters out. can stack all of these, but I'm just doing them one at a time because I'm old school. That's the way we used to do it. Alright. So, we're going to bring this in here. Bring this in. Raw resources from the bottom. Just go and loop it. Gonna need enough space. Gonna need enough space to do a lifter there. So it's gonna run into that. I want to see how far I need to move this forward. Really try to squeeze it in there. All right. So outside, and then coming in from this way. Oh, we're gonna need 2 inputs. So we could do. Yeah, we're gonna need 2 inputs. So this is going to split across here. So we could do one of these. Like this. Other one. That is not aligned. All right. Trying to get it aligned to the input. The problem is the input is not going both ways. Don't like it. I don't like it at all. So, man, if we could line that up on the input, we could just put 1 and then have it go that way and then have it go in both directions. We need to nudge that over by 1. I don't think it's going to let us do that. All right, and then over here, we'll probably get over by 1 more there. Take all this out. Okay. Put that there. Take this out. Put this back, but then hit H and then nudge it over by 1. Okay. Then we put this back and that will align to this. We can then put our splitter here. And this can come up, go into there. Then split down the line. Oh, it can't do that because we'll have the lifter there. We'll have the lifter. So this will have to go forward also. So we're going to have to go way forward here. How forward can we go? Oh, actually pretty far. Also going to need a merger here. This one at the end doesn't need a merger because I can just run the belt. Well, let's try that. Move this back. Working our logistics here. All right, so the second input is going to be here. I could actually go back further. could go here. And this can go underneath here. Like that. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. This we can switch later. Transfer that up above. So that one's going to go there. This one's going to go here. This one will get the end of the line here. We'll just run that in there. Okay, these are running away. These are running toward. So we're going to have to get all of that, run that around over here and merge it back over there. So we might have an issue with that. This one we can move. So we're aligning all of these. Move that a little closer. Put this fourth one in. I think I should just go with 7, leave this whole side open for logistics. Then I could just do this. This. That's actually a load balancer like that, too. Load balance those. Then we have to figure out where we're going to bring in our second resource, which I would imagine could be over here. Right here. We did leave some room on the sides here on our storage and stuff, so we could move back just a little bit. Something like that. All right. And then this goes in. This goes this way. So this. Just turn that direction. And we can put another one here. Figuring out all the fancy stuff here to get all this stuff to fit. Again, I think I'm just going to go 7 because that will make it easier for me to do the transfer of the final materials. And then also to bring the materials up and be able to transfer from the ones below into here, the final product, and then also the raw that's going to be coming out of here into here. I can take it, divert it, and run it back up again with another splitter over here. I can do this. I can do it from that side. And then back. Yeah, let's do it from this side. This one we'll just leave that. This way a lot of this stuff is real heavy on this side. So this is split into here. Why is that lower? Why does that go down like that? Oh, it's offset. It doesn't go lower, it's just not in the same spot. I don't like it. Whatever it's doing, I don't like it. I want to be nice and straight. There we go. That into there. Then this goes ahead and feeds that resource to the next one up above. Again, it's really fun to do this kind of stuff, everybody. So the raw comes in, goes in here, feeds into all 3 of these. Then the output will come over here and feed separately as the output. Over here we've got output as well, so we're going to probably need to offset this and fix this output here as a merger. Going that way. This one's going to merge here. Then, wait, why don't we merge? We can merge right. Let's see how it looks when we merge it right. In the way of this belt. I gotta gotta move that belt out of the way as well. Yeah, I gotta move that belt out. So the belt is in my way. So we want to work this belt a little bit. Oh wait, we're not going to use this belt. That's right. We're going to pass it across over the top of it there. Which way is this going? This is going definitely the wrong way. All right, we got to fix all of that. And so we need this to we need to get both these resources to the other side. Oh yeah, we can get one under there. Okay. So, splitter again here. So, splitter this way. Goes this way, that goes that way. This goes... We have to swap the way that that's working. We could probably do that. We'll go ahead and bring this over. Don't like it. Not doing that. This. Gotta hold down control. We'll go there now, just to remind me. We're gonna have to swap the way that that's lifting so that I can just go into a splitter, and then that splitter is gonna run in both directions. So I'd probably put a splitter here, and then one right next to it, and then that one right there, I don't need one. So let's go ahead and try that, see how we like it. This is really close. Doesn't really like it when it's that close. So, not sure I like it either. Maybe we should go all the way to the end because this is going to go over. So we could go this. How's this going to go? It's going to come out of there, and that's going to go across here. Block it out now. That was a good one. Tricky. I feel like I should take another one out and just do 6 maybe. Gives me a lot of logistical side stuff over here. We'll get it figured out. Okay, so in here goes to all of those. All 3 of those. 1, 2, 3. Then the raw goes there. Then this is going to go this way. We could turn these around. Probably a better idea. So we're doubling up on our inputs on the same side. And that make it easier to run that over, and then I could just loop it over here. I could just loop it around and then have it that. That's exactly what we should do. All right, we're gonna turn these around. Let's take all this stuff out. Turn them suckers around. Take all this out, and let's do it this way. Again, we could run the final down the side and merge it over here in the side here. Yeah. Instead of it going there. We could merge it here, and then we don't have to run the one here, so we could get it to merge down, come around this corner. Oh yeah, beautiful. Maybe this. We'll just put it there for now. I'll figure that out later. Okay, so now we gotta flop all of these. Get the rest of these out. I love doing all this part, everybody. We're just making it fancy. Making it fancy. And then using the inputs and outputs that we've already established on our other modular mega build stuff here. And getting it going on. Get in there. There we go. Okay, now I do like to use the same inputs and outputs if I can. So I could try to just run that. We don't line up cross items. That's passing it up that way. So that's coming in there. So it has to be this one. This one needs to go over here and split the rest of this. And we also need this. So we're going to need to offset those. So we'll want to use the second one as the down one. So we're not clipping this right here. So we're going to use the second one as the lower one. And then the first one is going to be the upper one. Like this. Nope, that is not right. That is incorrect. There we go. And then we're going to loop it on this side. All right, is that what we're doing? I'll figure it out. Like so. Okay, and then this one's going to be the upper. See if we got any issues with that. I don't think that's going to be good. Nope. I don't like anything clipping if I can get away with it. Not clipping. That's going to be the toughest one because of this. And that's already set up to our uploading and downloading. Or our chaining. So, what do we do here? Can we move it further this way? Again, I feel like I should just take one out. Take one out on the other side. There we go. So again, figuring out the logistics here, everybody. Put this in. Further this way. Go find out. Kind of looks like we could. So we could take this out and just nudge in that extra space. All right. Yep. Okay. Just trying to nudge it over a little bit to see if that'll help. Feel like it's gonna clip it. Yeah, it clips it a lot less. I'd rather double up the second one here. Still very much in the middle of that one. Oh, moving forward. Got room on that other side. Yeah, why are they back so far? mess up my output there, but that's okay. I can always move that output. Now I kind of feel like I want it to go back this way a little bit. I'm moving it forward. I don't necessarily need it to be to the left anymore. This is all the stuff you want to take your time on, everybody. You want to make sure you got this down. All this stuff's going to work out. All right, let's do that. Take all these out again. We'll take out all of this. These here. We got to get double inputs in here. We're trying to maximize the number of these we have in here as well. Again, I could just go 3 and 3. Make my life a little easier, but I think this is what we're going to do here. And then we can get that merger real close on this side, and then we can get it to go around the corner. Yeah, okay. Okay. Take all these out. Merging in this direction. Okay, now how are we looking over here? Still too close to that. But if we do this one, still don't like it. Squeeze a little bit more forward on these. Kind of felt like we could. Yeah. Right here. H, nudge it in position. This out. Got this. Oh yeah, big nudge. Working within the space we got. Be a little tricky at the end there, but we'll see. Remember, we got to leave room for you too, and all of your logistics. Factories are for humans. That's why they're at a human scale. All right, I don't need the first merger. This is just going to merge way down. Still get this around the corner beautifully. We absolutely can. Nice. All right, like that a lot. All right. Put these in here. This here, that there, this there. And this is a nice straight. Okay, now we can put this wherever the heck we want. Nice. Okay, so this is going to come down and then circle back and fill all these up. Then this will come around. It'll merge together for the outputs. On this side's got a lot of room too. Let's take this merger and it this way. Got to merge so we can go up to the one up above. Get this one out. So how are we going to merge these? Merge them. Really really need a spot where we can merge all three. So we can merge. Oh yeah, right there. Turn this around. So we can merge from here into there. We can take this one, merge this around into that side. Now we've merged that, and then the one from below we can merge in there. We have all three of them merged. And then you just take this, turn this around the other way. And then now you got all three things merged together, and it runs up into the next level. Then that merges, and so on and so forth. All right, that's awesome. Then this just needs one here. And then now we just need to get both resources going. So we have our lower resources and our input from our lower resources here. And then this splits that way. And that splits that way. And we try to line these up, which would be amazing if they actually did. We could make them line up if we had to. And then this will go right there. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. All right, we're getting somewhere. And then since this is the end of the line of this one, it can go ahead and merge here, and then I can just merge it in two directions over there. And then this will be the lower one, which will, I mean, not merge, but split up there. This one will then split to this one, which will split this down the line this way. Actually, I don't need to do that. And this one. Splitting in this direction. Need one at the end. This one here. Lifter. There. Lift this out. Fine. That way. Okay, oh, that is not aligned. Go. Okay, so comes down to this one. Doubles back this way. That's really nice when you can put them together and then you just have one single splitter and whatnot. But I have a lot of logistics coming in from the bottom, which is coming in from my storages and also chaining to other factories. So you have to, take that into account when you're doing all the logistics. And sometimes you just got to double up. Sometimes that's fine because it makes the logistics easier in the long run. Okay, so this one comes out of here, goes into there, and it's doing the secondary one. That's running under there. This one just needs to do this. This can just go into that one, like so. This one needs to be redone because that's just going to screw us up. This one needs to be redone. So. This one at the end. This one from here into there. Alright, so we got to do that and that. We just got to do the two inputs. Make sure all of these other ones are good. That one's going in there. This one going in there. This one ending up in the end. Beautiful. Alright, alright. All merged. Going in that direction. We got to do all of our power still, too. Alright, this is a lot of work right here. We better save this because we just took a long time to do that and we crashed. We're going to be doing all that again. Let's see. This is What is this? This is steel. Steel Ignite MK6. Let's change the icon on it. These are foundries. Foundry. Steel Ignite Mega Foundry. Save it. Alright, just save it because we did a whole bunch of stuff, so we're getting somewhere. Okay, so we got all the merging. We got lifting. We took out all those lifters and redid those. Let's redo all of these lifters so we don't get hosed on those. Lifters are the worst, everybody. They are the absolute worst at screwing you up. Okay. So again, goes in here, goes that way, and then goes up and feeds up above. In, feeds up above, feeds across to all of these, filling all of those up. This one comes up, goes in here, goes down into there, transfers to the next one, down, down, and then across to go to the in one, and then also goes to the left. Goes down, down, and down, and down. Alright. I think we're good. I think we all golden on that. How much does it stick up out of here? Oh, not very much. Perfect. Okay, I actually like that. I like it. Okay, now we need some power. Let's just put this in the center of those two. Same thing. Yeah. So we can sneak this through here. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And that back. And maybe right behind this thing. Oh, not only am I connecting everybody, but I'm also looking at the cosmetic, how it feels cosmetically. So, again, that's mega building. Just do you like how it looks as well? So right down here, like this one to that one, and that's pretty much it. Goes my thing again. Go down. Okay, what is this connecting? That's our primary connectors from before. We're just going to take those out. Those aren't doing us any good. Okay, take those out. Go to the end here and see if we can do some cross connecting. This one. There instead. That's so we can cross connect it without needing two of those. All right. I would say we just drill the hole through the top of that one. Okay, now we got another tricky part where this is going into there. We got this going in there, that going in there, merging, going up into the next one. Got our power connected. Got it running across the other side. So all those are powered together. Copy, copy. All right. This one, paste, still, okay. Oh, So we had room for our logistics. Okay, still Ignis Foundry. Now again, we need to foundry something else. We'll have this already pre-made. And it'll be chainable. I think we're all good. I think that's exactly what we need. Just need to remember where our inputs are. Right here and right here. So, we could run one the normal way from our storages. And then we could just stack our storages on this side. So we have two coal, and then 2 iron, and then just run one out of the back of the iron that goes into one, and then the one, say, that's underneath this, which I'd probably put as coal. I'd probably put the coal first. Yeah, we'll make the second one coal. The first one will be, or the one that goes out the back will be coal. And the one that comes up here will be the iron that we'll put on top of that one. This way it's easier to feed it from the extractor that's underneath what we're doing. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, save it again. Oh man, Megan, look at, we made that all fit in there, everybody. That's fun. Okay, now we got to do some math again to figure out how many total of these blueprints do we need. So 45 per, and we have 7. We have 1,200 coming in. So 1,200 coming in at 45, which means we need 26 or 27. We'll round it up 27. So 27 divided by 7 is about 4 of these. All right, that's not bad. That's not bad. And I actually put extras in there. I'll put extras in there because if I do have a backlog and I turn it back on, that will be in the box. And so it'll run in here at 1,200 and fill this stuff up. And when it all fills up, it'll just overflow into the other stuff. You can also come in here and just take 1 out and reduce it down or take 2 out, whatever you need to do. But I just leave them in there. They'll be fine. Okay, so we saved that. Let's go ahead and finish up the top part here. So we have all of our foundations nicely put in there. We got our... Oh, we got to feed both of them up. Yes, we got to feed both inputs upwards. So we need this to go up right here. Okay. That's an issue. Put a belt here. That's going to be not good. We put a lifter there. Not good. Yeah, how do we get... Oh, right here. We got this coming back. We could split it and run up there, but then this is going to be in the way. So, what can we do? Okay, let's try this first, though. We'll go ahead and put the splitter here at the end again. Take this out. It's not lined up. Ugh, so hard to see. That is not lined up. There we go. Get it to go in there. This last one's not lined up. So it needs to move that way some more. So the output could end up in there. I know what to do. Eliminate this last one. Eliminate the last one. And then offset it. So we'll just do 6. Good enough. We don't need this. That. We don't need a splitter here. Merger. Splitter. We don't need that. then got to get this to go up here, but we want to offset this so that we could feed that back up and then into this one here. How close do these need to be to feed back on each other? Yeah, it'd be nice just to have that straight above. So we'll just go in one thing, but we do what we got to do. All right, let's just do, say, offset like that. And then this last one. Go out and feed up to the next level. Yeah, we'll run this up into there, goes into there, goes into there, comes back, goes into all three of these, splits here at the last one, then goes and chains to the one up above, which we'll have to take it and go like the opposite way with it. So we'll take this out. So we'll make a lifter, and then the one underneath we'll have to put one like this, so it'll go into that one and then go up, kind of like we do with the storages. Just so we can accommodate that, won't clip through there. Again, we could clip it as much as we want, everybody, but I don't like clipping it if I don't have to. We can also turn this and see how I like it. Turn this way. I'm going to like that better, yep. Okay. That's some serious logistics right there. We'll just go down to 6. 6 is good enough. All right. And then it leaves us some room to run around in here, and also I could go ahead and take the output and merge it that way, or I could bring this down and run it that way. Allows me to use my output there if I really need it for some reason. I'm sure I'll need it at some point. So 2 inputs here and here, a pass-through of the resource, which is right above each other there. So pass through there. Triple merging going on. One from that side, one from that side. Alright, now we're talking. I think we took out the one that was crossing the power, so we'll just do that. And this is, oh, it's still crossing. Okay, well, we'll just do it on the other side. Just so we got that squared away. Alright, I don't need redundant things. It's just using extra resources. Okay, that's a definite save. Let's get over here and really type this up. Steel, hey, Seafish, again, thanks for coming in and hanging out. This is 6 foundries. Yeah, I'm doing all this work for you guys. Preset to smelt steel ignits, modular style. Steel ignite mirror foundry, M6s, then 6 foundry, preset to smelt steel ignits, modular style, save. Yes, like it a lot. All right, that was some, man, we really put some work in that one, didn't we? Okay. Now we've got to stack our storages and then test this out. Let's do it. Okay, time to stack storages. Let's go. Let's get over here on top of our coal. We'll get our storages in, and then we can run our storages to the thing. Yeah, we'll double stack our storages. That's what we'll do. Double stacky stack our storages, and we'll just make it work. Okay, so storages here. Yeah, the arrow. Here we go. How is this supposed to line up? Wait. This is supposed to be like this. Like that. Alright. Storages. Blueprints. There we go. Nope. Not the way I want you to go. Why are you only going backwards and forwards? Alright. That's the way it's going to be, is it? Do it again. Left and right. There you go. All right. Get that right in position. And let's see if our storages get this going. All right, so this comes up like a so. And then see it kind of zigzags a little bit. Get that up in there. Then we go ahead and let this start running. Start filling that up. See if it ends up at the end. It sure does. Okay, so we got that rocking. You can see it's no longer in overflow. And up we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then another storage. Arrow pointing toward me. Hitting H. In we go. Okay, and then we'll take this storage out of this storage. We will run it again. Our other storage. We have a big backlog of coal. That'll run into there, and we should see it at the end. All right, nice. Okay, our coal running in. We'll let that run, build that up a bit. Ooh, I want to move that power though. I don't like how that power is sitting. It's touching my building. It's touching it! I don't like it. Probably move that power pole up here. Readjust how that's working. We'll readjust it all here in a bit. So we got our double storage for our coal, and that is running. Okay. Let's fix the labels. Yeah, learn how to spell coal would be great. Would be awesome. Coal storage. Copy. Not hitting X, I'm just trying to hit C. Coal storage. Alright, there we go. Got that done. Right here. Just thought of something. Hold on. I need to take a quick break. I can just go and ask. Hold on. Be right back. Right, I'm back, everybody. Let's keep on rocking. Okay, coal storage, coal storage. Oh, I took out too much of this. I wanted to take this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And put that over there. Okay, now we need another storage. Another 2 storages for a backlog of iron. Storage. Not say a thing. Nice. Take all this out. Only really need the one at the top so I can keep it going. This is coal storage. This is iron. Iron ore here. And just fix the text. Iron ore storage. And then we can just copy pasta. All right, there we go. So this is going to input here. We know we're going to transfer this to the one up above. We can just fix that. Like so. All right, very nice. And we need to get that iron ore from over there into this input right under here. What we'll do is one of these foundations. Let it stick out the side here a bit. So this. Oh yeah, okay, good. And we'll match this up. On a separate grid. It is on there very weirdly. Let's say here. Like that. Yeah, remember it's at different elevation and different grid level. So we got to try to line that up. And we're going to run this down. Just maybe make it bridge between the two things. We could bridge it here, or we can bridge it back here. Seriously, oh, it is going to reach. Or we could just do it like that. That works for me. I'm going to take all this stuff out. Nice. Okay, nice. And then all this out. Now we're going to run into there. And we're going to backlog all of that. Into there. And we should see it end up here at the end. Don't see it. Okay, something up. Is it going to this one? Yes. Goes here, but not transferring between down here and up there. Alright, let's figure out what it is. Take all this out. Redo that. Sure it's going the correct direction. Always a plus when it is. That's always weird, because you know you've used it 100 times and now it's just like not working properly. Usually has something to do with the way that it's lifting up in there. It's down here. Nope.
going the right way. Going in. This is coming out. Maybe it's the way you do it. Oh, come on. All right, well, here we go. Down the rabbit hole of why that's not working. Okay, so that's obviously going in there. We can see it here. It's going out here. It's going up the thing. It's not connecting through here now, I think. Fine, we'll do this. And we'll do this. Just to see if it's transferring. Okay, that's been working on every other one other than this one, apparently. Alright, we do whatever makes it work, everybody. That's all we care about. Making it work. See, this one's doing that. See, right here. Same exact thing, transferring. And then we can see it sending up at the end. I don't know. Something funky chicken going on there, but we do what we gotta do. And again, this is ending up at the end. This is our iron ore. And now we're ready for our foundries. Probably should bring the power up too, because again, this is 4 stacked instead of just 2, which I normally do. So let's go get our power from down here. Run this up. Just put it over here. Easy to find. And then help us float around a little bit here while we're setting up the foundries. Okay. Again, up we go. And back a foundry. Let's see how this works out. Always some tricky thing that you find out later and you're like, oh, right, I forgot that thing. This is especially tricky because we're doing 2 inputs now instead of just 1. Okay, so we need... Oh, we don't need this to come up from underneath because this is the first one. This we need to come up from underneath. Oh. What the heck? Oh, I gotta change the direction of it. I was like, why is it not going in there? Just changing the direction. Alright, and then that one should connect in there. Okay. So, we'll take whichever one we can out of here. Transfer that into the first one. And then... Oh man, it's going to be doing that thing now. That's not working. Not transferring the stuff. Okay, this doesn't seem to be working anymore. What a bummer. No worries. We always make it work somehow. Adds extra complexity that I didn't really want to add, but again, whatever makes it work. Alright, so look at that. Yeah, those are all over the place. Like it. Like it, like it, like it. Okay, now I'll go ahead and grab this power that we ran here. This one. That one's maxed out. Awesome. Alright, good enough. And see, once you run the power, it'll start running it into the thing as well, so it'll backlog it. Get that going while we're getting the coal set up. Okay, now we got to go down to this one. Coal is coming out. Yes, very nice. And then we're running out the back here. Like so. And then run that under here. Like that. And there. I think we're good. Oh yeah, look at it go. Awesome. Filling this going here. Nice, nice. All producing. Green lights all around, yes. Again, we're getting a bit more complex here. Very nice. All right. Looks good. Wow, that worked really well. Okay, now the trick is, now that we got all those inputs at the bottom, can we chain it to all the other ones? And now we have 6 of them. Let's just go out the back. So we have 6 of them going. And we'll want to get more going. But again, I already forgot all the inputs and outputs and all that stuff. We know we have 1,200 in. All right, so let's do it again. So, oh, right there. Oh, well, no, it's got to be 6 now. So 1,200 divided by 45 is around 27. 27 divided by 6 is 4.5. What about 26 divided by 6 is 4.3. So it's still going to need 5 of these to convert all of this. So this is going to be number 1. What is the output of these? Is it going to exceed my belt output? 45 times, okay, yeah, 1,200 divided by 45 is 27. 27 times 45. 27 times 45 is 1215. Oh, faster than our belts can go. And if I divide that by 6, 4.5, which if we do more, we're going to do 6 times, say 5, that'll be 30. 30 times the output is 45. 30 times 45 is 1350 at max speed. What we really want to know is 1,200 divided by 45, which is 27 of them. Ah. 27 divided by 6 is 5. 4.5. So 4.5 5 times 6 should be 27. Okay. If we're doing 5, it'd be 5 times 6. There we go, 30. So we need to take 3 of them out, basically. We can take 3 of them out if we need to. I'll probably just leave them in. Probably just leave them in. All right, so we need 5 total. Let's get to it. Thought of something else. All right. Let's keep rocking. Got to get 5 of these in here. 2. Speed up. Come on. Hey, once you got this down, everybody, you are mega building on a whole nother level. A whole nother level. Okay, let's number them as we go so we don't make too many. All right, this is number 2. And I think we made all the ones we need. All right. Wow, that went fast, didn't it? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if we did this right, we should be able to chain them where all 5 of these are going to max the belt speed of 1200. And if we have some extra, that's okay too. We'll just deal with it. Though, if we really wanted to optimize our power, we would go in and we would remove those other 3 because it'll never be faster than 1200. Unless I split it. I could go in and split it and make the output split so we get a little extra. But the input's never going to be faster than 1200 unless I split that. So there we go. All right, now we can go ahead and go down here to the first one that's smelting. And we're going to work with our power first. So let's see. This one. The one over here. That one. What's this one on the end? Oh, that one's real nice. Yeah, we can just keep chaining that one. From here to here. There, and then this one. Because it only has 2 connections, which means I can make a connection from below and then take a connection up to the next connection. Let's power all these up. Looking good. Okay, back down to the bottom again. Okay, so these going through here, going up there, and this one needs to go back, and that one needs to go back. Okay, so we need to chain this, which this is the easiest side to chain into there. This is directly underneath the other one. Let's get all these together. Still got to go inside and do a bunch of stuff, but there we go. All right, so that should go all the way up to eventually the storage. And then down here, got that one going up. This one chaining into the next one. This one going up. Hopefully this one works this time. Find out. Here. Oh, going the wrong direction. I think that's what's tripping it up. Ah, okay, that one's working. Nice. And then this one. And that one's working. Oh, ho, 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 ho. So good, so good. And then this one should come up and merge with the output. And then run to the top part. All right, now to the next one. This one. Okay, so we know that's working. Let's just do that one over and over. These are modular style buildings, everybody. So they just chain from one to the next to the next. Really reduces the amount of work you got to do. If you can build them in a modular style, where you can just run them up from the one below. One going in. This one coming up. Going in. Going in. That goes into the top one. All right, back down. Gonna go around the back. See if we got this one connected. We do. And this one going into there. Going into there. Going into there. Oh, that one's already in there. I don't trust it. Let's do it again. On the wrong way. Not trust it. But it ended up at the top there, so I know it is working. Okay. Glad I redid that. Okay. Those are all working. Up the top, yes it is, so it is working. We know it's working. Otherwise there'd be nothing at the top. It's bringing it from down below and putting it up top. And that in there. Okay, these are producing. Again, these will take longer because it's got to spin up to maximum speed. But our output, still ignits, are doing a good job. All right, so we got that going. Now we just need to get them into the thing. Wait a minute, this is Caterium ignit smelting. Did we not change the front? Did we not change the front of this? We sure didn't. I forgot to change the front. That's okay. We'll just fix it here for future things. Foundry. So steel. Ignit smelting. All right, again, whenever you see something like that, everybody, I would just fix it straight away. It's not going to automatically fix it on all those other ones. But that's okay, because we can just grab this. Pasted, copy. We just grab this and just change it manually at this point instead of taking it all back out and redoing it. That's not it. Where's it? Coal storage, iron storage, up here. That is not it. This is steel ignit smelting 01. Oh, I didn't even realize it when I was doing the numbering. Okay. And then this one over here. Going to be foundry. Actually, this should be still in foundry. Yeah. Let's go fix that. Always a little bit of tinkering to be done with blueprints. There you get them just so. There we go. What's up, Emily? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I see you waving there in the chat. In here trying to get my labels squared away. All right, well, let's just do the foundry one first. I forgot to change all my signs, but again, that's a minor thing if you had to go change the signs. That's not as bad as it not working. It not working is the worst part. That's troublesome. Okay, this is 1. 2. Should just put the 0 in. 3. Then I could have just typed the 4 without him take out the 1 every time. Just a little trick. I do it on drop boxes all the time. Number 5. Okay. Now we're looking sharp. All right. There we go. Steel Ignite Foundry. That's doing its thing. Now we just need one more piece of the puzzle. Ah, you little... One more. Or actually, we need 2 more pieces of the puzzle, I guess, if you look at it that way. And then this is done. And we can move on to work on our oil extraction. Maybe make a cool spiral today. I'll show you how to make a perfect spiral, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get it going on. Over here. Do a lot of train stuff probably first. And then our mega storage. All looking fancy smancy. Over here. Again, we're chaining these together. This is advanced mega building here. As you can see. Again, I'm building like a whole city, everybody. It's awesome. And again, you know, like, Kismet, it's so complex. There's so much going on. Just building one thing at a time, right? I'm solving one problem at a time, just like you do in life, everybody. If you just solve one problem at a time and you solve enough problems, you solved a lot of stuff. You did some amazing things. That's what I suggest you do. That's what I do every day. I just try to solve as many problems as I can and then go to the next day. That's pretty much how it is, for sure. Oh, wait, I put the wrong one at the top. That was my bad. My bad. I put the wrong one. Luckily, I had the sign there because it told me it was the wrong one. I need the storage. And I'm doubling up on my storage on all my stuff. Right here. Okay, and this should be steel ignits. Over here. Nice. Alright, copy. Steel ignits look a lot like the regular iron ignits. I'm just saying. Don't they? Kind of hard sometimes to tell them apart. Okay, so then this is the output over here, and we'll take the output of all the 5 levels. And because we have our 1200 belts, we can run it on a single belt if we set this to the right direction. There we go. All right, out of there, into there. And we'll go do our storage in here, where we bring it up from down there into those storages. And then up from there. Into there. Up from that one. Into here. Should cam right here at the end. Yay! All right, so there we go. Now it's going to backlog those steel ignits 24 boxes deep. Now, because we used we used a pure node and then a combined 2 normal nodes, you can see my extractors down there, all running to this, we're doing all of the steel ignits at the same time. So we're just going to smelt it all to create a massive amount of smelting. Now, we're not done yet. I mean, we're done with that part because that's going to just kind of run. Just keep running massive amount of steel ignits in there. We can watch it run down here. We can see that it's just running at maximum belt speed right now at 1200. Love to see it. And it's going to, again, just start backlogging that for the next part of the journey. Now, basically what we did is we're outputting 45 of these each. So basically, the output and the input is the same. So it's 45 in, 45 out. So it's 1-to-1. So that means we're outputting 1200 of the steel ignits per minute, maximum belt speed, which is what we want. Now, we have a couple extra foundries in there that we don't, they're not going to, really contribute, but that's okay. We can always come back, thin those out if we need to. But the real thing we need to know is that it's 1200. And that we want to make a bunch of pipes and our steel pipes and steel beams And so we need to figure out that number of what we need to do. So back to the blueprinter. And we'll go ahead and set up a constructor that is just for doing our steel beams and our steel pipes. I would probably start with beams. So let's go ahead and clear that on out of there, and we'll load this back up. And we could just pick up our quick wire over here. Very nice. And again, it's already pre-built, so all I really need to do is go in here and change this out to steel beams. Because again, it only has one input. Very easy. Ooh, okay. It vanished. All right. Copy. And then we'll do a lot of pasta. I like to open it up now. I used to just do it without it open up, but I'm opening it up now just so I can make sure that that paste takes hold. I feel like it's easier when you have the window open, that it pastes into the window as opposed to pasting on the machine, because sometimes you hit the wire or whatever it is. Just open the window. Much easier. Okay, steel beams, good to go. Now, we're going to take 60 per minute and run those in. Now, if we're doing pipes, how many does pipe do? Now, pipe is half of that. Very much like plates and rods. Plates use 30, rods use 15, right? So, if you run half into one thing and half in the other, you're going to end up with twice as much steel pipes, really, in theory. But the steel pipes go out at 20, and the steel beams go out at 15. So it actually ends up where you do end up with a lot more steel pipes than beams, because it used a lot more base resources to get 15, right? So double the base resources to get 15, and this uses half the resources to get 20. So steel pipes, you're going to have a crazy ton of those. So keep that in mind. So you might want to go more heavy, especially because your beams are also what you use for your level 5 or level 4, whatever they are. What level are those? I forgot already. Let's go see. Make sure I'm not telling you the wrong thing. Level 3. Okay, level 3 conveyor belts. So when you're doing that, you want to think, okay, I'm going to need more steel beams. So I do a lot of conveyor belts, probably more than you'll do other things with steel pipes. And steel pipes, over here. Oh, thanks for closing that out. Steel pipes are used for other stuff like the boxes and things like that you make when you're organizing, like right here. So you're still going to use steel beams there, but it also uses steel pipes there. So I use that, and then other things use it as well as you use those steel pipes, and parts of the process use it. But I want to use every bit of what I'm producing. So we want to go over here, and we want to change this to steel beams with 2 E's, like this. And then steel beam, singular. Production. All right, so steel beam production, we got that going, and we'll figure out the maths of all of that. So we'll go in here. We're going to make sure we change this so we don't accidentally save other one we got. Steel beam. Perfect. I produce to do steel beams, steel beam from steel ignite. All good, all good. Yes. Save. All right, awesome. Now we can just go in and rename this one again. And this time we'll just call it steel pipes. Steel pipe. And we just got to change a few things. Steel pipe from steel ignite. And then I'll just save it again and then change it and then save it over the one I just saved, right? Just to make sure I don't screw it up. Because, you know, it'll happen. Steel pipe here. Okay. Copy, copy, copy. Okay. Yeah, I really like opening the window better. Okay, steel pipes. We switch those. And now we save over the one we did. Okay, so now we got our steel beams and pipes. Now we got to figure out some math. We got to write down the inputs of both of those. I'm going to do it over here on my spreadsheet. All right, steel beams and steel pipes. Our input is 60 on steel beams and 30 on steel pipes. We keep doing percentages on there. Stop it. Number. Okay. And then we can keep messing my stuff up. There we go. Okay. So 60 and 30. Okay, and so what we can do is figure out the number of machines we need to produce the amount that we want to do. So our input is 1200. And say it's going to produce, really it's going to do 5 extra, but half. So we'll say 30 is the output, really. But we're going to put it what it is, 20. And then go back and again, double check these numbers. This is output of 20, output of 15. All right, let's make sure we put that back just in case I save that again. And then 15. Okay, and again, I'm just typing in a spreadsheet over here. Just to double check my numbers as I go. Okay, so how much do we want to do? So let's do double the amount on steel beam. So if you took 1200 and you cut it in half, it would be 600 and 600. But you might want to go 900 and 300 so that you're making way more steel beams. And so on. So we'll do 900, 300. That's actually really easy math because it would be 10 on the steel pipes. So we will go steel pipes, 300 divided by 30, which would be 10. And then 900 divided by 60, which would be 15. Okay, and then the number of number of things on each one is 7. And then we would divide 15 divided by 7. Yes. So we would need 2 of the steel pipes and really 2.2. So 2 more on the next one. So really 2 and 3. So 3 for the steel beams, 2 for the steel pipes. And in this case, since I'm splitting it into each of those, there is a way to load balance it so that 900 would make sure to go into one and then 300 in the other. I might do that on this one, or I'll just take out the extra ones for steel beams. So I really need 14, so I would just leave one in the steel beams. So I need a total of 15 machines. So 7, 7, 14 plus the extra one would be 15. And then the other one I could just leave as 14, and then whatever extra it got, it got. So we want to take 1200 though and divide it into a third. Divided by this, which will give us 400 each. No, what we want to do is we want to divide it in half first. So when you're doing a load balancer, what you want to do is divide it into equal parts that you can then merge back together again. I'll go ahead and bring it over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. And zoom in for all you people on the mobiles. Right over here. All right, so if we have 1200, that's going to output, right? Or 1200, that's the input. And then we want to take it and put it into the machines at the rate of 900 and 300, right? So 900 steel ignits going into steel beams, and then 300 going into steel pipes. So instead of, if we cut it in half, it'll be 600. And then if we cut that into thirds, twice, by the way, because you're cutting it in half, and then you're cutting it in half, both of those halves again. I just want to put the 600 down there. No, I don't want to do that. Just want to type 600. There we go. And then what we'll do here is we'll then cut this in half again. So we'll take this and we'll put it here. And then we'll say divide here in half, or divide by this. There we go. And then same thing here like this, which actually divides this into 300, 300, and 300, 300 and 300. So now you have 6 and then 12. So now they're split up into 300s. And then what you do is you merge these 3 together, right? So these 3 are going to merge together and become 900. Right? And then the other one, which is this one, is going to be going back. So then you cut it in half, remerge it back together. It's 900, and then this one's 300. And I'll show you how to do that. I'll go in and do the double. It's basically a double split. So you come out, you split it, and then you split it twice again, and then you merge 3 of these back together because a merger will merge 3 maximum. And then the other one will just be a line that you just use. And then we'll use that to transfer the raw steel ingots and put those as the inputs of each of those manufacturing parts. Okay, so let's go ahead. I don't want to make this smaller, so I don't have to do that. So again, 3 of the steel beams. So let's start with that. Look at our cool tower going on up here. Oh, off the edge of infinity there, too. Our steel foundry towers. Look at our cool towers over there. So much cool stuff going on today. All right. I love building in a modular style. It's very fun. And also maxing my inputs and outputs. Okay, so steel beams. I'll get these lined up and ready to rock. There's one. Okay, and I'm running out of power, so I gotta go down here. I think it was the one way on the right was the one I was doing. Yeah, right here. Transfer this power through the storages. See if we can hit it right over here. Very nice. Now allow me to chain it to the next one. And then that allows me to float up a little higher. It makes it easier to put down the blueprint. Again, we'll run all the other stuff later. Come on. Get on there. And this is used for alignment of the blueprint. Be nice if it vertically snapped your blueprint. It kind of does, but not like I would want it to do. Yeah, it doesn't just sit up there on the top real nicely. Because I actually want it to be down just a little bit. Which is why I'm not using blueprint mode, by the way, if you notice. I turn that off so I can snap it to the foundation. And then pretty easy just to line it up and then hologram it, nudge it into position. Steel beam production, and again, we needed 3 of these, so one of these buildings is going to be kind of empty, but that's okay. Oop. It's not number 3, this is number 1. And this is number 2. And this is number 3. Okie dokie. There we go. Okay, so instead of just straight running this into here, I've got to do some splitting of the stuff here. So actually, I could have done this better. Could have started with the splitter straight away, like this. Oh, felt like I did 2 there. There we go. Start with the splitter and connect it into the splitter. Now we're going to split it again over here. So we're going to input it. Again, just using the top here where I'm already kind of working, and we'll just tuck this load balancer right here. So that's going to go that way, and this is going to go this way. We can also see if it's actually splitting. And then it's going to split twice again, and we need to, of course, merge that back together and make that run up in here, which will probably run that way. Okay, so again, we're going to split it in half, which is going to make it 3. Oh, so this comes out. This makes it, this is 1,200 coming out, 600, 600, right? And then this is going to be 300. And now we need a merger. Actually, we put a merger right here. It'd be a good spot for that. I'll show you why here in a second. Right there. Then we can just turn this way. And we can actually see it flowing in there. Okay, so again, what we need to do is take this and run it in here. Now, here's the thing, everybody. If you actually think about this, we know we're going to use this whole side. So we don't necessarily have to go ahead and split it again down to 300, 300 and match it back up. We can just take the 600 from this and just run it into there. Right? So now we got 600 running in there. We got the other 300 running in there. Don't make the math more complex than it needs to be. And then we have this one, which is the one that we're going to use to run it to the one up above. So we're just going to kind of leave that out there. And so there we go. So now this one is 900 out of here into there. And then this one is 300 going up to our steel beams. All right, so we got that in there. So let's get our production running. Right over here. Okay, nothing's coming up on that one. That's going to go in there and start working. We should see our steel beams going up here. Yes, all right. I love how it just starts working right away. It's awesome. All right, we're going to do a bit of our transfers first between our various factories here. All right, got those transferring. And we'll go in and double check that our transfer is working. Oh, how did pipes get on there? Oh, I left one of them as pipes. This one. That's a big no-no. I screwed it up. Oh, boy. Yeah, I was looking at pipes on there, and then I saved it like that. But that's okay. We know that's a thing, so we can go fix it on all of these. Now, again, we could just take it out and redo it, but we'll just do this. Again, let's just double check again. All of these are correct. Again, we don't want that to trip us up in the future, so we'll go fix that on our blueprint as well. It's just the second one on all of these. This one here. Okay, we fixed that. Now where's our blueprinter? Go fix it on our blueprinter. Let's go double check our pipe one here too. Pipe. Before we take it off of the thing, we should check it. Pipe, okay. Let's just save this one again. Firm, clear it, load it. Steel beam. Go into this one. And we change that steel beam, so in the future, that won't trip us up anymore. Yeah, there's always something like that that you might have missed, or you were fooling around with. Get me down. You were fooling around with, and then you say, oh, wait, I messed that up. I got to go back and fix it. And you can just fix it on the thing that you already built, so you don't have to rerun all your stuff. But you definitely want to fix it on the blueprinter. It'll fix it every single time right away, too. Do it right away. Don't say, oh, I'll do it later, because you won't remember. At least I won't. All right. So we got that going. Steel Foundry. Steel Foundry, those are all looking good. Why is this Steel Foundry number thing not passing through? This one's not passing through. I'm sure glad I looked at that. That one should be passing through all of those. Just double check. Yes, nothing down there. Go to storage. All three. And that's going into storage. Storage up into this one. And then this is load balancing that. And this one is actually functioning. All right, awesome. And transfer, and then out at the top. Okay, now we need to go to in here. Make sure this is all working. Yeah, it looks good. The reason why you don't want to mix stuff, because if you don't have some way of unmixing it later, you definitely don't want that to be mixing. Okay, so that's going to go up there, and we need to transfer our raw materials to the next one. Transfer all the raw materials up to there. Okay, then go in here. That is not right. Sometimes it does that where it goes up above the thing. Not good. That's going. Up into here. So we'll work our power up. This one right here. This one. That one. Okay, check this one below. All good. We gotta transfer from down below. Okay, that's working. Let's go down one more just to double check that we did do. Okay, so that one doesn't transfer because that's the first one. This should be number 1. Yes, okay, so it's number 1. Transfers to number 2. Transfers to number 3. There we go. And we good. And this needs the inputs. And if we see that coming through there, we know that it's connected all the way up. See, that's the thing. Once you see it coming through, you got to go in all the way up there. And of course, this one is the third one's the one where we only need the 15th one. So we only really need one of them up here. So what I would do is probably take out every one except for this one right here, which is already connected to all of this. So I just take these out. Okay. And now we got that balanced. This way it's not using too much of the stuff as well. And again, this is circling back, so we want to keep that. Let's just take out any excess stuff we don't need. We don't need that splitter there. We don't need it to go back this. Oh, we don't need any of this. We don't need any of that at all. All right. We can just do this. We only have the one. All right. Don't need any of this. I don't need it. I take it out. Just takes up extra space. Okay, those are all merging together, which we don't need those either. So we're just gonna have like an empty building, but we do have enough to make it work. Because actually, this is the extra one, really. So it's 26, and it's 14 point something 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 something. So, or is it 15 exactly? No, it's 15 exactly. Okay, 15 exactly, which is how many we have. We have 14 down below, and then this is the 15th one. Alrighty. Let's do this. Do we want to simplify our power? Probably. Let's take that out. Take this out. Just straight. Right to here. There we go. And then that one. And this one. Simplifying the whole process. Oh, we can simplify this too. Oh, this is going the wrong way. Could have just done it the other way. Could have done it the other way. Thought I was getting tricky there. Let's just do this. See if it'll do it automatically. Nope. Also going the wrong direction. Will not do it automatically. Alright, I'm going to go out just a little bit. Awkward. Oh, it works. Alright, there we go. So again, it's bringing all the stuff from down below, plus this one here. So it's exactly 15, 100% efficient. Very nice. These are cranking these out. All right, now it needs a place to go. How we doing? We're getting up here. We're getting up here. Man, what time is it? Time flies by in this game. Yeah, maybe we're not going to get to anything else other than finishing this. I think we're going to run out of time. We'll do what we got to do. Maybe we'll run a little long. Now we got to put this into storage. Over here. Storage. Wait, I didn't want to keep that because I'm going to the other production up above it. Oh, look at all this. All right, we can take all this out. Holding G and swiping over it. Just so that's not in the way so I can see the names in the front. And then this is going to be copy. Pasta. Beam storage. Okay. Again, output over here. Input to the storage here. That into the storage, seeing that's making it all the way to the end. Yes, it is. And then running out of here into that. And then see if it's at the end here. All right, yes, it is. Okay, there we go. There's nothing on backlog or crazy ton of steel beams. Again, this modular style is the way to go, man. It is. You just keep building and building. And I love building vertically because very few people do. Most people build like a big flat thing, and then they just put all their machines on there. They don't give it any style. They don't do any of that stuff. They just slap it down. I love to give it its own style, right? So these are like high rises that we're building, factory high rises. And they're getting really far up here, which is awesome. Okay, so now we need to figure out, based on the 300, that we're going to run. How many we need here? We need 10. And so we really only need 2 of the other ones up here at the top of the pipes. So we're going to go ahead and get this going. Like this. And we'll get our pipes in there. Again, one of the first things you want to do is just get the factory in and then run the power so that you can maneuver way up here. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to do pipes. I'm going to go down to this one, which is a real easy one because it's like 1 in here. A lot of infrastructure for just one of those. But you know, that's how it goes. And then run this up. This one in the corner. There we go. Very nice. Okay, now we also got to go way down here and find our output right here, which is very nice. Just going to run that way up there. And again, I always put it in the back of the building, so it's a little harder to see. Doesn't really matter. Ain't nobody looking at it other than me, really. It's not going to be like inspected by Inspector 13 or something. But I do like to just put it in the back. It's like why you put your trash cans in the back, so you don't have to look at them. All right, so there's our 300 steel beams there. Nicely load balanced. Super awkward. Thank you for making that awkward. And in there it goes, and boom! See them pipes. Let's see them. It should be up here. Ah, there they are. All right, awesome. So we got steel pipes going. How many of these did we say we needed? We needed 10. So steel beam production number 1, and then. Just go ahead. Number 2. Okay, so that's going there. We need to transfer this. Transfer that. Get our power transferred. There we go. Put in our input here. Chaining from down below. There it goes. And then our pass-through from down below. All right, very nice. And then down here, we can take this one out, which we already did. Look at us go. And there is our steel pipes running. And you could probably guess what the next thing is I'm going to do. Yeah, some of this is repetitive, everybody, but each level is a challenge to try to figure out the logistics of it. And how much of each thing that you want to make. Again, I just take one node and I just try to maximize the use of that node. So you might as well. If you're going to do it, go all in. Again, by next time we do this, by the way, everybody, all of these are going to be full. They're going to be absolutely full, 20 boxes deep of all of the resources. Instead of just 10 boxes like we had before, it's going to be 20 boxes deep of all of this. I can tell you it's 20 boxes deep of concrete over there right now, or 24 boxes actually, of concrete over there right this second. We go over there and look at it if we wanted to, but you can just take my word for it. All right, more storage. And then we'll go down here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We screwed that up. All right. Oh, we never changed the front. See, you always forget something. We didn't change the front of it. Yes. No, this is wrong. Okay, so that's steel beam storage. This is Not steel beam, these are steel pipes. I didn't change the front of that. I gotta go back and fix that on the blueprint. So steel pipe. Alright. We'll go fix that here in a second. Let's get all this working first. This is steel pipe production 2. And 2. Again, just go in and double check. Yes, got to fix our signs. Okay, so that's going there. This is going up into here. This is the final output down below. Get the inputs of our storages going. We can have that backlogging up there. Up here to see some pipes. Doing that weird thing again. Coming out. Doing that weird thing down there. Doesn't matter if it should work, everybody. It only matters if it does work. Alright, what are you doing to me here? It just worked on the other one. Sometimes it just feels like not working. Alright. Default. Maybe because it said it was reversed. Oh, that's turned the wrong way too. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, I think those were on reversed. I think somehow that got on reversed instead of default. Okay, maybe it's something down here too. This coming through? No. This one is not even going through. Weird. Alright, weird stuff going on. Okay, so that went through. Oh yeah, right there. Okay. Wait, steel ignite. Why is steel ignite's coming through? Alright, something bad. Oh, so this one, this is not supposed to go through there. This is supposed to go here. That's supposed to go in there. Okay, there we go. I had that all messed up. Okay. So that coming through there. And then ending up at the end. Oh boy, I gotta have this run out though. That has got a little bit of that in it. So here's what you do. It's called bleeding the line, where you just go in, you just run it out a bit like this. So you're getting all those steel ignites out of there. Just gonna pick them up until it gets to pipes. All right, there we go. And then just in case down the road I need that, and then all of a sudden I got that mixed in there, which I don't want. I don't want that mixed in there. All right, now pipes. Now it should be backlogging here. It is. Okay. Now we got all of our pipes done. Now another thing that we want to do over here, again with our pipes, is we now want to replace our dimensional depot in here instead of up above. So that should now run a crazy ton of those in the dimensional depot anytime we need over there. And then actually we can run around the front here. So we can find the storage for the beams. Storage beams. Nice. And over here, same. Oh, it should do the last one, which is this one. So when it's an overflow, oh, there's a pipe there. Get in there, pipe. And that'll mesh up your dimensional depot as well. Okay. See? Okay. Let's hope we don't have any extra pipes in there mistakenly. All right, let's go all the way to the top here. And we got our pipes going here. Okay, that's all looking good. Man, did we get a lot of stuff going on today. We built all these towers today, everybody. We built all that copper today. We built our Caterium there as well. We built our steel today. So again, all this is going in the Dimensional Depot. We don't have to worry about those resources ever again. We will have a massively abundant amount of all of those. So we have our wire, we have our cable, we have our copper sheets, we have our massive sums of quick wire, in fact like 2,000 quick wire. We've got our steel beams, and we've got our steel pipes. I think we just need to label the storage up here, and we should be good. Right here. Let's get this labeled. Pipe storage. And copy. And we'll paste. All right. That's a lot of stuff done, everybody. Again, that's pretty awesome. You know, one thing we haven't looked at? How's our power looking? Let's go see. Let's run down here. And see how our power is going. Bah! Look at how nice, consistent power that is, though. Right now, we're using like 11,000 power. Barely any power. If you think about it, because I have 40,000 power. And one of the next things we're going to do is just massively upgrade our water extraction or oil extraction, and then combine it together into a massive fuel yard, where we're just going to go ahead and get that going. Now, fluids is probably the hardest thing in the game, because it has a bunch of mechanics that are kind of iffy. And sometimes the floor and the wall things don't work right, and the pumps are weird, and the valves don't work right. But that's pretty consistent. Okay, up to about 16 there at spike. But this is all going to go back down again, by the way. It'll all go back down to about 10,000. Now, my max cons is 77,000, but I'm not really using all of that stuff. Really, this is mostly power. And when this is done filling up, it just stops. And all the power is not used. So it's like uses 0 power. So let's go see if this is backlog. Now, the way we'll know if this is done or backlog is the fact that it'll fill up on this other side, right? So once that copper's done, it filled up every bit of those resources. We'll see it more like this over here. And we know that the production on this particular one is stopped right here, because this is an overflow. So it's got to fill all of these up, then back chain all the way back to here, and then down into the extractor. And again, this is of my design, so I can just very easily look at it and see if it's backlogged. So we know our plates are done. We know if we look over there at our concrete or limestone is done. Our rods are done or filled up 24 boxes deep. And it really just lets you know. So again, when we come and look at it next time, we'll let that run during the week. and we'll know that's done. Now over here on our Criterium, how it's doing. It's still cranking away. So we'll see how that is next time. And then again, very, very cool. Digging it. Digging it. We're just going to have big old towers all over the place, everybody making stuff. And then our trains will come and grab it. And bring any excess back to the primary base. So we can utilize it. Look at all these nodes over here we haven't even touched yet. Lots of nodes. Nodes all over the place. Nodes here and there and everywhere. Here comes the manta ray. And again, we've set it up so the manta ray can go by without hitting in my buildings. We'll kind of watch him here for a moment. Come around and get it going. I was hoping to get to my oil today, so I don't know. We might take a break and come back because I got to go to the gym later, so I do want to get some rest in. Oh, those are my reminder. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is over there. I looked away for a second. He's coming in. He'll be back. Right through here. And that's why this one's not a vertical tower. That's why this one's flat. You'll see. More horizontal. Though it is somewhat vertical. It has multiple levels. But it's like this to accommodate the manta ray. At least that's what I call him. He's got a little eye in the front. Look at his eye. Get on him. Oh. Oh, I didn't know you could pet the manta ray. Pet the manta ray. Good manta ray. You're a good manta ray. I don't think I've ever tried to pet him. Again, see, I left the buildings open so he could go by. Whoa, he vanished. He's also magical. He must have got one of those For the Sheep cloaks where you can go invisible. Oh, he's behind me now. What the heck? He's magic. And again, I'm going to leave room for him to get by on whatever I build as well. So very cool. All right, I think that's good enough. Everybody would have loved to get to the oil. How about we go back? So this is all set it and forget it, everybody. This is all I got to do is just let that run. I don't even need to come over here anymore. It'll automatically take care of itself now. And then whenever I need that stuff, it'll always be backlogged, 24 boxes deep. If I use it, it'll automatically make more. It'll automatically turn itself on and off, so I don't have to even use the priority switches if I don't want to. And I can actually go in and just put it in the last one because it would be the first one I'd want it to turn off. Now, I notice on the server that a lot of the stuff, like the priority switches and stuff, don't work as great as if you're on like a solo playthrough, if you're just playing on your local machine. So that's very different. Now, I also play differently on the server than I do on a local one. You might grab a bunch more nodes to make it go faster than if you are on the server where you can just let it run. So that's very different. Very different way of different styles of playing. All right, let's run over here. Look at my water train going up the spiral over there. I really like spirals for water trains because you can just get a lot of water, and that's just getting started. We're gonna make a massive water thing out here where we're going to scale up our fuel power, and we're going to go vertical on our fuel power too. But you can see out here we were testing a little bit of water extraction, and then over here on this side, working a bit on our water extraction as well. Just running there, putting it up on the second level and whatnot. We'll get into all of that, just a little bit of testing. Let's go over here, and we're going to go out to our oil before I forget. So the next time we log in, we can go straight to doing our oil, updating our spiral for our oil extraction and all of that stuff. Because we're going to use spirals for our fluid extraction because it makes it easier to go up and down. So, let's go. Boom, boom. I think we'd already started on it. Did we start on it out there? Can't quite see. I think we started on the base of it, but then we had to go work on some other stuff. Or I got thinking about other stuff that I want to do, like rocket fuel. Okay. We went up a little high here. What we need to do actually is go down here. The oil is being brought in from my fuel depot there. Again, that's building very horizontally, everybody, just very flat. I typically do that when I'm explaining things. I'll build very flat like that so it's easy to understand. And then I'll build much more advanced in the vertical way and then chain them from one to the next one. Now, I can just build my own train. I don't have to wait for the train to show up. I'll build my own. I got plenty of resources. Oh, my headphones died. The headphones beeped it. Now I gotta watch out I don't run into another train, though. Good idea to watch where you're driving, right? I'm looking away while driving a train, everybody. I gotta make sure it's gonna go the right way. Yeah, left. Audio. Going left. Is a train in front of me? No. Alright. I looked at the block signal, by the way. See if there was a train coming up before I got to the station. All right, there we go. I can hear again. All right. Yes, we had started on our spiral, but we didn't get it done. All right. Trains are so cool. They're so cool. Especially in this game. They just did an incredibly phenomenal job on those. All right, down there, where we want to go. I think I have a hypertube over here, don't I? Somewhere. Oh yeah, right here. I build these so rarely anymore, hypertubes. I use them when I got them. Whee! Alright. Now what we did is we came over here and we actually started extracting from the geyser over there. And we were working on our spiral, and as you can see, we're making a very, very big train. That's going to take all of the oil. We're doubling up on each oil node. That's you know, around 300 each. So if it's extracting 600, we're going to do 300 and 300 into each of those so that it can go ahead and take those and run them up. Now, for every 4 cars, you want another one, and then I say you just add another one on top of that. So if we look here, we can see that we have a lot of cars. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 2 engines plus an extra engine. I like to put my extra engines on the back. It doesn't matter if they're on the front or the back. I would say put the first one on the front and then all your extra ones on the back. This way you don't have to add blank areas to your station. And then you can readjust your stations if you need to make them longer. It's really easy. And then you can just move back the train engines. So this is the train we're working on right now, which is going to take all of this oil over here and all of that oil from the geyser there, and it's going to take that all up via a spiral that we're going to build right here, and it's going to run all the way up there and then connect to this and then run back to the base. And then, of course, eventually what I'm going to do is have that run back, and it's going to divert and actually go to the primary fuel and central part of the base, which is actually right here. This is just a temporary build, just to get to the end of the game, and then this will be right here in the center. We're going to build out all sorts of epic stuff. But we'll go ahead and leave my character right here in the spiral. And we'll take our refinery out for right now. We got a bunch of power lines running across here. And you can see we've got the first part of the spiral going, where we've kind of set it up so it'll go ahead and run around the area now as well. So yeah, is it supposed to be there or is it supposed to be here? That's a good question. Let's run back over here. See, it always looks closer than it is. Let's run back over here and double check. Toto! Sometimes it's fun just to use explosives. I could use my gun, but that's fun. Totally missed the one I was trying to shoot at. What's up, home slices? And you get a bomb. And you get a bomb. You get a bomb. Oh, I missed this one. All right, everybody gets one. Free of charge. And while we're over here, we'll explore around. Probably not going to blow it up. Nope. Ah, always does that. Always runs out right at that point. It's easier just to shoot it, by the way. And try to blow it up. That bomb's not strong enough. Whoa, big boy up there. Give me that loot. Oh, summer sloop over here. My loot go. A little bit of exploring here. Didn't used to be able to blow those up, so it's super fun to do that every single time. Got my train going up the spiral. Alright, let's get some quartz. You don't have to hold down the button, by the way. You just hit E. Took me so long to figure that out. Because you're so used to holding down the button when you're collecting stuff. You totally don't have to. In fact, I don't even need to collect this stuff, but might as well get her done. Reload. Whoa. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. Always assume there's a baddie nearby. Let's go. It's going all bombs today. I sworn I already came over here and got these, but it could have been in another playthrough. Could be making me some nuke one of these right now. Really get serious. Did I get that summer sloop back there? Just realized there was a summer sloop back here. I don't know if I picked it up. Did I pick it up? Or did I see that summer sloop? Maybe I'd already gotten it from before and it was just a stealth thing, or maybe it was one of those. I don't know. Well, I know how to find out. Mercer sphere that way. Maybe I was just seeing things. Always keep them in front of you so you can watch them. Get wrecked. Okay, no summer sloop. You find a lot of berries though. Missed it. Sometimes it's funny, you try to grab it, it grabs the leaves instead of the pale bird. Got that one.
Harvest.
Mercer sphere, sweet.
Look through the window.
Look through the window. Okay, let's go figure out what we're doing over here. No, it looks cool with the reflection on the water. Neato. Yeah, that's right. So 3 out. And then 3 out, and then the fourth one is blue where you put the middle. All right, I have it right. Cool. Back this way. Now, see, there's a whole building part of the game, but there's also a whole adventuring part of the game. Especially in the beginning when you're just, like, picking up these resources here. It's really great for putting it in the MAM, which is where you research stuff, and unlocking that. It's pretty awesome. A little reminder for myself for next time. There we go. So you just make a big cross, 3 over, and then you put a blue one at the end so you know that you're going to put the middle of it between those two. And then what we do is we just stack those. Basically, it's a blueprint, and it's a perfect spiral. So you just put them on all 4 sides, and then you stack, all the way up. And then you just run the lines, and it will be perfect every single time. It's awesome. And it doesn't slow down. It goes at maximum speed that it can up the spiral. And then you just put multiple trains on there, and you're going to have way more than you'll ever need, everybody. It's absolutely massive. As well as I could also have multiple collections going on at the same time, so multiple trains that are collecting from different sides. So I like to have trains that are about 8 cars. I think that's the maximum. I like to do it. You can go up to like 20 cars, I believe. But I think 8 cars is about good enough. Just might as well make another train and let it run on its own. Whee! I know, right? Might as well make another train, do your thing. All right, I'm going to park my character right here so we're looking right at that for next time. All right, Kismet Love Train. Holy mackerel, another 10-hour stream, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed that, man. We got a crazy ton of stuff done today. Got a whole bunch of our blueprints done that are going to help us in the future when we go to build even more stuff. So what we're trying to do is build up a lot of kind of arsenal of blueprints that we can use to do a lot of extraction on a lot of various different processes. And the more that we do, of course, the more it forwards us on every single process that we do. And we can reuse a lot of those and just retrofit them for the process that we're using them for. So very, very useful. You like that, Rotisserie? Yeah, it's very fun. So you can't help but stream, though, everybody. If you just take a quick moment to pop on over those social medias right over there. Oh, wrong button. This one here. Pop over to those social medias right over there. You can go over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Unless you're already there, hit that subscribe button. Pop on over there, hit that like button, leave a comment as well. Appreciate it. Go to twitter.com/KismetBP, hit the follow button. Check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out patreon.com/Kismet, the best way to support the stream. Videos, guides, also exclusive stuff up there just for patrons as well. I appreciate all of my sub love here, and of course all my patrons down below there as well. Greatly appreciate y'all. I'm going to go ahead and shower with a bunch of Kiscats for being super smart and hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. We're going to be back with some more mega building next Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, probably for another 10, 12, 15 hours. But later tonight, Wednesday night, I am going to go to the gym, and then I might be a little late, but we're going to try to finally get some good time in Fallout 76, followed by probably some more Astronomics. I do have some other games that I do want to play eventually, and also a bunch of giveaways and other fun things like that I do want to do.
Then on Thursday and on Friday, we're going to have some fun in Throne Liberty with the team. And then Saturday, Sunday, back with some more Oblivion. Going to be very fun. I'm sure I'm crushing that game, everybody. Crushing that Oblivion. Very, very fun. I do need to be more powerful, though. I need my magic spells to one-shot everybody. We'll work on it. We'll work on it big time. All right, that's it for me, everybody. I will see you again tonight, Wednesday night, around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norber. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button.